Immerse yourself in a haunting Western tale where a relentless force sweeps through a dusty frontier town, testing the limits of human endurance. Shadows deepen, secrets unravel, and the line between survival and sacrifice blurs in this atmospheric journey. Chapter 1: The Weight of Still Air. The heat in Silver Creek didn't just press down. It seeped into the very grain of the wood, into the dust motes dancing lazily in the shafts of sunlight, slicing through the grimy saloon windows into the weary bones of anyone foolish enough to be moving under the relentless Nevada sun. Emma scraped dried foam from the scarred countertop of the Golden Spur saloon. The rhythmic rasp of her cloth, the only sound besides the low buzz of flies and the distant, intermittent clang of the blacksmith's hammer down the street. It was late afternoon, that suffocating hour when the day held its breath, waiting for the release of evening that always seemed too slow in coming. The air inside hung thick and still, heavy with the ghosts of last night's revelry, stale beer, cheap whiskey, sweat, and the lingering tang of unwashed bodies seeking solace or oblivion in her father's establishment. Emma breathed it in, the familiar scent of her life, and felt the familiar ache settle low in her chest. It wasn't quite sadness, not anymore. Sadness had sharp edges, moments of piercing grief. This was duller, a constant weight, like the air itself, something endured, navigated, but never truly escaped. She was 27, an age when respectable women in more civilized places were tending homes, raising children, embroidering samplers. Emma tended a bar, raised thick glass mugs to the light to check for chips, and embroidered her days with the rough threads of survival in a town clinging precariously to the edge of the world. Her reflection stared back from the murky mirror behind the bar fair, hair pulled back severely, escaping tendrils clinging damply to her temples, gray eyes that held a weariness older than her years, and a mouth set in a line that was less grim determination and more resigned acceptance. There were fine lines starting to etch themselves around her eyes, souvenirs from squinting against the desert glare and the harsh realities of Silver Creek. Her hands, though, were capable, strong, calloused from scrubbing floors and hoisting barrels, yet surprisingly deft as she polished the glasses until they offered a clouded glimpse of clarity. They were hands that knew work, hands that could pour a steady shot or break up a drunken brawl with a sharp word and a look that promised consequences. But sometimes late at night, when the last drunk had stumbled out and the silence of the empty saloon pressed in, she would trace the lines on her palms and wonder what else those hands might have held. A book, perhaps, filled with stories of faraway places, a child's hand, or maybe, just maybe, the hand of someone who saw beyond the saloon owner's daughter. The swing doors creaked open, letting in a blast of hotter, dustier air and the imposing silhouette of her father, Jedediah Thorne. He stomped the dust from his boots just inside the doorway, a habit ingrained, even though the floor was already layered with the fine red powder that coated everything in Silver Creek. Jedediah was a man carved from the unforgiving landscape, tall, broad-shouldered, with a face weathered like old leather and eyes the color of faded denim that missed nothing. He ran the Golden Spur with an iron fist hidden beneath the veneer of gruff hospitality, knowing precisely how much credit to extend, which fights to ignore, and which troublemakers to eject with brutal efficiency. "Quiet today," he grunted, hanging his hat on a peg by the door. It wasn't a question. "Too hot to stir, Pa," Emma replied, turning back to her glasses. Even the flies seemed drunk. He ambled over to the bar, pouring himself a small measure of whiskey from the bottle he kept for his personal use. He swirled the amber liquid, staring into it as if seeking answers in its depths. Jedediah rarely wasted words. Silence was his currency, observation his tool. He'd built this saloon from nothing, arriving in Silver Creek when it was just a handful of tents huddled around a hopeful mine shaft. He'd seen men strike it rich and drink it away in a week, seen fortunes won and lost at the poker tables in the back room, seen decent folk ground down by hardship and desperation. He trusted little and expected less. Sheriff Hayes was asking about the supply wagon from Carson City, he said, his voice raspy, like stones grinding together. Supposed to be here yesterday. Emma felt a familiar flicker of unease. Delayed wagons weren't unusual breakdowns, lame horses, unpredictable weather. But the way her father said it, the slight tightening around his eyes, suggested something more. Supplies were the lifeblood of Silver Creek. Flour, sugar, coffee, ammunition, medicine, everything depended on those lumbering wagons crossing the desolate miles. Maybe the heat slowed them, she offered, keeping her voice neutral. Worrying wouldn't make the wagon arrive any faster. Jedediah took a sip of his whiskey, his gaze sweeping the empty tables, the dusty piano in the corner, the faded painting of a reclining nude whose charms had long since surrendered to grime and fly specks. Maybe, he conceded, though his tone held little conviction. Heard tell there's sickness over towards Dry Gulch, some kind of fever. Emma's hand stilled. Dry Gulch was 2 days' hard ride east, a smaller, poorer settlement. Sickness traveled fast in these isolated communities, carried on the wind, in the water, by travelers passing through. A shiver, unrelated to the heat, traced its way down her spine. What kind of fever? Didn't say, just bad. He finished his whiskey in one gulp, setting the glass down with a decisive click. Keep an eye out. Don't need any strangers bringing trouble. Strangers? In Silver Creek, the term encompassed almost everyone who hadn't been there since the first shovels hit the dirt. Miners drifting through, cowboys trailing herds north, prospectors chasing rumors of gold, even the handful of Chinese laborers who kept to their own small cluster of shacks on the edge of town, working the played-out claims abandoned by others, or doing the laundry nobody else wanted to touch. They were tolerated, mostly ignored, unless trouble flared, and then they were the first to be blamed. Emma had seen the suspicion in the townsfolk's eyes, heard the muttered comments, the casual cruelty disguised as common sense. Her father, pragmatic as always, took their money when they dared venture into the saloon for supplies, but offered no welcome, no warmth. They were simply another part of the harsh landscape, like the rattlesnakes or the scarcity of water, a potential hazard to be managed. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Her father's pragmatism often felt like a cold wall against the world, necessary perhaps, but chilling. He saw threats everywhere, potential losses, disruptions to the careful, precarious balance he maintained. Love, tenderness, vulnerability. These were luxuries Silver Creek couldn't afford, and Jedediah Thorne had long since locked them away, if he'd ever possessed them at all. His concern for Emma manifested as control, his protection as confinement within the saloon's dusty walls. He'd approved, grudgingly, of young Deputy Miller's clumsy courtship attempts, seeing the practicality of marrying his daughter off to a man with a badge and a steady, if meager, income. Ben Miller was decent enough, earnest and predictable, offering a future as flat and dusty as the street outside. Emma found his attentions as stifling as the summer heat. Jedediah moved towards the back room where the ledgers and the safe resided. Gonna check the books? Yell if anyone looks like they might actually spend money. The doors swung shut behind him, leaving Emma once again alone with the silence, the heat, and the weight of the still air. She leaned against the bar, closing her eyes for a moment, trying to push away the unease her father's words had stirred. Sickness in Dry Gulch, a delayed wagon. It could be nothing. Coincidence. But in Silver Creek, coincidence often had sharp teeth. She walked to the front doors, pushing one open slightly, to peer out onto Main Street. The sun beat down relentlessly, bleaching the color from the wooden storefronts, the general store, the assay office, the small shuttered building that had briefly housed a newspaper before the editor succumbed to whiskey and despair. A lone dog lay panting in the sliver of shade offered by the overhang of the mercantile. Across the street, Mrs. Gable, the milliner, swept her stoop with futile diligence, merely rearranging the dust. Further down, near the edge of town, where the respectable houses gave way to humbler dwellings, she could just make out the cluster of rough shacks where the Chinese lived. Smoke curled thinly from a single chimney, a fragile thread against the vast, indifferent sky. Emma felt a pang, sharp and unexpected. Loneliness, not just her own, but the palpable isolation of this place, of the people clinging to its edges. What must it be like, she wondered, to be so far from home, surrounded by suspicion, living on the scraps left by others? Did they feel this same oppressive weight in the air, this sense of waiting for something unknown, something potentially devastating? She drew back inside, letting the door swing shut. The thought felt dangerous, a crack in the wall of indifference her father had built around them. Sympathy was a weakness here, connection, a risk. Yet the image lingered, the thin plume of smoke, the quiet endurance it seemed to represent. The afternoon dragged on. A few dusty ranchers drifted in, ordered beers, and spoke in low tones about cattle prices and the lack of rain. Deputy Miller stopped by, his face flushed with heat and earnestness, asking if she needed anything, his gaze lingering on her with hopeful awkwardness. Emma politely deflected his offers, her practiced smile feeling stiff on her face. He represented safety, predictability, a life mapped out within the confines of Silver Creek, a life that felt increasingly like a cage. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in bruised shades of orange and purple, a subtle shift occurred. The heat lessened fractionally, but the stillness intensified. The air grew heavier, denser, pressing in with an almost physical force. The usual evening sounds, the distant yip of coyotes, the rising murmur of conversation from porches seemed muted, swallowed by the unnatural quiet. Even the flies ceased their buzzing, settling onto surfaces as if exhausted by the effort. Emma found herself standing by the window again, watching the light fade. The dust on the street seemed to glow with an eerie phosphorescence. The shadows stretched long and distorted, turning familiar shapes into looming, unfamiliar forms. There was a tension in the air now, different from the simple exhaustion of the heat. It felt watchful, expectant. Her father emerged from the back, his face grim. He didn't need to say anything. Emma could feel it, too. Something was wrong. The weight of the still air wasn't just heat or dust anymore. It was the weight of dread, settling over Silver Creek like a shroud. The fever her father had mentioned, the delayed wagon, they were no longer abstract worries. They felt imminent, gathering force just beyond the horizon, ready to break upon the town. She shivered again despite the lingering warmth. The scent of stale beer suddenly seemed cloying, the familiar creak of the floorboards ominous. The last rays of sunlight caught the polished glasses on the bar, making them gleam like fragile promises in the gathering gloom. Emma reached out, her fingers tracing the cool, smooth surface of one, anchoring herself to the tangible reality of the saloon. But outside, the world felt poised on a knife's edge, and the oppressive stillness held the terrifying promise of a storm about to break. The silence wasn't empty, it was full, teeming with unspoken fears, waiting for the first crack of thunder, the first cry of pain, the first sign that the fever had arrived. Chapter 2. A Fever Comes to Silver Creek. The dawn broke not with the clear, sharp light of a typical Nevada morning, but with a hazy, reluctant glow. The oppressive stillness of the previous evening had lingered through the night, pressing down even in the cooler pre-dawn hours. Emma had slept fitfully, plagued by dreams of dust storms, choking the life out of everything, leaving behind only silence and bleached bones under a brassy sky. Waking felt less like emerging into a new day and more like resurfacing into the same heavy, watchful atmosphere. She moved through the familiar morning rituals, stoking the fire in the kitchen stove behind the saloon, putting coffee on to boil, the grounds coarse and smelling faintly of chicory. The scent, usually comforting in its routine, felt thin and inadequate against the backdrop of unease. Her father was already up, seated at the rough-hewn kitchen table, nursing a cup of coffee, his gaze fixed on the back door, as if expecting trouble to walk right in. His silence was heavier than usual, the lines around his mouth etched deeper. "Morning, Pa," Emma said, pouring herself a cup. The coffee scalded her tongue, a sharp, immediate pain that was almost a relief from the vague dread. Jedediah grunted in response, taking another slow sip. "Sky looks sick," he observed, glancing towards the small window that offered a view of a dusty alleyway and a sliver of the washed-out horizon. It did. The usual brilliant blue was muted, veiled by a thin layer of dust or haze that refused to dissipate. It mirrored the feeling in the town, a vibrancy dimmed, an edge of illness hovering just out of sight. The morning passed with a strange semblance of normalcy. Emma swept the saloon floor, raising clouds of red dust that settled back down almost immediately. She wiped down tables sticky with the residue of spilled drinks and desperation. Mr. Henderson, from the general store, came by early, his face pinched with worry, asking if Jedediah had heard any word about the Carson City wagon. Jedediah just shook his head, his expression unreadable. "Need that wagon, Jed," Henderson fretted, twisting his apron in his hands. "Running low on flour, lamp oil, and laudanum. Mrs. Gable's asking for laudanum for her nerves." "Worrying won't bring it faster, Henderson," Jedediah said, his voice flat. "Go mind your store." Henderson scurried away, leaving behind a palpable trail of anxiety. Laudanum, pain relief, nerve tonic, medicine. The word hung in the air, unspoken but potent. If the fever Jedediah had mentioned truly took hold. Deputy Ben Miller made his rounds, his footsteps sounding too loud on the boardwalk outside. He poked his head in, trying for a cheerful greeting, but his smile seemed forced, his eyes scanning the street behind him. "Morning, Emma, Mr. Thorne. Everything quiet?" "Quiet as a graveyard waiting for its next resident," Jedediah muttered into his coffee cup, loud enough for the deputy to hear. Ben flushed. "Now, Mr. Thorne, no need for talk like that. Probably just folks being cautious with the heat." He turned his attention to Emma, his expression softening with earnest concern. "You all right, Emma? You look a mite pale." "Just the heat, Ben," Emma replied, forcing a smile that felt brittle. "Same as everyone." She appreciated his concern, his simple decency, but it felt fragile. Inadequate against the looming threat, his presence, meant to reassure, only seemed to highlight the town's vulnerability. What could one earnest deputy do against an invisible enemy like disease? He lingered for a moment, clearly wanting to say more, perhaps offer some clumsy comfort, or ask her again about the church social. She'd politely declined for the third time. But Jedediah's stony silence was a dismissal in itself. And Ben, after a hesitant pause, tipped his hat and continued on his way, his boots stirring up little puffs of dust that settled almost instantly in the heavy air. The morning wore on. Fewer patrons than usual trickled in. Those who did nursed their drinks slowly, their conversations hushed, punctuated by uneasy glances towards the door. The boisterous energy that usually filled the Golden Spur, even on a slow day, was absent, replaced by a nervous tension that coiled tighter with each passing hour. Every cough, every sneeze echoed unnaturally in the quiet. Around noon, the heat reached its zenith, pressing down with suffocating force. The sky remained a sickly yellow-gray. It was then that the first concrete news arrived, not by official announcement, but through the frantic arrival of Jebediah "Jeb" Carter, a grizzled prospector who lived in a small cabin a few miles east of town, closer to the Dry Gulch Trail. Jeb burst through the saloon doors, his face gray under its layer of grime and sweat, his eyes wide with panic. He stumbled towards the bar, gasping for breath. "Whiskey, Jed, for God's sake!" Jedediah poured him a generous shot without a word. Jeb downed it in one ragged gulp, slamming the glass back on the counter. "It's here, Jed," he choked out, his voice hoarse. "The fever. It ain't just Dry Gulch no more." A collective intake of breath seemed to suck the remaining air from the saloon. The few men nursing beers froze, their eyes fixed on Jeb. "Sawyers," Jeb continued, wiping his mouth with the back of a trembling hand. "Went over this morning to see if Tom Sawyer needed help with his fence line. Found him and Martha, burning up, shaking something fierce. Couldn't keep water down, said their boy young Billy came down with it yesterday, delirious." The Sawyers lived on a small homestead halfway between Silver Creek and Jeb's cabin. Close, too close. "Said it came on fast," Jeb rasped, his panic infectious, like a fire in the gut, then the shakes, the purging. Awful. He shuddered violently. "I didn't stay long. Lit out fast." Jedediah's face was grim stone. "Anyone else out that way showing signs?" Jeb shook his head frantically. "Don't know. Didn't stop. Just rode. But the Andersons live just down the creek from them." The implications hung heavy in the air. Sickness didn't respect property lines or distances measured in miles. It traveled with the water, with shared tools, with a casual visit. The Sawyers had been in town just a few days ago for supplies. Had they already been carrying it? Who had they spoken to? Touched? Fear, raw and undisguised, rippled through the small group in the saloon. One man pushed back his chair abruptly, his face pale. "I gotta check on my wife." He threw a few coins on the table and hurried out, almost running. Another followed suit. Emma felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. The Sawyers. She knew them. Quiet folk, hard-working. Young Billy, a freckled boy of about 10, sometimes came in with his father, his eyes wide as he took in the sights and sounds of the saloon, clutching a penny for a piece of horehound candy. The image of him, small and vulnerable, struck by this violent illness, made her breath catch. Jedediah slammed his hand flat on the bar, the sharp crack cutting through the rising murmur of fear. All right, panicking ain't gonna help. Go home. Stay put. Keep your doors shut. His voice was harsh, commanding. Jeb, you stay here for now. Don't need you spreading God knows what all over town. Jeb looked relieved to be given an order, sinking onto a bar stool, his trembling hands clutching the empty whiskey glass. Emma watched her father take control, his pragmatism asserting itself over the fear. He was thinking about containment, about protecting his own. Yet his words, meant to impose order, also drew lines, isolating people in their fear. Keep your doors shut. It was the Silver Creek way, hunker down. Protect your own, let the devil take the hindmost. Throughout the afternoon, the news spread like wildfire through the small community. Doors slammed shut, windows were shuttered, the already quiet street became eerily deserted. The only movement was the relentless dust devils swirling in the oppressive heat. Sheriff Hayes walked the length of Main Street, his shotgun held loosely in his hand, trying to project an authority he likely didn't feel. He stopped outside the saloon. Jed, he called through the closed doors. Jedediah pushed one open a crack. Sheriff. Heard the news from Jeb Carter, Hayes said, his voice low and strained. Town spooked. Rightly so, Jedediah retorted. Need to figure out what this is, how bad it might get, Hayes continued, sounding uncertain. We got no doctor, Jed. Not since old Doc Higgins drank himself into the grave last winter. The lack of a doctor, a constant vulnerability, now felt like a gaping wound. Silver Creek had always relied on home remedies, poultices, whiskey, and prayer. Against something like this, what do you propose, Sheriff? Jedediah asked, his tone laced with impatience. Wishing one into existence? Hayes shifted uncomfortably. There's that Chinaman, the one who lives out by the old diggings. Heard tell he knows. Herbs, remedies, back home. Emma's breath hitched. The stranger her father had warned against, the man from the cluster of shacks at the edge of town. She'd seen him occasionally, a quiet figure, usually at a distance, buying meager supplies at Henderson's. His face impassive, his eyes dark and observant. He kept to himself, interacting little with the townsfolk, enduring the suspicion and muttered insults with quiet dignity. Dr. Lynn, she'd heard someone call him once mockingly. Jedediah scoffed, a harsh, dismissive sound. An opium peddler more like, think I'd trust the lives of this town to some heathen superstition? Might not have a choice, Jed, Hayes argued, though weakly. If this thing spreads, it won't spread if folks keep to themselves. Jedediah snapped, his intolerance hardening his features. Now, if you'll excuse me, Sheriff, I've got a business to protect. He started to close the door. What about the wagon, Jed? Hayes asked quickly. Any word? If there's medicine in Carson City? No word. Jedediah cut him off, his voice flat. He shut the door firmly, leaving the sheriff standing alone in the dusty, deserted street. Emma turned away from the door, her heart pounding. Her father's prejudice was a familiar ugliness, but today it felt particularly dangerous, blinding. What if the Chinese man did know something? What if he offered the only hope? But even as the thought formed, she knew the resistance he would face. Fear bred suspicion, and in Silver Creek, the Chinese were always suspect. The afternoon bled into evening. The hazy sunset offered no beauty, only a smeared, sickly orange light that cast long, distorted shadows. The silence from the town was profound, broken only by the low murmur of conversation, between Jedediah and Jeb Carter at the bar, and the occasional, distant sound of a dog barking nervously. Emma moved mechanically, lighting the lamps, the hiss and pop of the mantle sounding unnaturally loud. The yellow light cast flickering shadows, making the empty chairs look like waiting specters. She felt trapped, not just within the saloon walls, but within the suffocating fear that had enveloped Silver Creek. Her father's stoic control felt brittle, his prejudice a dangerous liability. Ben Miller's earnestness offered no real protection. The town, stripped bare by fear, revealed its harsh, unforgiving core. Later, as she stood near the back, tidying shelves that didn't need tidying, just needing something to do with her hand, she heard it, a sound cutting through the heavy silence from down the street, towards the residential end of town. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp, wrenching. A woman's cry, high-pitched, ragged with grief and terror. Emma froze, her blood running cold. Jedediah and Jeb stopped talking, their heads snapping up. They listened, straining to hear through the thick walls and the oppressive air. The cry came again, followed by a man's desperate shout. No one needed to ask. No one needed confirmation. The sound was unmistakable. It was the sound of the fever claiming another victim. Right here, within the heart of Silver Creek. The waiting was over. The enemy was no longer just a rumor from Dry Gulch, or a fear whispered in the heat. It was inside the gates. Jedediah's face hardened, his eyes narrowing. He reached under the bar, his hand closing around the smooth wooden grip of the shotgun he kept there. The metallic click as he checked the chamber echoed in the sudden, absolute silence that followed the cries. The weight of the air had broken, replaced by the sharp cutting edge of active fear. The fever wasn't just coming anymore. It had arrived. And as Emma looked at her father's grim face, the shotgun held ready, she knew the fight for survival in Silver Creek had just begun. And the lines being drawn weren't just between the sick and the healthy, but between fear and reason, prejudice and desperation. Neighbor and stranger, the silence now felt different, not watchful, but predatory. Chapter 3, The Stranger with Healing Hands. The cries from the Peterson house faded, replaced by a silence that felt heavier, more suffocating than before. It was the silence of acknowledged disaster. Inside the Golden Spur, the air crackled with unspoken fear. Jeb Carter, who had brought the first news, had gone utterly pale, his earlier panic replaced by a stunned, vacant look. Even Jedediah Thorne, his hand still resting on the shotgun beneath the bar, seemed momentarily shaken, the stony mask slipping just enough to reveal the grim reality settling in his eyes. Emma felt rooted to the spot, the echo of that final despairing cry reverberating in her chest. It wasn't just the Sawyers out on their homestead anymore. It was Lars Peterson, the town's blacksmith, a man whose booming laugh usually filled the street, whose wife, Mary, baked the bread Henderson sold in his store, whose 2 young daughters played hopscotch in the dust. The fever was indiscriminate, cruel, and it was here. Jedediah broke the spell. Right, he snapped, his voice regaining its harsh authority. Jeb, you stay put. Emma, lock the front door. We ain't opening for business today, or maybe for a while. Lock the door. Seal themselves in. It was his instinct always. Protect what was his, barricade against the outside world. Emma moved numbly towards the heavy wooden doors, her hand trembling slightly as she slid the thick iron bolt across. The sound echoed in the cavernous silence of the saloon, a definitive clang that sealed them off from the street, from the unfolding tragedy, from any potential plea for help. It felt wrong, cowardly, like shutting the door on a drowning man. Through the grimy window beside the door, she could see the street, still unnaturally empty under the sickly evening light. A lamp flickered to life in the sheriff's office window across the way. Figures moved furtively behind curtained windows in the houses further down. Silver Creek was drawing into itself, pulling up the drawbridge, each family becoming an isolated island in a sea of fear. "Pa," Emma began, turning back to him, the word catching in her throat. "The Peterson, shouldn't we?" "Shouldn't we what?" Jedediah cut her off sharply, his eyes flashing. "Run over there and catch whatever foulness they've got, bring it back here. Use your head, girl. There's nothing we can do for them now except pray, and praying's best done from a safe distance." He gestured towards the back. "Go check the supplies, water barrels full, how much flour we got left?" His pragmatism was a cold, hard slap. There was no room for sentiment, no space for shared grief or communal support, only survival. Emma bit back the protest rising in her throat. Arguing with her father when he was like this was like arguing with a rock slide. She retreated towards the storeroom, the scent of stale beer and fear clinging to her clothes. The storeroom was cool and dim, smelling of burlap, grain, and aging wood. She checked the water barrels full, thankfully. The flour sacks were lower than she liked, a stark reminder of the overdue wagon. Canned goods lined the shelves: peaches, beans, tomatoes, a small bulwark against starvation but useless against disease. Laudanum only one small bottle left, tucked away for emergencies. Her father's foresight, his inherent pessimism, meant they were better prepared than most, but prepared for what? A siege? This wasn't bandits or Indians, it was an invisible enemy that could seep under doors and through bolted windows. As she took inventory, her mind kept replaying that cry, Mary Peterson's voice, raw with terror. She thought of the girls, Ingrid and Anna, with their bright ribbons and shy smiles. What was happening in that house right now? Who was tending to them? Was anyone? News, when it came, arrived in fearful whispers. Later that evening, Sheriff Hayes rapped sharply on the bolted front door. Jedediah opened it only a crack, the shotgun still held loosely at his side. "It's Lars," Hayes reported, his voice low and strained, his face haggard in the lamplight spilling from the saloon. "Gone! Just now, Mary's beside herself, the older girl, Ingrid. She's burning up too." Jedediah's face remained impassive, but a muscle twitched in his jaw. "Anyone else?" "Old man Hemlock down by the creek found him collapsed this afternoon. And Martha Sawyer died out at the homestead. Tom's barely hanging on, Jeb says." Hayes ran a hand over his face, leaving streaks in the grime. "This thing, it moves fast, Jed, faster than anything I ever seen." "Any sign of that wagon?" Jedediah asked, his voice tight. Hayes shook his head. "Nothing, road's empty. It's like we're cut off." Cut off. The words hung in the air. Silver Creek, already isolated, now felt utterly alone, adrift in a hostile wilderness with a deadly sickness spreading within its heart. What about the Chinaman?" Hayes asked again, his desperation overriding his earlier deference. "Folks are starting to ask, saying maybe he knows something. They use different kinds of medicine, don't they?" Jedediah's eyes narrowed, his distrust flaring into open hostility. "Don't be a fool, Hayes. You want to invite that into your house? They live packed together like rats, probably brewing up this pestilence themselves. They bring plague, not cures." The accusation was ugly, born of fear and ingrained prejudice, but Emma saw a flicker of agreement in the sheriff's weary eyes. It was easier to blame the outsiders, the different ones, than to face the terrifying randomness of the disease. Just saying, Jed, Hayes mumbled, backing down. Folks are scared. They'll grasp at straws. Let 'em grasp, Jedediah retorted. But keep that element away from the decent folk. That's your job, Sheriff. Keep order. Keep them contained. He shut the door again, the bolt sliding home with grim finality. Emma turned away, busying herself with rearranging cans on a shelf, needing to do something, anything to keep from screaming. Her father's words felt like stones thrown in the dark. Them, the small community of Chinese miners and laborers living quietly on the margins, now branded as the source of the plague. She thought of the man she'd occasionally seen, Dr. Lin, the name spoken with derision. He was slender, of medium height, always dressed in dark, clean clothes, his black hair tied back neatly in a queue. He moved with a quiet purposefulness, his eyes missing nothing, yet revealing little. He rarely spoke to the white townsfolk beyond necessity, enduring their stares and muttered comments with an air of detached patience. Was he truly ignorant? Or did he possess knowledge that could save them, knowledge they were too blinded by prejudice to accept? The night deepened. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind rattling the shutters, sounded like an omen. Emma lay on her narrow cot in the small room behind the kitchen, staring up at the shadowed ceiling, listening to the unnatural quiet of the town. It wasn't peaceful. It was the silence of fear, of people huddled behind locked doors, waiting, listening for the telltale cough, the first shiver, the sudden wrenching cramps that signaled the fever's arrival. Sometime before dawn, another wave of sickness swept through. Shouts and cries erupted from the boarding house where several single miners lodged. Then closer, from the widow Albright's small cottage. The fragile sense of containment shattered. The fever wasn't just in isolated houses, it was spreading through the heart of the town. Jedediah was up instantly, pacing the saloon floor like a caged animal. Even Jeb Carter, rousing from a fitful, whiskey-aided sleep on a bench, looked terrified. The morning light, when it finally came, revealed a town gripped by full-blown panic. Faces peered from behind curtains, eyes wide with fear. Those few who ventured out moved quickly, heads down, avoiding contact, suspicion hanging heavy in the air. Mr. Henderson didn't open the general store. A hastily scrawled sign appeared on the door. Closed due to sickness. Later, word spread that Henderson himself had taken ill. The town's main source of supplies was now cut off. Desperation began to replace the initial shock. People needed food, water, lamp oil. More importantly, they needed hope. And with no doctor, no medicine, and no sign of the supply wagon, hope was dwindling fast. It was mid-morning when Emma, peering through the window again, saw him. Dr. Lin. He emerged from the cluster of shacks at the edge of town, carrying a woven basket covered with a cloth. He walked steadily, purposefully, up the deserted main street, heading not towards the center of town, but towards the area where the Petersons and widow Albright lived. He didn't look left or right, his expression calm, almost serene, amidst the palpable fear. As he passed the saloon, Jedediah saw him too. He let out a curse, low and vicious. What in damnation does he think he's doing? Spreading his filth further? He made a move towards the door, shotgun in hand. "Pa, wait!" Emma cried out, grabbing his arm. The contact was impulsive, surprising both of them. Her father rarely tolerated being touched, let alone restrained. He froze, staring down at her hand on his arm, then up at her face. His eyes narrowed. "Let go, Emma!" "What are you going to do?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly, but holding firm. "Shoot him? He's just walking down the street." "He's heading towards the sick houses, probably going to rob them blind while they're helpless," Jedediah snarled, shaking her hand off, though he didn't immediately reach for the door handle again. "Or maybe," Emma said, her voice barely a whisper, forcing herself to meet his hard gaze, "maybe he's trying to help." Jedediah laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "Help? A Chinaman? Don't be naive, girl. They look after their own and that's it. More likely he's practicing some devilry." But Emma watched Lynn continue his steady progress. He didn't look like a thief or a devil worshiper. He looked focused, determined. He reached the widow Albright's cottage, paused briefly, then slipped around to the back door, disappearing from view for a moment before reappearing and continuing towards the Peterson house. He didn't knock. He simply went to the porch, left the basket near the door, lingered for a second as if listening, and then turned, walking back the way he came with the same quiet dignity. He hadn't tried to enter. He hadn't disturbed anyone. He had simply left the basket. What was in it? Herbs? Food? Water? Whatever it was an offering. An act of, kindness? Or perhaps simply of duty, as he saw it. As Lynn walked back past the saloon, his path took him closer to the windows on their side of the street. For a fleeting second, his dark eyes met Emma's through the dusty glass. There was no malice in his gaze, no fear, no judgment, just a deep, quiet intelligence and perhaps a profound weariness. It was the briefest of connections, a momentary acknowledgement across the chasm of race and fear that divided Silver Creek. Then he looked away, continuing his steady pace back towards the edge of town, disappearing around the corner. Jedediah spat on the floor. "See? Sneaking around like a damn coyote probably left some cursed charm." But Emma wasn't so sure. That brief glance, the calm determination in Lynn's bearing, the simple act of leaving the basket, it didn't align with her father's hateful narrative. It suggested something else, something more complex. A man choosing to act even when surrounded by hostility. A healer, perhaps, sticking to his principles even when rejected. The rest of the day was a blur of fear and grim news. More people fell sick. The sounds of retching and moaning carried faintly on the still air. Sheriff Hayes seemed overwhelmed, making sporadic patrols but offering little comfort or direction. The town felt like it was fraying at the seams, the veneer of community dissolving under the acid of terror. Jedediah remained barricaded in the saloon, drinking steadily, his suspicion growing with every passing hour, muttering darkly about conspiracies and plagues brought by outsiders. Jeb Carter huddled by the cold stove, occasionally whimpering in fear. Emma felt increasingly suffocated, trapped between her father's intractable prejudice and the terrifying reality unfolding outside. The image of Dr. Lynn kept returning to her. His calm face, his steady walk, the basket left on the porch, an offering made in the face of hatred, an act that contradicted everything her father, everything Silver Creek, believed about them. As dusk began to settle, painting the sickly sky with bruised colors, Emma stood by the window again, watching the shadows lengthen and deepen. The street was utterly deserted now, a stage set for tragedy. She saw a flicker of movement near the Peterson house. A small figure slipped out the back door. Young Anna Peterson, her face streaked with tears, clutching something small. She looked around frantically, then ran, stumbling, not towards the center of town, but towards the edge, towards the cluster of shacks where the Chinese lived, towards the man who had left the basket. Emma's heart leaped into her throat. A child, desperate, seeking help from the only person who had offered any, defying the fear and prejudice that paralyzed the rest of the town. It was a small act of desperate courage, a tiny flicker of defiance against the overwhelming tide of fear. Jedediah didn't see it. He was slumped at the bar, pouring another whiskey. But Emma saw, and in that moment, watching the small figure disappear into the twilight, a question formed in her mind, sharp and insistent. What if her father was wrong? What if the stranger, the outsider, the man her town feared and scorned, held the only key to survival? The weight of the air still pressed down, but now it carried a new tension, the tension of a choice waiting to be made, a line waiting to be crossed. The sight of Anna's desperate flight lingered, a silent accusation against their locked doors and hardened hearts. Chapter 4. Emma by the saloon doors. The heavy iron bolt felt cold and final beneath Emma's fingers. Outside, the twilight had deepened into a thick, bruised darkness, punctured only by the weak yellow squares of light from shuttered windows and the lonely lamp burning in Sheriff Hayes's office. Main Street was a river of shadows, utterly deserted, holding its breath. The silence was no longer watchful. It was wounded, punctuated by the memory of Mary Peterson's cries and the terrifyingly rapid descent of health into delirium and death. Emma remained by the doors, a sentinel guarding a fortress that felt more like a prison. The Golden Spur usually echoing with boisterous laughter, drunken arguments, and the tinny lament of the piano, was now a hollow space filled with stale air and fear. The lamplight cast long, dancing shadows from the empty chairs and tables, making them seem like spectral patrons waiting for a final grim toast. Behind her, at the bar, her father sat hunched over his whiskey glass. The bottle was significantly lower than it had been that morning. Jedediah Thorne wasn't a man prone to outward displays of panic, but his fear manifested in a tightening of control, a deepening of suspicion, and a steady consumption of liquor that dulled the edges but sharpened his temper. He hadn't spoken much since barring the doors, communicating in grunts and muttered curses directed at the world outside, particularly at the Chinese settlement on the edge of town. Jeb Carter had finally succumbed to exhaustion, or terror, curled up on a bench near the cold stove, snoring fitfully, his sleep offering little escape. Emma rested her forehead against the cool, rough wood of the door. She could smell the dust ingrained in it, the faint, lingering scent of tobacco smoke, and underneath it all the dry, metallic tang of fear that seemed to rise from the very ground of Silver Creek. Her thoughts circled relentlessly, like trapped birds beating against cage bars. Anna Peterson, the small, desperate figure running towards the forbidden edge of town, towards the man her father called a devil. Had she reached him? Had he turned her away? Or had he helped? The image of Dr. Lynn's face, seen briefly through the window earlier, swam in her mind. Calm, intelligent, weary. Not the face of a monster, nor the face of a fool. It was the face of a man enduring, perhaps understanding more than any of them realized. He had left the basket, an offering. While the rest of the town locked its doors and pointed fingers, he had walked towards the sickness, not away from it. Her father's voice, thick with whiskey, startled her. "Stop lurking by the door like a stray cat, Emma. Nothing out there worth seeing." She turned slowly, her hands falling to her sides. "I saw Anna Peterson run out, Pa, towards the Chinese camp." Jedediah slammed his glass down, whiskey sloshing over the rim. "Damn fool, girl! Running straight into the viper's nest. What did I tell Hayes? They're probably the ones started this whole damn thing. Should have run them out long ago." "You don't know that," Emma said, her voice quiet but firm. It was the closest she'd come to outright contradiction in a long time, and she felt a tremor run through her. "No one knows how it started. And Dr. Lynn, he left a basket. He didn't try to force his way in. He just left it. Charms and curses is what he left," Jedediah snarled, pushing himself up straighter, his eyes narrowed and bloodshot, "trying to worm his way in, gain trust while folks are weak and scared. Poison minds just like he poisons bodies with that opium smoke." "How do you know it's poison?" Emma persisted, feeling a strange recklessness bubble up inside her. The locked doors, the suffocating fear, his blind prejudice, it was suddenly unbearable. Maybe it was food. Maybe it was medicine. Real medicine. Maybe he knows things we don't. "Medicine?" Jedediah laughed, a harsh, ugly sound that echoed in the empty room. "From him? Don't be stupider than God already made you, girl. Their kind deals in superstition and filth. Whatever's in that basket, it ain't help." He poured himself another drink, his hand slightly unsteady. "The only help that's coming is on that wagon from Carson City, if it ever gets here. Until then, we keep the door bolted and trust in ourselves. Thorn looks after Thorn. That's the only law worth a damn in this town. Thorn looks after Thorn." The words felt like chains, binding her to this dusty saloon, to his narrow, fearful view of the world. Was that all there was? Huddle in fear, protect your own small patch, and let the rest of the world burn. What about Mary Peterson, grieving her husband, terrified for her daughter? What about the Sawyers? Old man Hemlock? Henderson lying sick in his own store? Weren't they part of Silver Creek too? She looked at her father, really looked at him, saw the deep lines of hardship etched into his face, the ingrained distrust that came from years of scraping a living on the harsh frontier. She understood his fear, his instinct to protect what little he had built. But she also saw the bitterness that had corroded him, the prejudice that blinded him, making him see enemies where there might be allies, threats where there might be hope. He was strong, yes, but his strength was brittle, defensive, built on exclusion rather than connection. A wave of profound weariness washed over Emma. This saloon, these walls, had been her entire world for as long as she could remember. Her mother had died when Emma was barely old enough to recall her face, succumbing to a lung fever one harsh winter. Since then, it had been just her and Jedediah navigating the rough currents of Silver Creek life. He taught her resilience, practicality, how to pour a shot and handle a drunk, how to keep her thoughts to herself. But he hadn't taught her compassion. He hadn't shown her how to reach across the divides that fear and suspicion created. She turned back to the door, pressing her ear lightly against the wood, listening. The silence outside remained profound, unbroken. Had Anna returned? Or was she still out there, in the dark, in the cluster of shacks the town shunned? The uncertainty gnawed at her. That small act of defiance, Anna's desperate run, felt like a challenge thrown down to all of them, huddled in their self-imposed prisons. What if Lynn wasn't a devil? What if he was just a doctor? A man trained in ways different from their own, perhaps, but still dedicated to healing? The thought was seditious, dangerous in the current climate, flying in the face of everything her father and most of the town believed. Yet it persisted, the memory of his eyes, calm and intelligent, meeting hers through the window, the quiet dignity of his walk, the simple, unexplained offering of the basket. These small details chipped away at the monolithic wall of prejudice her father tried to maintain. She thought of Ben Miller, the earnest deputy. He represented the town's accepted future for her safety, predictability, a continuation of the known world. He was a good man in his way, but limited by the same horizons that confined Silver Creek. He wouldn't challenge the status quo. He would uphold it. Marrying Ben would mean accepting the locked doors, the suspicion, the narrowness. It would mean becoming a reflection of her father's world. Was there another way? A path that led beyond the saloon doors, beyond the fear? The idea was terrifying, uncertain, like stepping off a cliff into the darkness. But the alternative, staying here, suffocating slowly in the stale air of fear and prejudice, watching people die while potential help was scorned, felt increasingly impossible. The floorboards creaked behind her. Jedediah had risen and was walking somewhat unsteadily towards the back room where he slept. "Bank the fire before you turn in," he mumbled, not looking at her, "and make sure that bolt is fast." He disappeared into the darkness, leaving Emma alone again in the main room, save for the snoring prospector. Emma didn't move for a long time. The lamps flickered, casting shifting shadows. The silence pressed in. She felt suspended, caught between the world she knew harsh, familiar, and increasingly suffocating, and an unknown possibility, represented by the stranger at the edge of town. The stranger who had, perhaps, offered help. The stranger Anna Peterson had run to in desperation. She walked slowly back to the bar, not to pour a drink, but to look at her own reflection in the murky mirror. The same tired gray eyes stared back, but tonight she saw a flicker of something new in their depths. Not hope exactly, but a dawning resolve, a refusal to simply accept. Thorn looks after thorn. Her father's words echoed in her mind. But maybe looking after oneself didn't always mean locking the door. Maybe sometimes it meant opening it, just a crack, to see what lay beyond the fear. Maybe it meant finding out for herself what was in that basket, who Dr. Lynn really was, and whether Anna Peterson had found sanctuary or rejection in the shunned corners of Silver Creek. She wouldn't defy her father openly, not yet. She wouldn't unbolt the door and run out into the night. But standing there, in the heart of the silent, fear-filled saloon, Emma made a quiet, internal vow. She wouldn't remain passive. She wouldn't let fear and prejudice dictate everything. She would watch. She would listen. And if the chance arose, if a crack appeared in the wall her father had built around them, she would find the courage to peer through it. She owed that much to Anna Peterson, to the memory of Lars and Martha and the others falling victim to the fever, and perhaps most importantly, to the weary-eyed woman staring back at her from the glass. The decision settled within her, small but solid, a seed of defiance planted in the barren ground of fear. Tomorrow, she wouldn't just stand by the saloon doors. She would look for a way to open them. Chapter 5. First Glance Under a Borrowed Light. Another dawn crept over Silver Creek, not with the promise of renewal, but like a thief stealing the last vestiges of night's fragile peace. The air remained thick, stagnant, carrying the faint, sickeningly sweet scent of decay and despair alongside the usual dust and wood smoke. From her narrow cot, Emma heard the sounds before she saw the light, a racking cough from 2 streets over, the low murmur of frantic prayer drifting from the adjoining building where the Cooper family lived, sounds that had become the town's grim heartbeat. She rose, feeling the familiar ache in her bones, a weariness that went deeper than lack of sleep. Her resolve from the night before felt thin in the harsh morning light, overshadowed by the palpable fear that seeped through the saloon walls. Downstairs, the main room was cold. The fire hadn't been banked properly, and only gray ashes remained in the stove. Jeb Carter was gone, having presumably slipped out sometime in the pre-dawn gloom, deciding that facing the fever alone in his cabin was preferable to Jedediah Thorne's increasingly volatile company. Her father was already awake, slumped at the same table as yesterday, a nearly empty whiskey bottle standing guard beside his coffee cup. His eyes were bloodshot, sunk deep in their sockets, and his hand trembled as he raised the cup to his lips. He looked older, diminished by the fear he refused to name but couldn't escape. He didn't acknowledge Emma's presence beyond a low grunt. The air between them was thick with unspoken tension, his unspoken disapproval of her questions the night before, her unspoken defiance. News filtered in through fear-laced whispers that seemed to travel on the wind itself. Old Man Hemlock was dead. Both Cooper boys were down with the fever now. Henderson, the storekeeper, was fading fast. The invisible tide was rising, isolating homes, swallowing victims, eroding the town's fragile foundations. And still, no sign of the Carson City wagon. Hope, like the water in the creek bed, was drying up. Emma went through the motions, reheating coffee, sweeping floors that were clean enough, wiping down the bar that saw no customers. Her hands worked automatically, but her mind was elsewhere, replaying the image of Anna Peterson's small figure disappearing towards the edge of town. Had she found help? Or had she met the wall of indifference and fear that characterized Silver Creek's dealings with the Chinese? The uncertainty was a physical ache. Her father drank steadily throughout the morning, lapsing into long periods of brooding silence broken by sudden, vitriolic outbursts against the Chinese, the delayed wagon, the incompetence of Sheriff Hayes, the general cursedness of a world that refused to bend to his will. By midday, his head was lolling, his speech slurred. He eventually pushed himself away from the table, stumbled towards the back room, and collapsed onto his cot, succumbing to a whiskey-induced stupor that was deeper and more complete than ordinary sleep. The saloon fell silent, save for the buzz of flies against the window panes and the heavy rhythmic snoring emanating from the back room. Emma stood motionless in the center of the vast empty space. This was it, an opportunity. Her father was incapacitated, lost to his own brand of oblivion. The town was locked down, paralyzed by fear. No one would notice her absence, at least not immediately. Her heart hammered against her ribs. The resolve that had felt so clear the night before now seemed reckless, dangerous. Defying her father, even while he slept, felt like stepping off solid ground, going out there into the infected streets, towards the forbidden edge of town. It courted danger, disease, and discovery. Yet the image of Anna, the memory of Lynn's calm eyes, the gnawing need to know, pushed her forward. Thorne looks after Thorne. But what if looking after herself meant seeking truth, not hiding from it? Taking a deep breath, she moved quickly, quietly. She pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders, though the air outside was still warm. It felt like a flimsy piece of armor against the unseen threats. Her hand hesitated over the heavy iron bolt on the front door. Sliding it back felt like crossing a threshold, not just physically, but internally. The mechanism scraped loudly in the silence, making her flinch, listening for any sound from the back room. Only the steady snoring continued. She slipped outside, pulling the door shut behind her, leaving it unbolted but closed. The street was blindingly bright after the dimness of the saloon, the sun beating down from the hazy, indifferent sky. The silence here was different, not empty, but fraught, expectant. She kept to the shadows beneath the wooden awnings, moving quickly, her boots stirring little puffs of the ubiquitous red dust. Her destination wasn't the Chinese camp itself that felt too bold, too dangerous, a direct confrontation she wasn't ready for. Her goal was closer, drawn by an instinct she couldn't explain, towards the cluster of houses where the fever had struck first and hardest, towards the Peterson place. As she neared the end of Main Street, the air grew heavier, the scent of sickness more pronounced. She slowed her pace, her senses on high alert. The Peterson house stood silent, its windows like vacant eyes. The front door was firmly shut. Had Lynn returned? Had Anna made it back? Emma felt a surge of apprehension. What if she found only more death, more despair? She didn't approach the front. Instinct guided her around the side, towards the back, keeping close to the adjacent building, using the narrow alleyway for cover. The alley was choked with discarded rubbish, empty crates, and the cloying smell of neglect. And then she saw it, a faint light. Not sunlight, but the soft, flickering glow of a lamp burning in the back window of the Peterson house, even in the middle of the day. A sick room light. Emma flattened herself against the rough wooden wall of the neighboring structure, peering cautiously around the corner. The back door of the Peterson house was slightly ajar, as if someone had recently entered or left. The lamplight spilled out from the window beside it, creating a small pool of illumination in the dusty yard, a borrowed light in the oppressive brightness of the day. And there, kneeling on the ground within that small circle of light, was Dr. Lynn. He wasn't looking towards the house, but was focused intently on something in his hands. His back was mostly to her, but she could see the neat black queue tied at the nape of his neck, the dark, simple tunic he wore. He knelt beside the woven basket she had seen him carrying the day before. It lay open on the ground, revealing neat bundles of dried herbs, small ceramic pots, and clean white cloths. He was grinding something with a stone pestle in a small stone mortar, his movements economical, precise, absorbed. Emma held her breath, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. She watched, mesmerized by the quiet intensity of his work. He wasn't performing some dark ritual, as her father would have believed. He was preparing medicine. The rhythmic scrape of the pestle against the stone was a strangely soothing sound. Amidst the fear-laden silence, he worked with a focused calm that seemed almost otherworldly in the context of the surrounding panic now. A small sound from the doorway made Emma instinctively shrink back further into the shadows. Anna Peterson appeared in the opening, her small face pale and tear-streaked, but her eyes fixed on Lynn with a look of desperate hope. She clutched a damp cloth in her hand. Lynn looked up, his movements pausing. He didn't smile, but his expression softened almost imperceptibly as he looked at the child. He spoke to her, his voice too low for Emma to hear the words, but the tone was gentle, reassuring. Anna nodded, whispered something back, then disappeared back inside the house. Lynn watched the door for a moment before returning to his grinding. He hadn't seen Emma, He was focused entirely on his task, on the sick child inside, on the herbs spread before him under the borrowed light of the sick room lamp. Emma felt a complex wave of emotions wash over her relief that Anna was safe and apparently being cared for. Shame at her father's blind prejudice and a growing sense of awe at this man's quiet dedication. He worked alone, shunned by the community he was trying to help, tending to the sick in the shadow of their own homes, using knowledge they refused to acknowledge. She watched for several more minutes, hidden in the alley's grimy embrace. She saw him carefully measure powders into small twists of paper, select specific dried leaves and roots, his hands moving with practiced skill. He dipped a clean cloth into a pot water, or perhaps some infusion, and wrung it out carefully. It was methodical, rational, the work of a healer, not a sorcerer. Then, as he reached for another bundle of herbs, his hand brushed against a small, smooth, dark stone near the edge of the basket, knocking it slightly. It rolled silently a few inches away from the main collection of his supplies, stopping near the edge of the alley where Emma hid. Lynn didn't seem to notice. He was concentrating on selecting the correct herbs. Emma stared at the stone. It was small, dark gray, worn smooth, perhaps by water or by long handling. It seemed insignificant, just a stone. But it lay there, separate, almost within her reach. An impulse, sudden and strong, seized her. Before she could fully process the risk, she darted forward a single step, her hand reaching out from the shadows, snatching the small, cool stone from the dust. Her movement was a rustle, a slight disturbance in the still air. Lynn froze. His head lifted sharply, his dark eyes instantly finding the shadows where she stood. He hadn't seen her take the stone, perhaps, but he knew someone was there. His expression wasn't fearful, nor immediately hostile. It was wary, intensely observant, and held a profound stillness, like deep water. Their eyes met across the few yards of dusty ground separating the alley's shadow from the lamplight circle. It was longer than the brief glance through the saloon window. This time there was acknowledgement. He saw her, the saloon owner's daughter, lurking in the shadows, spying on him. She saw him, the Chinese doctor, caught in a moment of quiet service, his calm momentarily broken by her intrusion. Neither of them moved. Neither of them spoke. The air crackled with unspoken questions, with the weight of prejudice and fear, with the terrifying possibility of connection across the chasm that divided them. His gaze held hers, steady, searching, revealing nothing, yet somehow conveying layers of untold history, of quiet endurance. Emma's heart felt like it would pound its way out of her chest. Caught, exposed, what would he do? Call out? Accuse her? Retreat? But he did none of those things. After a long, breathless moment, his gaze flickered down briefly to the spot where the small stone had been, then back to her face, hidden deep in the shadows. A flicker of understanding, perhaps, or maybe just resignation, crossed his features. Then slowly, deliberately, he turned back to his work, picking up the pestle and mortar, resuming the rhythmic grinding as if she wasn't there. It wasn't a dismissal exactly. It felt more like an allowance, a silent decision not to challenge her presence, not to force a confrontation. He simply continued his work, leaving her there in the shadows, clutching the small, smooth stone in her sweating palm. Emma backed away slowly, retreating deeper into the alley, her legs trembling. She didn't dare take her eyes off him until the corner of the building obscured her view. She leaned against the rough wall, gasping for breath, the small stone feeling strangely heavy in her hand. He knew she was there. He knew she had watched him. He knew she had taken the stone, and he had let her go. She turned and fled back through the alley, across the deserted, sun-baked street, driven by the fear of discovery, by the adrenaline of the encounter, by the overwhelming confusion of her own emotions. She slipped back into the saloon, sliding the bolt home with shaking hands, the sound echoing her own turbulent heart. Her father still snored in the back room. Nothing had changed inside the Golden Spur, but everything had changed for Emma. She leaned against the locked door, the cool wood a stark contrast to the heat flooding her own system. In her hand, she tightly gripped the small, smooth stone, tangible proof of her transgression, a silent testament to the first glance she had shared with the stranger under a borrowed light. It felt like both a burden and a key, though to what door she couldn't yet fathom. Chapter 6. The Town Holds Its Breath. The small, smooth stone was a secret weight in the pocket of Emma's apron. Its coolness had long since faded, replaced by the warmth of her own body, yet it felt distinct, alien, a tangible piece of the forbidden world she had briefly touched outside the Peterson house. Back within the familiar, stifling confines of the Golden Spur, the encounter felt dreamlike, unreal, overshadowed by the heavy, whiskey-laden snores still rumbling from the back room and the thick, expectant silence pressing in from the deserted street. She stood by the bar, tracing patterns in the dust on the countertop, her movements automatic. Her mind, however, was far away, replaying the scene in the alley, the pool of borrowed lamplight, Dr. Lynn's focused intensity as he ground the herbs, Anna's small, trusting face in the doorway, and finally, that unnerving moment when his dark, quiet eyes had met hers. He hadn't threatened her. He hadn't called out. He had simply seen her, and then deliberately turned back to his work, leaving her hidden in the shadows, clutching the stone she had inexplicably taken. Why had she taken it? The impulse remained baffling, born of tension, curiosity, and a strange desire to possess something concrete from that moment, that place where quiet competence seemed to exist alongside the town's paralyzing fear. Now, the stone felt like an accusation, a brand marking her transgression against her father's explicit warnings and the town's unspoken laws. What if Lynn thought she was a common thief? Or worse, someone sent to spy, to gather evidence for hostile suspicions brewing among the townsfolk? His calm reaction was more unsettling than anger would have been. It suggested depths she couldn't fathom, a patience born of long practice, perhaps, in enduring misunderstanding and hostility. The rhythmic snoring from the back faltered. Choked off by a wet, hacking cough, Emma stiffened, her hand instinctively closing over the stone in her pocket. Heavy footsteps shuffle, followed by a groan. Jedediah Thorne was waking up. He emerged moments later, looking even worse than when he'd succumbed to his stupor. His face was puffy, his eyes networked with red veins, his gray undershirt stained with sweat, despite the relative coolness inside the saloon. He squinted against the light filtering through the grimy windows, swaying slightly as he made his way towards the bar. "What?" he rasped, his voice thick and raw. He leaned heavily against the counter, his knuckles white. Emma moved quickly to the pump behind the bar, filling a glass with cool water from the barrel she kept there. She placed it in front of him without a word. He drained it greedily, then pushed the empty glass back towards her. More? She refilled it. He drank again, slower this time, breathing heavily. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes scanning the empty saloon, eventually settling on Emma. His gaze was bleary, but suspicion flickered within it. "Where's Carter?" he demanded. "Left," Emma said quietly. "Sometime early this morning, I expect." Jedediah grunted. Coward. Can't face trouble head on. He seemed to include the entire town in this assessment. He looked towards the bolted front doors, his expression darkening. "Anything?" "Quiet," Emma replied, keeping her voice neutral, avoiding his gaze by busying herself wiping the already clean counter. "No news since last night. It was only a partial lie. There had been sounds, the sounds of suffering, but no one had come knocking. No definitive word had arrived, and she certainly wasn't going to mention her own excursion or what she had witnessed." Her father seemed to accept her answer, too consumed by his own misery or suspicion to press further. He slumped onto a stool, cradling his head in his hands. "Head splitting," he muttered. "Damn heat, or this sickness in the air." Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through Emma's preoccupation. Was it just the whiskey, or was it something more? She watched him covertly, looking for other signs: a tremor, a flush, the dreaded cramps. He just sat there, groaning softly, a picture of hungover wretchedness. It was probably just the drink, she told herself, pushing the fear down. But the seed of worry had been planted. What if the fever breached these walls not through an open door, but from within? The day unfolded with agonizing slowness, measured by the shifting patterns of light on the floor and the deepening silence outside. Silver Creek held its breath. The usual sounds of life wagons rattling, children playing, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, now forever silenced. The murmur of commerce were absent. It was as if the town itself was sick, lying weakened, and still under the oppressive hazy sky. Occasionally, a door would open quickly. A figure would hurry along the boardwalk, head down, disappearing into another doorway. Brief bursts of furtive movement in the overwhelming stillness. Every distant cough, every slammed door, echoed unnaturally, amplified by the vacuum of normal noise. Sheriff Hayes didn't come by. No news arrived. The lack of information was almost worse than bad news. It allowed fear to fester, breeding speculation and rumor in the dark corners of isolated homes. Was the wagon finally nearing? Had the fever burned itself out in the afflicted houses, or was it gathering strength, preparing for another assault? Was anyone left alive at the Sawyer place? No one knew. No one dared venture out to find out. The threads of community, already strained in this harsh land, seemed to have snapped completely. It was every man, every family, for themselves, locked behind their doors, waiting. Emma felt the waiting like a physical pressure. She checked their supplies again: water, flour, canned goods, the single precious bottle of laudanum. She found herself rationing the coffee, measuring the lamp oil, small acts of preservation against an unknown future. Her father remained mostly silent, nursing his headache and his simmering resentment, occasionally muttering about the need for vigilance, for keeping the doors bolted tight against the filth outside. He seemed oblivious to the fact that the real danger might not need a door. She found herself repeatedly touching the stone in her pocket. It was a connection, however tenuous and risky, to something outside the saloon's suffocating atmosphere. It reminded her of Lynn's quiet competence, of Anna's desperate hope, It was a counterpoint to her father's blind fear. Holding it, she felt less alone, less trapped, though the feeling was mingled with guilt and apprehension. What had he been grinding? What remedies did he possess? Did they work? Were the Petersons under his care, faring any better than Henderson or the Cooper boys, left to the mercy of the disease? The sheer helplessness of their situation pressed down on her. No doctor, no medicine they trusted, supplies dwindling. Fear turning neighbors into suspicious strangers. Her father, her only family, was lost in his own bitter fortress of denial and whiskey. Ben Miller, the symbol of law and order, seemed as powerless as everyone else. The town was adrift, leaderless, succumbing not just to the fever but to the paralysis of fear itself. As the afternoon wore on, the heat intensified again, baking the dust shimmering off the boardwalks. Emma stood near the front window, careful to stay back from the glass, peering out at the dead street. A tumbleweed rolled slowly past, pushed by a faint breeze that carried no relief, only more dust. The sight was so cliched, so emblematic of abandonment, that it brought a lump to her throat. Silver Creek felt like a ghost town inhabited by the terrified living. She thought about Ben Miller again. If she were married to him, would she feel safer? Perhaps. His presence was solid, predictable, but would she feel any less trapped? He would likely echo her father's sentiments, perhaps with less venom, but with the same underlying fear of the unknown, the same distrust of the outsider. He would keep the door bolted just as firmly. Safety, yes, but the safety of a cage, the memory of Lynn's steady gaze, the quiet challenge in it, offered a different kind of possibility, riskier, uncertain, but hinting at something beyond mere survival. Her father stirred from his brooding silence. "Need to check the ammunition?" he muttered, pushing himself off the stool. "Can't be too careful. Fear makes men desperate. Might be looting soon." He shuffled towards the back room, where he kept the rifles and spare cartridges. Emma watched him go, a cold dread settling in her stomach. Was that where his mind was? Not on healing or helping, but on defending their meager possessions against their equally desperate neighbors. The thought turned her stomach. The sickness wasn't just in people's bodies. It was infecting their minds, corroding their humanity. Left alone again in the main room, Emma felt an overwhelming urge to unbolt the door, to run out, to scream into the suffocating silence, to do something. Anything felt better than this passive waiting, this slow decay, but she stayed put, anchored by years of ingrained obedience, by the very real dangers outside, and by the uncertainty of what she would even do if she did step out. She took the stone from her pocket, turning it over and over in her palm. Its smoothness was comforting, grounding. It felt ancient, imbued with a quiet strength. Was it just a rock, or did it hold some significance for Lynn? A reminder of home, a tool of his trade, a charm, her father's word charm, echoed with menace, but looking at the simple stone, it felt benign, solid, real. The light began to fade again, the hazy sky turning a bruised purple, another day lost to fear, another night closing in. The lamps would need lighting soon, their small flames pushing back the shadows but offering little warmth against the encroaching chill of dread. Emma moved towards the lamps, her actions heavy with weariness. Suddenly, a sound cut through the stillness, sharp and frantic. Banging, not tentative knocking, but desperate, open-handed pounding on the heavy front doors of the Golden Spur. Emma froze, lamp chimney in hand. Her heart leaped into her throat. Mr. Thorne, Jed, open up, please. The voice was thin, reedy, cracked with desperation. Emma recognized it, Mrs. Gable, the milliner, the woman who'd been asking Henderson for laudanum for her nerves just yesterday. Jedediah reappeared instantly from the back room, a rifle held loosely in his hands, his eyes suddenly sharp, alert. "Stay back from the door, Emma," he commanded in a low, harsh voice. The pounding continued, frantic, rhythmic. "Please, Jed, it's my husband. He's taken bad, burning up, can't breathe right. Do you have any whiskey, laudanum, anything?" Her voice broke on a sob. "Please, for the love of God." Jedediah stood rigid, his face set like granite, the rifle held ready. He made no move towards the door. Emma looked from the shaking door to her father's implacable face. Mrs. Gable, a woman they'd known for years, a fixture in the small town, was begging for help, for any small comfort, and the door remained bolted. Thorne looks after Thorne. The pounding weakened, replaced by desperate, choked sobs. "Jedediah, please, he's dying." Emma couldn't bear it. The sound tore at something deep inside her. This wasn't some nameless threat. This was Martha Gable, terrified and alone with her dying husband. She whispered, her voice trembling. We do nothing." Jedediah hissed, his eyes fixed on the door, his knuckles white on the rifle stock. "Open that door. We invite death in. She chose to stay out there. She deals with it. We stay safe." The sobbing outside faded into a low, continuous moaning. The desperate energy seemed to drain away, leaving only the raw sound of grief and despair seeping under the bolted door. Emma felt sick. Safe? Was this safety? Hiding behind locked doors while their neighbors died, while children ran desperate errands, while a stranger offered help they were too blind to accept? She looked down at the stone in her hand, its smooth surface cool against her suddenly clammy skin. The town was holding its breath, waiting to die, suffocated not just by the fever, but by its own fear. And standing there, helpless, listening to Mrs. Gable's fading cries, Emma knew something had to break. The silence, the fear, the locked doors, something. Soon, before there was nothing left to save. Chapter 7. Whispers behind cupped hands. The silence that followed the fading cries of Martha Gable was worse than the sound itself. It pressed into the golden spur, thick and accusing, amplifying the frantic beat of Emma's own heart and the harsh rasp of her father's breathing. Jedediah stood frozen by the door for a long moment, rifle still gripped tight, his face a mask of grim determination that couldn't entirely conceal the flicker of something else revulsion, perhaps, or a deeply buried shard of guilt he refused to acknowledge. Finally, without a word, he turned and stalked back towards the bar, setting the rifle down with exaggerated care, the metallic thud echoing in the cavernous room. Emma remained rooted near the door, feeling hollowed out. The wood felt cold beneath her fingertips, a flimsy barrier against the raw grief that lingered just outside. She could still hear Mrs. Gable's desperate pleas, the utter abandonment in her final moans. "We stay safe." Her father's words echoed, tasting like ash in her mouth. Safe? Hiding while a neighbor died alone? It felt like the ugliest kind of cowardice. A betrayal not just of Martha Gable, but of some fundamental human decency that Silver Creek seemed determined to extinguish along with the fever. She didn't dare voice these thoughts. The look in her father's eyes, flinty and defensive, warned her off. He poured himself another whiskey, his hand shaking almost imperceptibly. He avoided looking at her, focusing instead on the rows of dusty bottles behind the bar, as if they held some profound truth. The air between them was charged, brittle, filled with the things they couldn't or wouldn't say. The night passed in a state of suspended dread. Emma couldn't sleep, her mind replaying Mrs. Gable's cries, the image of Lynn kneeling in the lamplight, the feel of the smooth stone clutched tight in her hand beneath her pillow. Every creak of the building, every distant night sound seemed magnified, ominous. Her father didn't return to his cot. She heard him pacing restlessly in the main room, the occasional clink of glass on wood marking his lonely vigil. Morning arrived again, gray and reluctant, offering no respite. The heat built quickly, promising another day of suffocating stillness. Jedediah looked ravaged, his face pale and drawn, his eyes burning with a mixture of fatigue, alcohol, and simmering anger. He drank coffee laced with whiskey, his gaze fixed on the bolted front doors as if expecting an attack. News, when it finally trickled in, was grim, carried on the fearful, hushed tones of the few who dared brave the street for essential water or worried inquiries. Abner Gable, the milliner, had died sometime before dawn. His wife, Martha, was now alone, presumably consumed by grief and terror, shuddered inside her silent house. Henderson, the storekeeper, was also gone. His wife, childless and frail, had apparently fled town on their only horse in the dead of night, abandoning the store and everything else, seeking refuge somewhere, anywhere else. The Cooper boys were both still alive, but fading fast, their parents frantic and helpless. The fever continued its relentless march, leaving silence and sorrow in its wake. And with the news came the whispers. Emma first heard them when she risked cracking the back door for a breath of less stale air, standing in the narrow, garbage-strewn alley behind the saloon. Two women, neighbors whose names she barely knew, huddled together further down the alley, their faces pinched with fear, their voices low and urgent, hands cupped around their mouths as if the air itself might carry their words to unwanted ears. "Saw him again?" one whispered, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "The Chinaman near the Peterson place, sneaking around." "Devil's work?" the other breathed, crossing herself hastily. "Brought this curse on us, he did? Living like animals down there, brewing poisons? Sheriff should do something. Run 'em out before they kill us all." "Jed Thorne won't stand for it, not if he knew. He knows how to handle their kind." Their voices faded as they scurried back towards their respective homes, leaving their poison hanging in the still air. Emma pulled back inside, her heart pounding with a mixture of anger and fear. It was starting. The fear, needing a target, was coalescing, focusing its venom on the easiest scapegoat, the outsider. Lynn's quiet efforts, the basket left on the porch, his tending to the Peterson child, were being twisted, warped by terror into sinister acts. His very presence, once merely tolerated with suspicion, was now being painted as the source of the plague itself. She felt the smooth stone in her pocket, its presence a secret contradiction to the rising tide of hateful rumor. He hadn't been sneaking. He'd been working, tending, offering what help he could. But how could she counter the whispers? Who would believe her? The daughter of Jedediah Thorne, defending the Chinese doctor. They'd think she was mad or worse. Her father seemed to sense the shift in the town's mood, or perhaps the whispers reached even his self-imposed isolation. His vigilance intensified. He cleaned the shotgun meticulously, checked the revolver he kept tucked in his waistband, his movements deliberate, almost ritualistic. His silence grew heavier, more menacing. He watched Emma with a new sharpness in his eyes, as if sensing her internal conflict, her unspoken dissent. "See anyone lurking about?" he asked abruptly, startling her as she stared blankly at the dusty shelves. "No, Pa. Street's empty," she replied, keeping her voice steady. He grunted, unconvinced. "Keep your eyes peeled. Trouble brews when men get scared, especially when they get scared." He didn't need to specify who they were. His prejudice was a constant, suffocating presence. Later that day, Sheriff Hayes appeared outside again, rapping tentatively on the door. He looked worse than ever, his face gray with exhaustion, his uniform coated in dust, his eyes haunted. Jedediah opened the door only a crack, his stance wary. "Jed," Hayes began, his voice low and rough. "Things are getting tense." "Expected," Jedediah clipped. "There's talk," Hayes continued, shifting his weight uncomfortably. "Ugly talk about the Chinaman. Folks are scared, Jed. They're blaming them for the fever." "Maybe they're right, too," Jedediah said coldly. Hayes flinched but pressed on. "Right or wrong, it's getting dangerous. Couple of the rougher elements, miners mostly, been drinking, talking wild, talking about taking matters into their own hands, cleaning out the camp." Emma's blood ran cold. Vigilante justice, mob rule. It was the inevitable outcome of fear left unchecked, of prejudice allowed to fester. "And what are you going to do about it, Sheriff?" Jedediah asked, his voice dripping with contempt. "Write them a citation?" Hayes flushed, anger momentarily overriding his exhaustion. "I'm trying to keep a lid on it, Jed. But I'm one man. Half the town's sick or dead. The other half's hiding behind locked doors or getting drunk and stupid. I need folks like you to counsel reason." Jedediah laughed, a short, harsh bark. "Reason? There's no reasoning with plague, Sheriff. And maybe those boys have the right idea. Scourge needs burning out." He made a move to close the door. "Wait, Jed," Hayes pleaded, putting a hand out instinctively, though not daring to touch the door itself. "That Chinaman, the one they call Doctor, Lynn, little Anna Peterson is still alive. So is her mother. Though she's weak, they're the only ones in that whole block who haven't, you know. Folks are noticing that too. Some are saying maybe he is helping. That maybe..." He trailed off, hesitant to voice the thought that contradicted the dominant fear. Jedediah's eyes narrowed to slits. Or maybe he's just saving his favorites, playing God. "Don't be fooled by sentiment, Hayes. Stay vigilant." He shut the door firmly, the bolt scraping loudly into place. Hayes remained outside for a moment, a solitary, defeated figure in the dusty street, before turning and walking slowly back towards his office, his shoulders slumped. Emma turned away from the door, her mind racing. Anna was alive, her mother too. Lynn's ministrations, the herbs he ground, the care he gave, maybe they were working. It was a fragile sliver of hope in the overwhelming darkness, but it was there. Yet that very success seemed to be inflaming the fear and suspicion of others, twisting survival into favoritism, healing into manipulation, and the talk of violence. "Cleaning out the camp," the words echoed with brutal finality. She looked at her father, who had returned to nursing his whiskey, his face grim. He hadn't explicitly endorsed the miners' violent talk, but he hadn't condemned it either. His silence, his inherent prejudice, gave it tacit permission. He wouldn't lift a finger to stop it. In his eyes, the Chinese were expendable, a blight to be removed. The afternoon wore on, each hour heavier than the last. Emma felt trapped in a tightening vice, Outside, the fever raged and fear festered, breeding whispers that could soon ignite into open violence. Inside, her father nursed his resentments and his whiskey, barricaded against a world he despised, oblivious or indifferent to the injustice brewing. And in her pocket, the stone felt heavier than ever, a secret, demanding action she didn't know how to take. What could she do? Warn Lynn? How? Sneaking out again seemed impossibly risky now, with her father watchful and the town's mood turning ugly. Even if she could reach him, would he listen? Would he believe her, the saloon owner's daughter? And what would warning him achieve? He couldn't fight off a mob alone. The Chinese community was small, isolated, easily overwhelmed. She found herself pacing the length of the saloon, unable to settle, the polished floorboards reflecting her trapped state. She straightened bottles that were already straight, wiped imaginary dust from the counter, her movements jerky, restless. Her mind kept circling back to Lynn, kneeling in the lamplight, his calm focus, his quiet dignity, the way he had simply looked at her, acknowledged her presence, and let her go. He deserved better than to be hunted down like an animal, because frightened men needed someone to blame. She paused by the back window, peering out into the alley again, empty, still. She scanned the rooftops, the gaps between buildings. Was someone watching the Chinese camp now? Were the drunken miners already gathering, emboldened by the sheriff's helplessness and the tacit approval of men like her father? The stone felt warm in her hand. It was smooth, solid, enduring, like him, perhaps. She couldn't shake the feeling that he knew more than he let on, not just about medicine, but about survival, about enduring hostility with quiet strength. But even the strongest stone could be crushed. A sudden thought struck her. Ben Miller, the deputy. He was earnest, decent. He respected her father, but he also seemed to possess a basic sense of fairness, however untested. He represented the law, however shaky its authority felt right now. Could she reach him? Could she tell him what she'd overheard, what the sheriff had confirmed? Would he do anything to prevent violence? It was a long shot. Ben was likely overwhelmed, scared like everyone else. He might dismiss her fears, or worse, report them back to her father. But doing nothing felt impossible now. Letting the whispers fester into bloodshed without trying to intervene felt like complicity. She had to try. But how? Leaving the saloon unnoticed was the first hurdle. Her father's stupor earlier had been a rare opportunity. Now he was awake, alert, suspicious. She needed a reason, a distraction. As dusk began to creep in again, casting long, eerie shadows across the saloon floor, an idea sparked. Water. Their supply in the barrels was getting lower. While the town pump down the street was likely deserted, drawing water was a necessary chore, a plausible reason to leave the saloon. Even under the current circumstances, it was risky exposing herself to the street, to the fever, to potentially hostile eyes, but it offered a chance, however slim, to reach the sheriff's office, to find Ben, to pass on the warning. She took a deep breath, stealing up sharply, his eyes narrowed, herself. She picked up one of the empty water buckets near the back door. "Pa," she said, keeping her voice as casual as she could manage. "Water's getting low. Need to fetch some before it gets full dark." Jedediah looked. "Now? It ain't safe out there." "Safer now than later, maybe," Emma replied, forcing a calmness she didn't feel. "Won't take long. Pump's just down the street. Be quicker than waiting for, waiting." She let the implication hang, waiting for the situation to get worse, waiting for supplies that might never arrive. He stared at her for a long moment, his gaze probing, suspicious. She met his look steadily, praying her desperation didn't show. She saw the internal conflict, his ingrained paranoia, warring with the practical need for water. Finally, grudgingly, he nodded. All right, but be quick, damn quick, and take this. He pushed the revolver he kept tucked in his waistband across the bar towards her. Don't hesitate to use it if anyone gives you trouble. Anyone. Emma's hand trembled slightly as she picked up the heavy weapon. It felt cold, alien, deadly. She hated the feel of it, the implication behind his words, but she tucked it into the deep pocket of her apron, opposite the stone. One represented fear and violence, the other, something else she couldn't yet name. Hope, perhaps. I'll be quick, she repeated, turning towards the front door. Her heart pounded against her ribs like a trapped bird. Sliding back the bolt for the second time felt even more momentous than the first. She was stepping out not just into the street, but into the path of the whispers, hoping to silence them before they became a roar. Chapter 8. Her Father's Unspoken Law. The heavy saloon door swung shut behind Emma, the click of the latch sounding unnaturally loud in the twilight stillness. She stood frozen for a moment on the boardwalk, the empty bucket heavy in one hand, the weight of the revolver a cold counterpoint in her apron pocket, pressing against her hip alongside the smooth warmth of the stone. Main Street stretched before her, bathed in the eerie, bruised light of the dying day. Long shadows clawed their way out from under awnings and between buildings, distorting familiar shapes into menacing silhouettes. The silence was profound, broken only by the whisper of the dry wind stirring the dust, and, farther off, the thin, reedy sound of someone weeping, a sound that had become the town's desolate background music. Taking a shaky breath, Emma forced herself to move. Her destination, the town pump, was only 50 yards down the street, past the now-shuttered general store and the assay office. Beyond that lay the sheriff's office, her true objective. Every step felt deliberate, exposed. She imagined eyes watching her from behind the dark windows of the houses lining the street, felt the weight of the town's fear pressing down like the twilight itself. She kept her gaze fixed forward, resisting the urge to scan the shadows, to jump at every skittering sound. The air hung thick and heavy, carrying the faint metallic tang of blood, mixed with the cloying sweetness of decay and the ever-present dust. It was the smell of the fever, a scent that seeped into everything, a constant reminder of the invisible enemy stalking Silver Creek. Emma pulled her shawl tighter, pressing the fabric against her nose and mouth, a futile gesture against an airborne threat, but offering a small measure of psychological defense. As she passed the darkened windows of Henderson's general store, she thought of the man lying dead inside. His wife fled into the wilderness. She thought of Abner Gable, dead in his bed, his wife Martha now utterly alone with her grief, barricaded behind her own locked door, just a street away. These weren't abstract victims, they were people she knew, faces she recognized, lives interwoven with the fabric of Silver Creek, now brutally torn away. And her father had bolted the door against their cries. Thorn looks after thorn. The unspoken law felt like a physical weight, a shroud settling over the town, suffocating its empathy. The pump stood starkly in a small, dusty clearing between the assay office and a vacant lot overgrown with brittle weeds. Reaching it felt like crossing a vast, dangerous plain. She set the bucket down, her hands trembling slightly as she grasped the cold iron handle. The rhythmic squeak and groan as she worked the pump echoed loudly in the silence, announcing her presence, making her feel vulnerable, exposed. Cool water finally gushed out, splashing into the bucket, the sound clean and refreshing in the midst of so much decay. She didn't fill the bucket completely, just enough to make her errand seem legitimate, leaving it light enough to carry without slowing her down. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she scanned the street towards the sheriff's office. A single lamp burned weakly in its window, a lonely beacon in the encroaching darkness. Was Ben Miller there? Or was it just Sheriff Hayes, slumped defeated at his desk? Would either of them listen? She picked up the half-full bucket, the water sloshing precariously, and started walking again, forcing a steady pace, trying to appear calm, purposeful, just fetching water, nothing more. But her senses were stretched taut, listening for any sound, any sign of the trouble the sheriff had warned about the drunken miners, the gathering mob. A flicker of movement in the alleyway beside the assay office made her jump, her hand instinctively flying to the heavy revolver in her pocket. Her fingers closed around the cold metal grip, the unfamiliar weight both terrifying and strangely steadying. Two figures detached themselves from the shadows, stumbling slightly as they emerged onto the boardwalk. Miners. Rough-looking men, their faces grimy, their clothes stained with sweat and dirt, their eyes holding the dull gleam of cheap whiskey and simmering resentment. Emma froze, her breath catching in her throat. They hadn't seen her yet, their attention focused down the street, towards the edge of town, towards the Chinese camp. One of them spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. Said Hayes ain't gonna do nothing. The taller one slurred, his voice rough. Just sits there, while they sit down there laughing at us probably. Poison in the water, I reckon, the other one mumbled, nodding vigorously. Or putting curses on us. Ain't right they should be breathing our air while good folk are dying. Time we did something about it, the first one growled, taking another swig from a flask he produced from his pocket. Tonight, before more of us get sick, burn 'em out. Show 'em this is white man's territory. Fear, cold and paralyzing, gripped Emma. It wasn't just whispers anymore. It was real. It was happening tonight. These men, fueled by ignorance and whiskey, were planning murder. She needed to get to the sheriff's office, needed to warn someone now. She tried to edge past them, keeping close to buildings, hoping they wouldn't notice her in the deepening gloom. But just as she drew level with the alley, the shorter miner turned, his bleary eyes fixing on her. Well, looky here, he sneered, his gaze drifting assessingly over her figure, lingering in a way that made her skin crawl. Jed Thorne's girl, out for a stroll? The taller one chuckled, a low, menacing sound. Maybe looking for some company, now that the saloon shut tight? Emma's stomach churned. She clutched the bucket handle tighter, the revolver heavy and hard against her hip. Just fetching water, she said, forcing her voice to remain level, trying to project a confidence she didn't feel. My father's waiting. She hoped the mention of Jedediah, known for his swift and brutal temper when crossed, might deter them. It seemed to work momentarily. The taller miner's leer faded slightly, replaced by a flicker of caution. Jed Thorne wasn't a man to trifle with, even when drunk, but the shorter one, bolder or perhaps stupider with drink, took a step towards her. War, eh? He said, glancing at the half-full bucket. Looks like you got plenty. Maybe you got some whiskey back there. Old Jed wouldn't miss a bottle or two, not with the whole town going to hell. He reached out a grimy hand towards her arm. Instinct took over. Emma reacted without thinking, recoiling sharply, her other hand tightening its grip on the revolver in her pocket. "Don't touch me," she snapped, her voice suddenly sharp, laced with the authority she'd learned watching her father handle unruly patrons. The miner hesitated, surprised by her tone. He looked from her flashing eyes to the slight bulge in her apron pocket, where her hand rested. He wasn't stupid enough not to recognize the outline, or the implication. Jed Thorne's daughter wouldn't be sent out unarmed. He exchanged a nervous glance with his companion. Their drunken bravado seemed to deflate slightly in the face of potential, immediate consequences. Burning out the Chinese camp felt like a righteous act in their fear-addled minds, but confronting Jed Thorne's armed daughter was a different proposition. "Just being friendly," the shorter one mumbled, backing away a step, holding his hands up in a mock gesture of peace. "Come on, Finn," the taller one urged, tugging at his companion's arm. "We got business elsewhere." He cast one last resentful look at Emma before pulling his friend back towards the alley. "Tonight," he muttered again, loud enough for her to hear, a final threat hanging in the air as they disappeared back into the shadows. Emma stood shaking, her heart pounding so hard it felt bruised. The encounter had lasted only seconds, but it had stripped away any remaining illusions about the town's descent. The whispers had teeth now, real, dangerous teeth, and they were planning to bite tonight. She forced her legs to move, half walking, half running the remaining distance to the sheriff's office, water sloshing unnoticed from the bucket. She burst through the door without knocking, startling Sheriff Hayes, who sat slumped behind his desk, staring blankly at a pile of paperwork, a half-empty bottle beside him. Deputy Ben Miller stood near the cold stove, looking young, overwhelmed, and utterly exhausted. "Emma!" Ben exclaimed, rushing forward, his face etched with concern. "What is it? Are you all right?" "The miners!" Emma gasped, leaning against the doorframe to catch her breath, setting the bucket down with a clatter. "Finn Prout and another one. They were in the alley by the assay office. They're planning on going down to the Chinese camp tonight to burn them out." Hayes looked up slowly, his eyes dull. "Heard the talk, Emma. Just drunk talk mostly?" "No," Emma insisted, finding her voice. "They meant it. Tonight," they said, "they're blaming them for the fever. They're going to kill them." Ben looked horrified. "Sheriff, we have to do something." Hayes sighed, running a hand over his stubbled face. "Do what, Ben? Arrest half the town? I got 2 bodies waiting for burial, half a dozen more dying, and folks howling about curses. I deputize you. Maybe we got 3 guns against who knows how many. Those miners stick together, and half the decent folk probably agree with them, even if they won't say it aloud." He took a long pull from the bottle. "There ain't nothing we can do." "Nothing?" Emma stared at him, incredulous. This was the law? This weary, defeated man, abdicating responsibility, surrendering to the mob? "You have to try. You have to stop them." "How?" Hayes demanded, slamming the bottle down. "Ride down there and get ourselves shot? For them?" The unspoken prejudice hung heavy in the air again. "For them, not us." Ben looked torn, his sense of duty warring with the sheriff's bleak assessment and his own obvious fear. "But it's murder, Sheriff. We can't just let it happen." "Can't stop it either, son," Hayes said, his voice suddenly weary beyond measure. "This town, the fever ain't the only sickness here. This hate, it's been festering for a long time. Maybe it's got to burn itself out." He slumped back in his chair, picking up the bottle again, his eyes retreating into a haze of alcohol and despair. Emma looked at Ben pleadingly. His face was pale, his jaw tight. He wouldn't meet her eyes. He believed the sheriff. He was young, inexperienced, and faced with the complete collapse of authority and reason. He was retreating, just like everyone else. A cold knot of despair formed in Emma's stomach. There was no help here. The law had failed. The community had fractured. The whispers were turning into a roar, and no one was willing to stand against it. No one except, perhaps, the man they intended to destroy. She felt the weight of the revolver again, her father's tool, given for her protection. Don't hesitate to use it if anyone gives you trouble. Anyone. Her father's unspoken law. Protect yourself. Protect what's yours. Let the rest burn. It was the law Silver Creek now lived by, embodied by the drunken miners, the defeated sheriff, the frightened deputy, and her father, Jedediah Thorne. He wouldn't lift a finger to help the Chinese. He might even secretly approve of the miners' brutal plan. But he was also fiercely protective of what he considered his saloon, his reputation, his daughter. He wouldn't tolerate drunken miners harassing Emma. He wouldn't stand for lawlessness spilling onto his doorstep, disrupting his business, threatening his control. His prejudice was vast, but his possessiveness was stronger. Could she use that? Could she twist her father's own harsh code, his unspoken law, to serve a different purpose? It was a dangerous, manipulative thought, playing on his pride, his anger, his possessiveness, to incite him not to save Lynn, but perhaps inadvertently to interfere with the miner's plan, to create enough chaos or delay to warn Lynn herself. It felt cynical, ugly, using her father's flaws against him. Yet what other options were left? Reason had failed, authority had collapsed, compassion was dead. Maybe only self-interest and pride remained as levers to move the unmovable Jedediah Thorne. She turned away from the sheriff's office, leaving Hayes to his bottle and Ben to his helpless uncertainty. She picked up the bucket, the remaining water seeming insufficient, tainted. The revolver felt heavier now, its purpose shifting in her mind, not just for defense, but potentially as a catalyst. Walking back towards the golden spur, the twilight deepening into true night, Emma felt a grim resolve settle over her. She couldn't stop the miners alone. The law wouldn't help. But maybe, just maybe, she could use her father's own darkness against the greater darkness threatening to engulf Silver Creek. It was a gamble, playing with fire, potentially unleashing her father's unpredictable wrath. But as she approached the bolted door of the saloon, she knew she had to try. The alternative, doing nothing while Lynn and the others were slaughtered, was unthinkable. She would have to invoke her father's unspoken law and pray the consequences didn't destroy them all. Chapter 9, A Different Kind of Medicine. Emma slid the bolt home, the heavy thud echoing the finality of the sheriff's refusal, the closing off of any hope from the town's supposed protectors. She leaned back against the solid wood, the half-filled bucket of water sitting accusingly at her feet. The brief exposure to the twilight street, the chilling encounter with the miners, the confirmation of their murderous intent, and the utter collapse of authority in the sheriff's office had left her trembling, not just with fear, but with a cold, simmering rage. The main room of the saloon was submerged in deepening shadows, lit only by a single lamp she'd managed to light before her errand. Its yellow glow barely pushed back the gloom, casting long, distorted shapes that flickered like phantoms. Her father sat at the bar, silhouetted against the dim light reflecting off the rows of bottles. He hadn't moved, but she could feel his eyes on her the moment she entered. His stillness was unnerving, watchful. "Took you long enough," he grunted, his voice rough. "See anything?" Emma took a deep breath, gathering herself. This was it. The performance had to be convincing, playing on his specific triggers: pride, possessiveness, the defense of his territory, and his name. She couldn't show fear for Lynn or the Chinese. She had to show fear for herself, indignation for him. She walked slowly towards the bar. Setting the bucket down with a thump, she deliberately let her hand rest on the pocket holding the revolver, making sure he noticed. "Trouble, Pa," she said, pitching her voice lower, letting a tremor of calculated fear enter it. "Down by the assay office. Finn Prout and that big Swede who works the North Star claim." Jedediah straightened slightly, his eyes narrowing. "What trouble?" "Drunk," Emma said, letting disgust color her tone. "Filthy drunk, talking crazy." She paused, letting the implication hang. "Talking about what?" he pressed, his voice dangerously quiet. About the sickness." Emma looked down, as if hesitant to repeat the words. "Saying foul things, blaming everyone, and then—" She looked up, meeting his gaze, injecting anger into her own. "They saw me, coming from the pump." She saw the flicker in his eyes, the proprietary glint. His daughter. "Said things," Emma continued, pushing the narrative. "Ugly things. Asked if I was looking for company. Asked if we had whiskey to spare. Said you wouldn't miss it." She deliberately emphasized the slight to him, the challenge to his ownership. "One of them, Finn, he tried to grab me." Jedediah slammed his fist down on the bar, making the bottles rattle, the lamp flame jump. "He what?" The word was a low snarl, the whiskey flush on his face deepening to an angry crimson. "I warned him off," Emma said quickly, touching the revolver in her pocket again. "Showed him I wasn't helpless. They backed off then, muttered something about having a business elsewhere. Tonight." She let that phrase hang, knowing how his suspicious mind worked, hoping he'd connect it not to the Chinese camp specifically, but to general drunken mayhem threatening the street, his street. "They seemed set on causing trouble, Pa, real trouble, and they were heading back towards the alleys, maybe gathering more like them." She watched him closely, gauging his reaction. It was exactly as she'd anticipated, or perhaps hoped. His outrage wasn't directed at the implied threat to the Chinese, but at the personal insult, the effrontery of drunken miners harassing his daughter, questioning his generosity with his whiskey, planning disruption near his establishment. His face hardened, the lines around his mouth tightening into familiar grooves of anger. "Drunken scum!" he spat, pushing himself off the stool. He grabbed the whiskey bottle, not to drink, but gripping its neck like a weapon. "Think they can run roughshod over this town just 'cause there's trouble? Think they can insult my daughter? My name?" He paced back and forth behind the bar, radiating a restless, volatile energy. Hayes just sits there useless. Someone's got to maintain order. Someone's got to remind these animals who runs this street. Emma held her breath, her heart pounding. It was working, maybe too well. His anger was a fire, easily stoked but hard to control. She hadn't specified where the miners were going, relying on his assumption that their business was general drunken troublemaking, a threat to the saloon's vicinity. "What are you going to do, Pa?" she asked, keeping her voice low, watchful. He stopped pacing, his eyes glittering with whiskey-fueled righteousness. "Going to have a word with Mr. Prout and his friends." Remind them of the rules. This is Jedediah Thorne's town. Plague or no plague. They'll show respect or they'll learn it. He reached for the shotgun leaning against the back bar, checking the load with practiced efficiency. Emma felt a surge of mingled triumph and terror. Her plan, her desperate gamble, was in motion. She had stoked his pride, twisted his possessiveness, and aimed his anger like a weapon. But weapons, once fired, could have unintended consequences. He wasn't going out to save Lynn. He was going out to assert his own dominance, to quell a perceived challenge to his authority. What would happen when he confronted the miners? Would it simply escalate the violence? Would he realize their true target and join them? Or would his intervention create enough confusion, enough delay for her, for someone, to warn the camp? The uncertainty was agonizing. She had chosen her own kind of medicine for the town's ills manipulation, playing on darkness to fight darkness, and like any potent drug, the side effects were unknown, potentially lethal. As Jedediah strapped on a belt holding extra shotgun shells, his movements jerky with anger, Emma found herself thinking of Lynn again, of the herbs he ground, the quiet care he offered Anna Peterson. That was medicine too tangible, intended to heal, offered despite the hatred surrounding him. What she was doing felt like its dark reflection, using poison to counteract poison, hoping the patient survived the cure. She clutched the smooth stone in her pocket, drawing a strange, fragile comfort from its solid presence. It was a reminder of a different possibility, of quiet strength, of healing hands. It grounded her, even as she propelled her father towards a potentially violent confrontation. She had to believe this was the only way, the necessary evil to prevent a greater one. The saloon clock, ticking loudly in the tense silence, struck 8. Outside, the night was fully settled, deep and moonless under the hazy sky. The time the miners had likely planned for their attack was drawing near. Jedediah finished his preparations. He stood tall, the shotgun held loosely at his side, his face set in grim lines. The whiskey burned in his eyes, but it hadn't robbed him of his dangerous edge. If anything, it had honed it, stripping away caution, leaving only raw, aggressive pride. "Bolt this door behind me," he commanded, his voice gravelly. "Don't open it for anyone, understand?" Emma nodded, unable to speak. Her throat felt tight with fear. Fear for him. Fear for Lynn. Fear of the consequences she had unleashed. He strode to the front door, his heavy boots echoing on the wooden floor. He paused, hand on the bolt, and looked back at her. For a fleeting second, something flickered in his eyes, a hint of the protective father beneath the hardened saloon owner. Perhaps a shadow of concern. "Stay put, Emma. I'll handle this." Then the look was gone, replaced by the hard mask of authority. He slid the bolt back, pulled the door open, and stepped out onto the dark boardwalk, the shotgun held ready. The door swung shut, leaving Emma alone once more in the lamplit gloom, the sound of her father's boots fading down the street, swallowed by the waiting silence. She rushed to the window, peering through the grimy glass, her heart pounding. She could just make out his silhouette, moving purposefully down the street, heading towards the assay office, towards the alleys where the miners might be gathering. He was a figure of solitary, menacing intent, a force of nature unleashed by her own careful words. Now what? Had she bought time, or just escalated the danger? She needed to warn Lynn, but how? Her father was out there now, a volatile element added to an already explosive mix. Sneaking out seemed even more dangerous than before. She paced the floor, the stone warm in her hand, her mind racing. She thought of the back door, the alley. Could she slip out that way, circle around the edge of town? It was risky, longer, and she might run into the miners herself if they were moving towards the camp. Then she heard it, faintly at first, then growing louder. Voices, angry voices raised in drunken chorus, interspersed with shouts and the shattering sound of glass. It wasn't coming from the direction her father had gone, but from further down Main Street, closer to the residential end, but potentially moving towards the center, towards the path to the Chinese settlement. The mob was gathering, the whispers had become a roar. Emma's breath hitched. Her father had gone one way towards the assay office, seeking Prout and his companion. But the main group, it seemed, was assembling elsewhere, or perhaps moving already. Had her father missed them? Or had her intervention only served to distract him while the real threat mobilized? She was trapped. Her father was out in the night, heading towards a confrontation she had engineered, while the mob she feared was on the move. And Lynn, unaware, was directly in their path. Her desperate medicine, her manipulation, hadn't cured anything. It had just changed the symptoms, complicated the disease. She stood frozen by the window, listening to the rising sounds of drunken anger in the distance, the weight of the revolver in her pocket, suddenly feeling immense, useless. Her father's unspoken law, protect your own, had led him out into the darkness, but it offered no protection for those beyond his immediate reach. And as the sounds of the approaching mob grew louder, Emma realized with chilling certainty that the different kind of medicine she had administered might prove fatal after all. Chapter 10. Shared silence in the sick room. The heavy thud of the bolt sliding home echoed the slamming shut of Emma's own dwindling options. Her father was out there, a righteous whiskey-fueled force of nature she herself had pointed in a specific direction, hoping to deflect a storm only to realize she might have merely redirected its winds. The sounds filtering from the street confirmed her fear. The scattered shouts were coalescing, weaving into a drunken, angry chorus, punctuated by the crash of breaking glass and ugly laughter. The mob wasn't waiting. They were moving. And Jedediah Thorne, hunting Finn Prout near the assay office, was likely nowhere near the path they would take towards the cluster of shacks at the town's edge. Towards Lynn. Panic seized Emma, cold and sharp. Her carefully constructed plan, her desperate gamble had fractured. She hadn't bought safety, only chaos. She pictured Lynn, unaware, kneeling perhaps still by a sickbed, while the wave of hatred gathered momentum, ready to crash down on him and the few others huddled in their isolated settlement. The injustice of it, the sheer blind stupidity, fueled by fear and whiskey, clawed at her throat. She couldn't stay here, hiding behind bolted doors while men were hunted down, felt like a deeper betrayal than manipulating her own father. Thorne looks after Thorne, the law of the saloon, the law of fear, but tonight that law felt insufficient, cowardly. The smooth stone in her pocket felt like a silent reproach, a reminder of the quiet dignity she had witnessed, the calm competence that existed just beyond these walls, now threatened with annihilation. Her decision, when it came, wasn't born of courage, but of desperation, of the sickening realization that inaction was intolerable. She couldn't, huddle here while the town devoured itself. She had to try, however futilely, to warn him. Moving quickly, silently, she bypassed the bolted front door and headed towards the storeroom at the back, the source of the alleyway exit. The revolver her father had given her felt heavy and obscene in her apron pocket, a tool of the violence she abhorred, yet one she couldn't discard. The stone on the other side felt like its counterweight, a small anchor of something different. The back door was secured by a simpler latch, less formidable than the iron bolt on the front. It creaked loudly as she lifted it, the sound grating in the charged silence. She paused, listening, but the only sounds were the distant clamor of the mob and the ticking clock in the saloon. Easing the door open, she slipped out into the narrow, rubbish-strewn alley. The darkness here was almost absolute, the sliver of hazy sky overhead offering little illumination. The air hung thick with the stench of refuse and neglect, a stark contrast to the antiseptic smell of fear inside the saloon. Emma pressed herself against the cold, rough wood of the saloon wall, letting her eyes adjust, straining her ears. The angry shouts seemed louder out here, closer. Were they on Main Street or cutting through the back lots? Keeping low, moving from shadow to shadow, she navigated the treacherous alley, stumbling over unseen obstacles, her heart pounding against her ribs. She needed to get to the Peterson house. It was the only place she knew Lynn might be, the place Anna had run to, the place where a lamp burned against the darkness. It meant cutting across the back of several properties, risking dogs, unseen holes, an encounter with anyone else driven out by fear or malice. Each step was fraught with tension. A dog barked savagely nearby, making her freeze, flattening herself against a fence until the noise subsided. Shadows shifted, playing tricks on her eyes, turning familiar shapes into lurking threats. The sounds of the mob seemed to ebb and flow, sometimes closer, sometimes farther off, their exact location maddeningly uncertain. She gripped the revolver in her pocket, its coldness a stark reality, though the thought of actually using it made her feel ill. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of tense navigation through the town's dark underbelly, she reached the alley behind the row of houses where the Petersons lived. Peering cautiously around the corner, her heart leaped. The faint, steady glow of the lamp still shone from the back window. And the back door. It was still slightly ajar, just as she'd seen it earlier, spilling a thin ribbon of light onto the dusty ground. Hope surged, quickly tempered by fear. Was Lynn still inside? Or had he finished his work and returned to the camp, walking straight into the path of the approaching mob? Had Anna's mother worsened or improved? Taking a deep breath, Emma crept forward, hugging the shadows until she reached the edge of the weak lamplight by the door. She listened intently. No shouts from within, no sounds of struggle, only a low murmur, almost inaudible, and the faint, rhythmic sound of breathing shallow, labored breathing. Hesitantly, she pushed the door open another inch. It swung inward silently on well-oiled hinges, revealing a small, clean kitchen, dimly lit by the lamp carried over from the main sick room. Beyond the kitchen doorway, she could see into the small parlor, now transformed. It was a sick room, stripped bare of any comfort save necessity. A mattress lay on the floor, upon which rested Mary Peterson, her face pale and gaunt in the lamplight, her eyes closed, her breathing shallow but regular. On a cot nearby lay Ingrid, the older daughter still flushed with fever, tossing restlessly, but no longer delirious, it seemed. The air was thick with the smell of sickness, yes, but overlaid with the clean, sharp scent of herbs, something pungent like eucalyptus and a fainter, sweeter aroma like chamomile. It wasn't the cloying smell of decay Emma had feared, but something medicinal, cared for. And there, beside Ingrid's cot, knelt Dr. Lynn. His back was to the kitchen doorway. He was bathing the girl's forehead with a cloth dipped in a basin of water beside him. His movements gentle, economical, completely absorbed in his task. He hadn't heard her enter. Little Anna Peterson sat on a low stool near her mother's mattress, her small face etched with worry, but also a strange, solemn composure, watching Lynn work. She held a small cup, perhaps waiting to offer water. Emma stood frozen in the kitchen doorway, caught between the squalor of the alley outside and the quiet intensity of the sick room. The contrast was jarring. Outside, fear reigned, breeding violence and hatred. Inside this small lamplit space there was quiet diligence, focused care, a battle being waged not with shouts and weapons, but with herbs, water, and steady hands. Anna looked up, her eyes widening slightly as she saw Emma standing there, a silhouette against the darkness behind her. The child didn't cry out. She simply stared, her expression unreadable fear, confusion, recognition. Her stillness alerted Lynn. He didn't start or turn quickly. Instead, he finished wiping Ingrid's brow, gently squeezed the cloth out over the basin, and then slowly, deliberately, rose to his feet and turned. His eyes met Emma's across the small space. There was no surprise in his expression this time, or if there was, it was carefully masked. Only that same unnerving stillness, the deep, quiet watchfulness she remembered from the alley. He took in her presence, her disheveled appearance, the way she lingered hesitantly in the doorway, the palpable tension radiating from her. His gaze flickered briefly down to her apron pocket, perhaps noticing the bulge of the revolver, perhaps remembering the stone. Neither of them spoke. The only sounds were Ingrid's restless sighs, Mary's shallow breathing, and filtering in more clearly now through the partially open back door, the distant, ugly roar of the mob. It sounded closer now, moving steadily, punctuated by angry yells that were becoming distinct words. Curses, threats, burn them out. The shared silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken questions, fear, and the imminent, encroaching danger. Emma felt the urgency pounding in her veins. She had to warn him, tell him what she'd heard, tell him they were coming, now. But the words caught in her throat, looking into his calm, impenetrable eyes, seeing the quiet care he bestowed on the sick child, the scene felt almost sacred, inviolable. Barging in with panicked warnings felt like a desecration. And what good would words do? He must have heard the mob. He wasn't a fool. He knew the town's temper, the precariousness of his position. Her warning would tell him nothing he didn't already sense or know. Lynn's gaze held hers, steady, searching. It wasn't hostile, nor welcoming. It was simply present, acknowledging the reality of her standing there, the reality of the danger outside without judgment, without overt emotion. He seemed to exist in a pocket of profound calm amidst the chaos. Then, slowly, he made a small gesture towards the basin of water beside Ingrid's cot. It wasn't a command, but an invitation, perhaps, or simply a continuation of his work, assuming her presence as part of the unfolding situation. Hesitantly, Emma stepped fully into the kitchen, letting the back door swing almost shut behind her, muffling the outside sounds slightly and closing them in the small bubble of the sick room. She moved towards the basin, her limbs feeling stiff, clumsy. She dipped a corner of her apron into the clean water, smelling faintly of the herbs steeping in a nearby pot, and reached instinctively for the revolver. transferring it to her other pocket, kneading her right hand free. As she did, the smooth stone slipped from the same pocket, falling silently onto the rough floorboards near Lynn's feet. Both their eyes darted down to the small, dark stone. It lay there between them, stark against the pale wood, the object she had stolen, the small piece of his world she had taken. Emma flushed, mortified, expecting accusation or anger. Lynn looked at the stone, then back at her face. His expression remained unreadable, but a flicker of something understanding, recognition, irony, crossed his features before vanishing. He bent down, not quickly but deliberately, picked up the stone, and held it for a moment in his palm, his fingers closing around it almost possessively. Then, without a word, he slipped it into a small pouch tied at his own belt. He looked back at Emma, a long, silent regard. In that shared moment, looking at the stone, then at each other, something unspoken passed between them, an acknowledgement of her fear, her impulsive act, his own vulnerability, and the strange, dangerous circumstances that had thrown them together in this crucible. It wasn't forgiveness, nor trust, not yet, but it was a connection forged in silence, under duress, a fragile bridge across the chasm of race and fear. He turned back to Ingrid, dipping the cloth in the basin again. Emma found herself moving closer, drawn into the small circle of lamplight, into the rhythm of the sick room. She knelt beside Anna, offering the child a hesitant, reassuring smile, which wasn't returned. Anna just watched Lynn, her small face mirroring his solemn focus. Outside, the roar of the mob grew undeniably louder. Individual voices were clear now, fueled by hate and liquor, calling out Lin's name, mixed with curses and threats directed at the entire Chinese settlement. They were close, terribly close, maybe just the next street over, heading for the path to the camp. Heading here first? Lin paused again, his head tilted, listening. His calm finally seemed ruffled, not by fear, but by a sharp, focused alertness. He glanced towards the front of the house, then back at the sick woman and child, then at Emma. His eyes held a question, a calculation. What would happen when the mob arrived? What could he do? He moved swiftly then, going to the covered basket Emma recognized from the alley. He opened it, took out a small, dark ceramic bottle, uncorked it, and measured a few drops of a dark, pungent liquid into the cup Anna held. He murmured something to the child in a low tone, instructions perhaps. Anna nodded mutely. Then he turned, his eyes locking with Emma's again. The silence stretched, taut as a bowstring, vibrating with the approaching violence. He took a half step towards her, towards the back door, his expression hardening with a resolve that mirrored her father's, yet felt entirely different, not aggressive pride, but a fierce, quiet determination to protect. The shared silence was broken, not by words, but by the imminent collision of the hatred outside and the fragile sanctuary within. The air crackled, waiting for the first blow to fall. Chapter 11. The Decent Proposal. The roar outside surged, crashing against the thin walls of the Peterson house like a physical wave. Voices were distinct now, individual threads of hatred woven into a tapestry of menace. Lynn! The name was spat out like a curse. Heathen! Plague bringer! Get him out! Mixed with the shouts were the sounds of heavy boots pounding on the dry earth, the clatter of thrown rocks against unseen walls, and the chilling splinter of wood, perhaps a fence being torn down or a door being breached further down the line towards the Chinese camp. They were close, terrifyingly close, a wave of drunken fury about to break. Inside the small, lamp-lit sick room, the air vibrated with the external chaos, and an internal tension almost as palpable. Lynn stood poised, a figure of intense stillness near the back door, his gaze flicking between Emma, the sick mother and child, and the flimsy barrier separating them from the mob. The dark liquid he'd given Anna sat untouched in the cup. The child seemed frozen, her wide eyes fixed on the door, mirroring the fear that gripped Emma. Lynn made a swift, silent gesture pointing towards a dark corner behind a stack of firewood near the kitchen hearth, then towards Anna and the cots. Hide. It was the only logical defense. Yet, even as he gestured, his own body remained positioned between the potential point of entry and those he protected, his stance subtly shifting, balanced, ready not for aggression but perhaps for deflection, for shielding. Before Emma could react, before Anna could scramble towards the offered concealment, another sound ripped through the night, closer than the mob's roar, a shotgun blast, deafeningly loud, echoing flatly in the confined space of the street, just outside. Emma flinched violently, her hand flying to her mouth. Lynn froze, his head snapping towards the front of the house, his expression sharpening into intense alertness. Anna let out a small, stifled cry, burying her face in her hands. The shotgun blast was followed instantly by a furious bellow, a voice thick with whiskey and rage, yet chillingly familiar. Jedediah Thorne. "Get back, you scum!" her father roared, his voice carrying clearly. "This is my street. Ain't no drunken rabble gonna run wild here. Get back or the next one finds flesh." A confused murmur rose from the mob, punctuated by angry shouts, but overlaid now with a note of surprise, perhaps even fear. They hadn't expected resistance, certainly not from Jedediah Thorne, whose prejudice was well known. They hadn't counted on his proprietary fury, his territorial imperative overriding even his hatred. "Thorne, what in hell you doing?" a voice yelled back. Thin Prout, Emma recognized with a lurch of her stomach. "We ain't after you. We're after the, I don't give a tinker's damn who you're after." Jedediah roared back, his voice raw with fury. "You're causing a disturbance. You're threatening decent folk. You bring your filth near my saloon, near my daughter, and I'll blast you to hell myself. Now clear off. Go sleep it off before you do something you really regret." There was a tense standoff. Emma could picture it vividly. Her father, standing solid and menacing in the middle of the street, shotgun leveled, radiating an aura of dangerous, unpredictable violence. The mob, momentarily checked, confused, their drunken momentum broken by this unexpected obstacle. They had come for an easy target, fueled by righteous anger, only to run headlong into Jedediah Thorne's personal, non-negotiable boundaries. More shouts erupted, arguments breaking out within the mob itself. Some voices urged retreat, wary of Thorne's reputation. Others, perhaps bolder or drunker, yelled defiance. Another rock clattered against a wall. Then, Sheriff Hayes' voice, thin but trying for authority, cut through the din. "All right, break it up now, Jed, put that gun down." "Stay out of this, Hayes," Jedediah snarled, "unless you plan on doing your damn job and clearing these vermin out." "Go home," Hayes yelled at the crowd, his voice cracking. "All of you, go home now before someone gets killed." The presence of the sheriff, however ineffective, combined with Jedediah's armed and furious opposition, seemed to tip the balance. The roar of the mob began to fragment, dissolving into disgruntled muttering, curses, and the sound of shuffling feet. Some likely retreated towards the saloons further down. Others perhaps slunk back to their homes, their courage failing without the anonymity and momentum of the group. A few defiant shouts lingered, but the immediate threat, the focused wave of violence aimed at Lynn and the camp, seemed to have been broken, deflected by the unlikely barrier of Jedediah Thorne's possessive rage. Inside the sick room, the silence felt immense, ringing in Emma's ears after the cacophony. She slowly lowered her hand from her mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably. Relief washed over her, so potent it left her weak-kneed, but it was tangled with a nauseating mix of guilt and fear. Her father, driven by the very pride and anger she had stoked, had inadvertently saved them. He had faced down the mob not out of justice or compassion, but because his territory, his authority, his daughter, or the insult directed towards her had been threatened. She had used his darkness, and it had worked, but the feeling wasn't triumph. It was sour, unsettling. Lynn relaxed his stance almost imperceptibly, though his alertness remained. He moved swiftly back to Ingrid's cot, his focus immediately returning to the sick child, as if the life-threatening danger outside had been merely a momentary interruption to his true work. He dipped the cloth, bathed her face, his hands steady once more. Emma watched him, her breath catching. He hadn't panicked. He hadn't fled. He had stood ready, prepared to shield the others, relying on his wits, perhaps, rather than force. And now, with the danger momentarily past, his concentration was absolute, his dedication unwavering. The contrast between his quiet competence and the violent chaos outside, between his focused healing and her father's explosive anger, was profound. Anna peeked through her fingers, saw that Lynn was calm, heard the relative quiet outside, and slowly lowered her hands. She looked towards Emma, her eyes wide and questioning, then back towards Lynn, seeking reassurance in his steady presence. Emma felt an overwhelming urge to bridge the silence, to offer some word of comfort or explanation, but no words felt adequate. What could she say? My father just saved us because I lied to him about you? The thought was grotesque. She knelt beside Anna, resting a hand lightly on the child's small shoulder. Anna didn't flinch away, simply leaned into the touch almost imperceptibly, a small concession to shared fear. Lynn continued his ministrations, checking Mary Peterson's pulse, adjusting the thin blanket covering her. He moved with quiet efficiency, the herbal scent filling the room, a calming counterpoint to lingering adrenaline. The shared silence returned, but it felt different now, less fraught, imbued with the residue of shared danger and the unspoken complexities of their situation. Emma found herself simply watching him work, fascinated by the practiced economy of his movements, the intense focus in his dark eyes. There was a grace there, a dedication that transcended the squalor of the house, the ugliness of the town. How long they stayed like that, Emma wasn't sure. Time seemed suspended in the small lamp-lit room. Eventually, the sounds outside faded almost completely, replaced by the familiar night sounds, the chirping of crickets, the distant howl of a coyote, the creak of settling wood. The storm had passed for now. Lynn finally straightened up, wiping his hands on a clean cloth. He looked from Mary to Ingrid, his expression assessing, perhaps cautiously optimistic. He picked up the small bottle he'd used earlier, corked it firmly, and placed it back in his basket. He gathered his few supplies with neat, efficient movements, preparing to leave. Leave? Where? Back to the camp, which might still be simmering with resentment, potentially targeted again once Jedediah Thorne's vigilance waned? Or somewhere else? He glanced towards the back door, then hesitated, his gaze falling on Emma. The silence stretched again. He seemed about to speak, perhaps to offer instructions about the patients, perhaps something else entirely. But before he could form the words, new footsteps sounded outside, firmer, more hesitant than the mob's angry shuffle. Someone was approaching the front of the house this time. Lynn tensed again, his hand instinctively moving towards the pouch at his belt, where he'd placed the stone Emma had dropped. Emma's heart leaped into her throat. Had the mob regrouped? Was her father returning? A tentative knock sounded on the front door. Emma? Emma, are you in there? It's Ben. Ben Miller. Ben. Relief warred with a sudden, inexplicable apprehension. Why was he here? Had he seen her come this way? Was he checking on the Petersons or on her? Lynn looked at Emma, his eyebrows raised slightly in question. He clearly recognized the name, the position. Emma nodded numbly. It's the deputy. Lynn considered this for a moment, then gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. He wouldn't hide, wouldn't flee. He stood his ground, a quiet, watchful presence near the dim doorway connecting the parlor to the front hall. Emma smoothed her apron, trying to compose herself, though she knew she must look wild-eyed and disheveled. She walked hesitantly towards the front door. Her legs still shaky, she drew the bolt flimsy compared to the saloon's and opened the door a crack. Ben Miller stood on the small porch, his face pale and strained, in the faint light spilling from the doorway, his deputy badge catching the weak lamplight. He looked utterly exhausted, but his eyes were wide with earnest concern as they fixed on her. Emma? Thank God, he breathed, his relief palpable. I saw the commotion, heard your father, then saw him head back towards the saloon. I was worried sick about you. I knew you came out for water. Are you all right? Did anyone hurt you? He reached out instinctively, his hand hovering near her arm but not quite touching, respecting her space even in his anxiety. I'm all right, Ben, Emma managed, her voice husky. Just checking on Mrs. Peterson and the children. It was a partial truth, the easiest explanation. Ben peered past her into the dim hallway, his gaze falling on the silent figure of Dr. Lynn, standing near the parlor doorway. Ben's expression shifted instantly, surprise, confusion, and then a dawning suspicion mixed with the town's ingrained prejudice. What's he doing here? Ben asked, his tone sharpening, his hand moving unconsciously towards the Colt Peacemaker holstered at his hip. Lynn met the deputy's hostile gaze calmly, without flinching, without speaking. He's been helping them, Emma said quickly, stepping slightly aside, forcing Ben to look back at her. Anna came to him. He brought medicine. They seem better for it, Ben. Ben looked unconvinced, torn between his duty, his prejudice, and his concern for Emma. The sight of her here, alone in a house with the Chinese doctor while a mob raged outside, clearly disturbed him deeply. He looked from Lynn's impassive face back to Emma's strained expression, his own face tight with conflicting emotions. Emma, he began, his voice low, urgent. This isn't right. It isn't safe. You shouldn't be here, especially not with... He gestured awkwardly towards Lynn, unable or unwilling to say the name. The town's gone crazy tonight. Your father, he stopped them this time, but who knows what happens next? You need to be safe. You need protection. He took a step closer, his earnest blue eyes pleading with hers. He reached out, taking her hand gently but firmly in his own. His touch was warm, solid, real. Emma, he said again, his voice thick with emotion, raw with the fear and uncertainty of the night. I know this is maybe not the time, but maybe it's exactly the time. With everything falling apart, we need something solid, Something decent. He swallowed hard, gathering his courage, his gaze never leaving hers. Marry me, Emma. Let me take care of you. Let me keep you safe. We can build a life here, a good life, away from all this. He gestured vaguely towards the darkness outside, towards the sick room, towards everything that threatened the fragile order he represented. Say yes, Emma. Please, let me give you a decent life. The words hung in the air, stark and clear against the backdrop of sickness, fear, and the lingering threat of violence. A decent proposal, offered by a decent man. A lifeline thrown to her in the middle of a storm. Safety, predictability, acceptance. Everything Silver Creek valued, everything her father, in his own gruff way, likely wanted for her. Everything Dr. Lynn, standing silently in the shadows just a few feet away, could never offer. Emma stared at Ben, at his earnest, hopeful face, felt the solid warmth of his hand holding hers. It was the safe harbor, the sensible choice, the path back to the life she knew, perhaps even a better version of it. Yet, her gaze, instinctively, flickered past Ben's shoulder, towards the figure standing silently in the dimness. Lynn hadn't moved, but she could feel his presence, his quiet watchfulness. He was still holding the stone she had dropped, tucked away in his pouch. He represented the unknown, the forbidden, danger, complexity, but also something else, a quiet strength, a different kind of knowledge, a connection forged in shared silence and imminent peril. Two paths stretched before her, illuminated starkly by the night's events, one decent, safe, predictable, the other dangerous, uncertain, profound. Ben's hopeful, anxious face waited for an answer. Behind him, the silent watcher observed. The weight of the choice pressed down on Emma, heavier than the revolver in her pocket, heavier even than the fear that still clung to the night air. Her answer, whichever way it fell, would change everything. Chapter 12. Shadows lengthen on Main Street. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, broken only by the faint, labored breathing from the sick room and the frantic thumping of Emma's own heart. Ben Miller's hopeful, anxious face swam before her, his grip on her hand warm and grounding, a tangible link to the solid, predictable world he represented. Marry me, Emma. Let me keep you safe. His words echoed, a siren song of security in the turbulent sea of Silver Creek's fear and decay. A decent proposal from a decent man. The answer should have been easy, instinctive. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Escape the saloon, the dust, the loneliness, the suffocating weight of her father's unspoken laws. Step into the light of respectability, safety, a future sanctioned by the town. Yet her gaze kept drifting past Ben's shoulder, drawn inexorably towards the figure standing motionless in the dim hallway behind him. Dr. Lynn. He hadn't moved, hadn't reacted to Ben's proposal, his face an unreadable mask in the shadows. But Emma felt his presence like a magnetic pull, a silent counterpoint to Ben's earnest plea. He represented everything Ben's proposal sought to wall off: the danger, the unknown, the forbidden connection, forged in shared silence and defiance of the town's hatred. He was the wilderness beyond the picket fence Ben offered, beautiful and terrifying in its untamed complexity. She looked back at Ben, saw the genuine affection in his eyes, the desperate hope for a simple yes that would affirm his world, validate his courage in asking amidst the chaos. Guilt washed over her. He deserved an answer, a clear one. He was offering her the best he had, a future built on foundations she understood, however much they chafed. Rejecting that, rejecting him, felt cruel, almost perverse in the face of his earnest decency. Ben, she began, her voice barely a whisper, husky with unshed tears and conflicting emotions. His grip tightened hopefully. But the word died on her lips. She couldn't say yes. Not now. Not after tonight. Not after witnessing Lynn's quiet dedication. After feeling that jolt of connection in the alley. After seeing the stark contrast between the town's blind fear and his focused healing. Saying yes to Ben would mean turning her back on that. Retreating behind the bolted doors of convention, accepting the town's judgment, becoming complicit in its fear. It would mean betraying the fragile, unspoken understanding that had flickered between her and Lynn, betraying even the small act of courage that had brought her here tonight. And yet she couldn't say no, not definitively, not with the future so terrifyingly uncertain. Rejecting Ben meant embracing the unknown, aligning herself, however tacitly, with the town's pariah, stepping permanently outside the circle of safety. It meant facing her father's wrath, the town's scorn, alone. Ben, she tried again, pulling her hand gently from his grasp. He let it go, his face falling slightly, sensing the hesitation, the lack of affirmation. It's too much tonight. Everything. She gestured vaguely, unable to articulate the turmoil inside her. This isn't the time for decisions like that. Thank you, Ben, for asking, for caring. It means more than you know. It was a deflection, not an answer, and they both knew it. Ben's hopeful expression crumbled, replaced by hurt, confusion, and a dawning suspicion that solidified as his gaze flickered back towards Lynn, still standing silently, watchfully in the shadows. It's him, isn't it? Ben asked, his voice suddenly flat, stripped of its earlier warmth, acquiring an edge of bitterness, of wounded pride. That's why you're here. Why you won't say yes. You're choosing him. The word was laced with disbelief, with the ingrained prejudice of the town, making the idea sound not just dangerous but unnatural, repulsive. It's not about choosing anyone, Ben, Emma protested, though her voice lacked conviction, even to her own ears. Was it true? Wasn't her hesitation, her inability to accept the safety he offered, fundamentally about the pull towards the danger Lynn represented? It's about trying to help Mrs. Peterson, the children. He's helping them, Ben scoffed, his bitterness hardening into anger, aligning himself now firmly with the town's fear. Or maybe he's the reason they're sick in the first place. Maybe your father's right, Emma. Maybe they bring the plague with them. Before Emma could react, Lynn moved, not aggressively but purposefully, stepping forward out of the shadows, drawing Ben's attention fully. He stopped a few feet away, meeting the deputy's hostile glare with his unnerving calm. The sickness comes from the water, deputy, Lynn said, his voice quiet but clear, carrying an unexpected authority. It was the first time Emma had heard him speak more than a murmured word or two. His English was precise, accented but fluent. The lower wells, the creek downstream from the old mines, it breeds in stillness, in heat. Ben stared, momentarily thrown off balance by being addressed directly, by the calm statement that contradicted the town's narrative of blame. What are you talking about? He stammered, falling back on belligerence. You expect me to believe you? Believe what you wish, Lynn replied evenly. But boiling the water before drinking, before washing may slow the spread. Cleanliness, rest, simple foods. He gestured towards the sick room. These offer the best chance. There is no magic cure, only care and time. His words were simple, practical, devoid of mysticism or threat. Yet in the context of Silver Creek's panic and prejudice, they sounded revolutionary, almost heretical. He wasn't confessing to witchcraft or confirming their fears. He was offering rational advice, based presumably on observation and knowledge. Ben seemed momentarily speechless, unable to reconcile the calm, knowledgeable man before him with the sinister figure of town rumor. But the ingrained suspicion quickly reasserted itself. And I suppose you know all about this? From back where you came from? The question dripped with condescension. Lynn's eyes didn't waver. I have seen sickness like this before, yes. He offered no further explanation, no defense, simply stating a fact. The tension between the two men crackled, a microcosm of the larger conflict gripping the town: fear versus reason, prejudice versus knowledge. Emma stood between them, feeling helpless, wishing Ben could see past his fear, past the color of Lynn's skin, to the quiet competence that was so apparent to her. Emma, Ben said, turning back to her, his voice regaining its pleading urgency, ignoring Lynn as if he hadn't spoken. Come with me now, please. Let me take you back to the saloon. Your father will be back soon. You need to be safe. He reached for her hand again. This time, Emma pulled back more firmly. I can't leave them, Ben, not now, not while they're still so sick. She glanced towards the parlor, where Mary and Ingrid lay helpless. It felt like the truest thing she had said all night. Leaving now felt like abandoning not just them, but some essential part of herself. Ben's face hardened completely. The hurt in his eyes was replaced by a cold resolve, the look of a man whose decent proposal had been rejected, whose worldview had been challenged and found wanting. He saw her refusal not as compassion, but as defiance, as alignment with the enemy. All right, Emma, he said, his voice clipped, official. The concerned suitor vanished, replaced by the deputy upholding the town's unspoken laws. If that's your choice, but don't expect help if trouble comes looking for you because of who you associate with. He gave Lynn one last hard look, full of distrust and resentment. Stay away from decent folk, Chinaman. Your kind ain't welcome here, sick or not. Without waiting for a reply, Ben turned sharply and stalked off the porch, disappearing into the darkness, his footsteps echoing his anger and rejection. The decent proposal had been withdrawn. The bridge back to safety burned. Emma stood in the open doorway, watching him go, a wave of desolation washing over her. She had made her choice, or rather, failed to make the expected choice, and the consequences were immediate. She was cut adrift, alienated from the safety Ben represented, allied now, in the town's eyes, with the outcast. She became aware of Lynn standing beside her, his presence quiet but solid. He hadn't reacted to Ben's parting threat, his composure seemingly unshakable. He looked out into the darkness where the deputy had disappeared, then back at Emma, his expression still difficult to read, but perhaps holding a trace of empathy, or maybe just acknowledgement of the difficult position she now occupied. He means well, Emma murmured, feeling a strange need to defend Ben, or perhaps explain her own rejection. He's just scared, like everyone else. Lynn nodded slowly. Fear is a potent poison, he said quietly, sometimes more deadly than the sickness itself. He paused, his gaze resting on her face. You showed courage tonight, Emma Thorne. Coming here, staying. His words, simple and unexpected, sent a jolt through her. Praise, acknowledgement, from him. It felt strangely validating, more meaningful than Ben's offer of protection. She felt a flush rise to her cheeks, heat spreading through her despite the night's lingering chill. I had to, she stammered, feeling suddenly awkward, vulnerable under his steady gaze. What they were planning, it wasn't right. Few things born of fear and ignorance are, he replied, his voice holding a hint of weariness, the tone of a man who had seen too much of both. He turned back towards the sick room. The mother, Mary, her fever is less. The daughter, Ingrid, sleeps more soundly. But they need continued care, broth, boiled water, the herbal infusions. He looked at her directly again. Can you manage this? For a few hours, I must return to my own camp, check on my people. The danger may have passed here for now, but he left the sentence unfinished, the implication clear. The mob, thwarted here, might seek easier targets. Emma nodded quickly, grateful for the practical task, the sense of purpose. Yes, of course, tell me what to do. For the next few minutes, Lynn gave concise, clear instructions showing her which herbs to steep for tea, how much broth to offer if Mary woke, how to keep Ingrid cool. He spoke with the quiet authority of a teacher, and Emma listened intently, absorbing the information, committing it to memory. His knowledge felt tangible, real, a stark contrast to the helpless hand-wringing and superstitious fear that characterized the rest of Silver Creek. When he was finished, he gathered his basket, his movements economical and precise. He paused at the back door, turning to face her one last time in the dim kitchen light. The silence stretched between them again, filled now not with tension, but with a fragile, unspoken understanding. The stone, Emma blurted out, the word escaping before she could stop it, color flooding her cheeks again. I'm sorry I took it. I don't know why. Lynn looked down at the pouch at his belt, where the stone rested. He hesitated, then slowly drew it out. He held it flat on his palm, offering it to her. It was dark, smooth, featureless, yet somehow resonant. It is a river stone, he said quietly, from my home, a place far from here. It reminds me of patience, of endurance, water-shaped stone, given time. He looked from the stone back to her face. Perhaps you need patience too, Emma Thorne. Endurance. He closed his fingers around the stone, then gently took her hand, not with the possessive warmth of Ben Miller, but with a cool, light touch that sent an unexpected shiver through her and pressed the stone into her palm. Keep it a reminder. Before Emma could react, before she could find words, he released her hand, gave a slight, almost formal bow, and slipped out the back door, disappearing as silently as he had appeared, melting into the shadows of the alley, leaving her alone in the quiet sick room, the smooth, cool weight of the river stone heavy in her hand. She stood there for a long moment, the stone pressed against her palm, feeling its solid presence, patience, endurance, a different kind of proposal, perhaps, not of marriage, but of shared resilience in the face of adversity. She looked towards the sleeping figures of Mary and Ingrid, then back towards the door where Lynn had vanished. The path ahead was uncertain, dangerous, lonely. Ben Miller had walked away. Her father's reaction when he learned the truth would likely be explosive. The town's suspicion would surely focus on her now. Yet holding the stone, feeling its smooth, enduring weight, Emma didn't feel despair. She felt resolved. She had stepped off the path of safety and convention and onto uncertain ground. The shadows were lengthening on Main Street, both literally and metaphorically, but for the first time, she didn't feel entirely trapped within them. She had chosen connection over safety, compassion over prejudice, endurance over retreat. And holding the small stone from a faraway river, she felt a flicker of something fragile yet persistent. Not hope, perhaps, but a quiet determination to see it through, to endure. like the stone itself. Chapter 13. Torn between dust and dreams. The hours crept by, marked only by the guttering lamp flame, the rhythmic breathing from the sick beds, and the frantic ticking of the Petersons' mantel clock, incongruously cheerful amidst the somber quiet. Emma moved between the kitchen and the parlor-turned sick room, her actions dictated by Lynn's careful instructions and the immediate needs of her patients. She stoked the fire in the kitchen stove, keeping water boiling, steeping the pungent herbs Lynn had left, the clean, sharp scent overlaying the lingering odor of sickness. She spooned broth into Mary Peterson when she stirred, her eyes fluttering open briefly, dull with fever, but holding a flicker of recognition, perhaps gratitude. She bathed Ingrid's brow when the girl grew restless, murmuring soothing nonsense, relieved to find the child's skin felt slightly cooler to the touch than before. Outside, an uneasy quiet had settled over Silver Creek. The mob had dispersed, leaving behind only nervous silence and the lingering tension of unresolved violence. Emma listened intently for any sound her father's return. Renewed shouts, anything, but there was only the vast, indifferent silence of the high desert night. Where was Jedediah? Had he confronted Prout and his cronies? Had he simply given up his patrol and returned to the saloon, assuming the trouble had passed? The uncertainty gnawed at her. She felt strangely suspended, caught in this small pocket of borrowed time and space, the sick room becoming a sanctuary of sorts, insulating her from the immediate chaos outside and the daunting choices that awaited her return. Here, tending to Mary and Ingrid, following Lynn's practical guidance, there was purpose, clarity. It was the world beyond these walls that felt treacherous, opaque. The river stone Lynn had given her rested heavy in her apron pocket, its smooth coolness a constant reminder of the night's pivotal encounters. She found herself touching it often, its solid presence a counterpoint to the turmoil within her. Patience, endurance. His words echoed, resonating with a truth deeper than Ben Miller's offer of safety or her father's law of self-preservation. Endurance was the currency of this land, of this life. Perhaps Lynn, the perpetual outsider, understood that better than anyone. She thought of Ben, his hurt and angry face as he'd walked away. Guilt pricked at her again. He was a good man, trapped within the limitations of his time and place, offering her the only future he understood. Rejecting him felt like rejecting reason itself, like deliberately choosing hardship over comfort. Had she been foolish? Reckless? What future could there possibly be for her now, tainted by association with the Chinese doctor, alienated from the town's narrow path of acceptability? And Lynn, where was he now? Had he reached his camp safely? Were his people all right? Or had the thwarted mob turned their lingering resentment towards the cluster of shacks at the edge of town? The image of him walking calmly into danger, armed only with his knowledge and his quiet determination, filled her with a mixture of anxiety and grudging admiration. He lived on a knife's edge, navigating prejudice and hostility with a grace she couldn't comprehend. Why did he stay? Why endure the scorn, the suspicion, the constant threat of violence? There were other towns, other places surely, where his skills might be valued or at least tolerated. What kept him tethered to Silver Creek? Was it duty? A sense of responsibility to the small community of his countrymen huddled here? Or was it something else? The memory of his eyes meeting hers in the alley across the sick room held a depth, a complexity that hinted at more than just medical dedication. There was history there, shadows of experiences she couldn't guess at, a profound weariness mingled with that unwavering resolve. He was an enigma, wrapped in layers of cultural difference and personal reserve, made even more impenetrable by the town's fear. Yet she felt drawn to that enigma. His quiet strength challenged her own assumptions, cracked the foundations of the world she had always known. Ben offered a life defined by the familiar dust of Silver Creek, predictable, safe, but ultimately stifling. Lynn, simply by existing, by acting according to his own principles, despite the town's hatred, represented something else, a dream, perhaps, of a life lived with purpose, with integrity, even amidst hardship. A life beyond the saloon doors, beyond the suffocating weight of fear and prejudice. Torn between dust and dreams, that was her state, anchored to the harsh reality of Silver Creek, the dust that coated everything, the ingrained limitations, the struggle for mere survival, yet yearning for something more, something glimpsed in Lynn's quiet endurance, in the possibility of connection across forbidden boundaries, in the dream of a life guided by compassion rather than fear. As the first faint hint of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, painting the hazy horizon in pale shades of gray and rose, Mary Peterson stirred again. Her eyes opened, clearer this time, focusing on Emma with dawning awareness. "Emma?" she whispered, her voice weak but rational. "What? What happened, Lars?" Her voice broke, tears welling up as the memory of her husband's death returned with consciousness. Emma knelt beside her, taking her thin hand. "Shh, Mary, it's all right. You've been very sick. Lars is gone. I'm so sorry." She squeezed her hand gently. "But you're getting stronger. And Ingrid, too. She's sleeping peacefully." Mary wept quietly, the tears tracking paths through the grime on her cheeks. Emma simply sat with her, offering silent comfort, letting her grieve. After a few minutes, Mary's breathing steadied. She looked towards Ingrid's cot, then back at Emma, her eyes searching. The Chinaman?" Mary whispered, the word hesitant, uncertain, not carrying the usual venom. "Was he here?" Emma nodded. "Yes, he brought medicine, herbs. He tended to you both through the night." Mary absorbed this slowly, her expression thoughtful. "I remember. Fragments, cool cloths, bitter tea, gentle hands." She looked at Emma again, a question in her eyes. "They say, the town, they blame him." "Fear makes people blind, Mary," Emma said quietly. "He helped you. He helped Ingrid. That's the truth I saw." Mary closed her eyes for a moment, processing this. When she opened them again, there was a glimmer of understanding, perhaps even gratitude. "Thank you, Emma, for staying, for everything." A fragile connection formed in that moment, woman to woman, neighbor to neighbor, forged in shared loss and the unexpected kindness of a stranger. It felt more real, more substantial than any of the town's pronouncements or prejudices. As the dawn light strengthened, filling the small room with a soft, hopeful glow, Emma knew she couldn't stay hidden here forever. She needed to return to the saloon, face her father, face the consequences of her choices. She helped Mary take a few sips of the herbal tea, reassured herself that Ingrid was still resting comfortably, and promised Mary she would return later or find someone else trustworthy to check on them. Leaving the Peterson house felt like stepping out of a fragile truce back into a war zone. She slipped out the back door, clutching the river stone, her senses on high alert. The alleyways were deserted, bathed now in the clear, unforgiving light of morning. The debris, the neglect, seemed starker, uglier. The town looked hungover, exhausted, bearing the scars of the night's fever, both literal and metaphorical. Reaching the back door of the Golden Spur, she paused, bracing herself. What awaited her inside? Her father's fury? His cold disapproval? Or had the whiskey and the night's exertion simply rendered him oblivious? She lifted the latch and pushed the door open. The saloon was dim, cool, smelling faintly of stale whiskey and her father's lingering anger. Jedediah Thorne sat slumped at one of the tables near the front windows, not drinking now, but staring out at the awakening street, his shotgun resting on the table beside him. He looked exhausted, his face gray and stubbled, the lines etched deeper than ever. But his eyes, when they turned towards her as she entered, were sharp, alert, missing nothing. He didn't speak immediately, just watched her walk across the room, his gaze tracking her every move. Emma braced herself for the explosion, the accusations. Water bucket still half empty, he observed, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. Emma stopped, surprised by the mundane comment. I got delayed, she said, her voice barely audible. Delayed, he repeated, the word hanging in the air. He continued to stare at her, his expression unreadable. Street was busy last night. Was he testing her? Did he know where she'd been, or was he simply stating a fact? I heard the commotion, Emma said carefully, choosing her words, opting for partial truth over outright lies now. Sounded like you handled it, Pa. A flicker of grim satisfaction crossed his face. Had to remind some fools about the rules. He patted the shotgun. Whiskey makes men stupid. Fear makes them dangerous. Combinations lethal. He looked back out the window. Sheriffs useless. Towns falling apart. He still hadn't asked where she was. He seemed consumed by his own role in the night's events, his assertion of dominance, the town's decay. Perhaps her own small rebellion was insignificant compared to the larger chaos. Or perhaps he knew or suspected and was choosing, for reasons of his own, not to confront her directly. Yet. Where were you? He asked finally, his voice still flat, his gaze fixed on the street outside. The question, when it came, felt deceptively casual, but carried the weight of unspoken judgment. Emma's heart pounded. Lie? Evade? Or tell the truth? Or some version of it? The river stone felt solid in her pocket. Patience. Endurance. I went to check on the Petersons, she said, meeting his reflection in the window pane. I heard the cries earlier. I was worried. Mary's husband is dead. The children were alone with her, sick. He absorbed this without turning, his shoulders slumping almost imperceptibly. Perhaps the mention of the children, the death of Lars Peterson, a man he knew, respected in his own way, touched something beneath the hardened exterior. And, he prompted, his voice still carefully neutral. And they were still alive, Emma said, keeping her voice steady. Both Mary and the older girl, Ingrid, burning with fever, but alive. She hesitated, then plunged ahead, omitting the crucial detail of how she knew, but stating the fact. Someone was tending to them. She watched his reflection for a reaction, a slight stiffening of the shoulders, a tightening of the jaw, but still he didn't turn, didn't accuse. He remained silent for a long time, staring out at the dusty street, where the shadows of the buildings were beginning to shorten as the sun climbed higher. World's gone mad, he muttered finally, more to himself than to her. Everything's turning upside down. He pushed himself slowly, stiffly, to his feet. Need coffee, strong coffee. He shuffled towards the kitchen behind the bar, leaving Emma standing alone in the center of the room. The unspoken questions, the unresolved tensions hanging heavy in the air. She hadn't been yelled at, she hadn't been accused, but she hadn't been forgiven either. Her father knew or suspected more than he let on. His silence was not acceptance. It felt like a postponement, a judgment held in reserve. He was watching her, reassessing her place in his world, a world whose rules she had clearly broken. She was back in the saloon, back in the dust, but the dreams of connection, of integrity, of a different way to live lingered, potent and unsettling. She was torn, caught between the suffocating familiarity of her father's world and the dangerous allure of the unknown path Lynn represented. The stone in her pocket felt both like a promise and a burden. Endurance, patience. She would need both. The confrontation hadn't happened yet, but like the noon sun gathering heat, it felt inevitable. The shadows were lengthening behind her, even as a new, uncertain day dawned on Main Street. Chapter 14. Secrets Carried from the East. The uneasy truce within the golden spur held for the remainder of the day, thin and fragile as old glass. Jedediah drank his strong coffee, laced now with grim purpose rather than oblivion-seeking whiskey. He spoke little, moving with a restless energy, checking the locks, cleaning his guns again, his eyes constantly scanning the street through the grimy windows. He didn't mention Emma's absence the night before, nor the Petersons, nor the Chinese doctor. It was as if a silent pact had been drawn. She wouldn't flaunt her defiance, and he wouldn't acknowledge it, at least not yet. But the silence was charged, the air thick with unspoken recriminations and the weight of her transgression. Emma moved through her chores numbly, sweeping floors, wiping counters, polishing glasses that remained unused. The saloon stayed closed. Her father made no move to unbolt the doors for business. Silver Creek remained locked in its fearful paralysis. Though the immediate threat of the mob had passed, the underlying sickness, both the fever and the hatred, lingered, poisoning the atmosphere. Word trickled in, sparse and fearful. The Cooper boys had both died during the night. Young Billy Sawyer, out at the homestead, had also succumbed. His father, Tom, was alive but weak, cared for now only by Jeb Carter, who had apparently found some courage or fatalistic acceptance and returned to the isolated farm. The death toll climbed, casting a longer, darker shadow over the sun-baked town. Amidst the grim news, however, came a sliver of fragile hope. Mary Peterson remained weak but lucid. Her daughter Ingrid's fever had lessened significantly. They were survivors, improbable exceptions in the relentless tide of death. Whispers attributed this to luck, or perhaps Mary's inherent strength. But Emma knew, or allowed herself to believe, it was Lynn's intervention, the herbs, the care, the quiet knowledge he possessed. This belief, this secret knowledge, felt like both a comfort and a dangerous burden. It solidified her conviction that the town's prejudice was not just wrong, but potentially fatal. Yet sharing that conviction felt impossible, dangerous. She found her thoughts drifting constantly to Lynn. Where was he? Was he safe? Had the mob, thwarted by her father, turned their fury on the camp after all? Or had they simply dispersed, their drunken rage spent for now? The uncertainty was a constant, low-level hum beneath the surface of her outward calm. She touched the river stone in her pocket frequently, its smooth, cool surface a tangible link to him, a reminder of his quiet strength, his unexpected gesture of trust, or perhaps warning, patience, endurance. Late in the afternoon, driven by an anxiety she could no longer contain, Emma sought out her father. He sat hunched over his ledger book at the bar, pretending to tally figures, though his gaze kept straying to the street. Pa, she began tentatively. He looked up, his eyes wary. Have you heard anything from the edge of town? From the Chinese camp? She stumbled over the words, hating the ingrained prejudice they carried, yet knowing no other way to phrase it that he would understand. Jedediah's eyes narrowed. Why? The single word was sharp, suspicious. You expecting news? Emma flushed, but held his gaze. Just after last night, the trouble. She let the sentence trail off, implying general concern, hoping he wouldn't probe deeper. He stared at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, unexpectedly, he answered, his voice gruff. Quiet down there far as Hayes reports. Too quiet, maybe. Like rats hiding after you kick the nest. The venom was back. Instinctive. Reflexive. Suppose they learned their lesson. Keep their heads down. Relief warred with revulsion. Quiet was good. It meant Lynn was likely safe, that the mob hadn't attacked the camp. But her father's casual dehumanization, the ingrained contempt, turned her stomach. How could he reconcile the man who faced down a mob to protect his street with the man who spoke of fellow human beings as vermin? The contradiction lay at the heart of Jedediah Thorne, a complex knot of pride, prejudice, and fierce, narrow loyalty. He seemed to sense her disapproval, her silence. Don't get any fool ideas, Emma, he warned, his voice low and dangerous. What happened last night? That was about my authority, my place. Got nothing to do with them. There's still trouble. Always have been. Always will be. Stay clear. That's an order. Emma nodded mutely, retreating before she said something she'd regret, something that would shatter the fragile truce. His order hung in the air, another chain binding her to his world, his rules. But the stone in her pocket felt like a quiet act of rebellion, a secret allegiance he couldn't control. As evening approached, casting long shadows once more across Main Street, an unexpected event occurred. Not violence, not sickness, but something almost mundane, yet potentially significant. The stagecoach arrived, not the overdue supply wagon from Carson City, but the regular passenger coach from the east, lumbering into town coated in dust, pulled by 4 exhausted horses. Its arrival caused a small stir. Doors opened cautiously. Faces peered from behind curtains. The stagecoach represented a link, however tenuous, to the outside world, a world beyond Silver Creek's immediate suffering. Jedediah stood by the window, watching intently as the driver, a grizzled man named Gus, climbed down stiffly and unloaded a few mail bags and a single small leather-bound trunk. Only one passenger disembarked, a woman. She stood for a moment beside the coach, looking around at the deserted, silent street, her posture erect, her face partially obscured by a traveling bonnet. She was dressed simply but elegantly, in dark traveling clothes that spoke of quality and means, incongruous against the dusty backdrop of Silver Creek. She appeared to be in her late 40s or early 50s, her bearing radiating an air of quiet confidence and perhaps weariness from the journey. Who in damnation is that? Jedediah muttered, squinting through the window. Strangers were rare, strange women arriving alone, rarer still. Gus, the driver, clearly knew her destination. He conferred briefly with the woman, then hefted the small trunk and started walking, not towards the saloon, the town's only semblance of a hotel, but down the street towards the edge of town, towards the Chinese camp. The woman followed him, her steps measured, her gaze taking in the shuttered store fronts, the palpable sense of fear hanging in the air. her expression revealing nothing. Jedediah watched them go, his suspicion palpable. What business does a woman like that have down there? He growled, more to himself than to Emma. Emma watched too. Her curiosity piqued, mingled with a strange sense of foreboding. A well-dressed woman, arriving alone, heading directly for the Chinese settlement. It didn't fit any familiar pattern. Who was she, and what did her arrival signify? Her father's suspicion quickly hardened into conviction. Trouble, he spat. More trouble coming, mark my words. He turned away from the window, pacing agitatedly. First the plague, then the mob, now this. Some fancy woman consorting with the heathens. It ain't natural. His mind, steeped in prejudice, immediately leaped to sinister conclusions. But Emma wondered, could there be another explanation? Family, perhaps? Business? Or something else entirely? The woman's calm demeanor, her air of quiet purpose didn't suggest impropriety, but rather resolution. She looked like someone who had come a long way for a specific reason. The arrival of the stagecoach and the mysterious woman seemed to shift the town's focus slightly. The immediate fear of the fever remained, but now there was a new topic for hushed speculation behind locked doors. Who was she? Why was she here? What secrets did she carry? Later that evening, as Emma was lighting the lamps in the saloon, her father still brooding at the bar, the front door rattled. Not the frantic pounding of the previous night, but a firm, deliberate knock. Jedediah stiffened, reaching for the shotgun instinctively. Who is it? He called out, his voice sharp. Sheriff Hayes, Jed, and Gus, the stage driver, need a word. Jedediah hesitated, then grudgingly slid the bolt back, opening the door a crack. Hayes stood there, looking weary as ever, flanked by Gus, whose face was grim under its layer of trail dust. What now? Jedediah demanded. It's about the passenger, Hayes said, gesturing for Gus to speak. That woman, Gus began, his voice rough, asked me to take her trunk down to the Chinaman's place, the one they call Lynn. Jedediah's eyes narrowed. I saw. What of it? She give me this, Gus said, holding out a folded piece of paper. Told me to give it to the sheriff, said it explains things. Said her name is Mei Ling. Mei Ling, a Chinese name. Emma's breath caught. The elegant woman wasn't white, she was Chinese, dressed in Western clothes, traveling alone. The implications were staggering. Hayes took the paper from Gus, unfolded it under the dim light spilling from the saloon, and read it slowly. His expression shifted from weariness to surprise, then to something akin to disbelief. He read it again, then looked up, his eyes wide. Well? Jedediah prompted impatiently. Hayes swallowed, looking towards Emma, then back at Jedediah, clearly uncertain how to proceed. It's a letter, Jed, from a lawyer back east, Philadelphia. He paused, gathering himself. It seems this woman, Mei Ling, she's Dr. Lin's wife. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the ticking clock. Jedediah stared at Hayes as if the sheriff had suddenly sprouted horns. Emma felt a dizzying sense of disorientation, as if the ground had shifted beneath her feet. Lynn's wife? Here? Now? The elegant woman in the traveling bonnet? It explained her destination, her connection to the camp. But it opened up 1,000 other questions. Why travel alone? Why now, in the midst of a plague? And Lynn, he had a wife he'd never mentioned, never hinted at. The enigma deepened, acquiring new, complex layers. His wife? Jedediah finally choked out, the word laced with incredulity and disgust. Married? To a woman like that? Traveling alone? What kind of degenerate? Hold on, Jed. Hayes interrupted, finding a sliver of authority. There's more. He consulted the letter again. Says here she's traveling under the protection of this law firm. Says she's come to bring Dr. Lin home. Says his father is gravely ill back in China, and his presence is required. She's carrying funds for their passage, document. He looked up, clearly bewildered. It's all official, properly notarized. Home? Back to China? Lin had a family there, a father, a life he'd left behind. The revelations struck Emma with physical force. The man she had started to see as a figure of quiet strength, of enduring presence in Silver Creek, was revealed to have deep roots elsewhere, ties she couldn't have imagined. The stone he'd given her, the river stone from his home, suddenly felt heavier, imbued with a deeper significance, a symbol of a life, a world, utterly separate from hers. So, Jedediah sneered, recovering quickly, twisting the information to fit his prejudice. He's not just a plague spreader, he's a runaway, hiding out here, abandoned his family. Doesn't say that, Jed, Hayes said patiently. Just says his father is ill, and his wife has come to fetch him. Fetch him? Jedediah laughed harshly. After she lets him rot out here for God knows how long. Smells fishy, Hayes, like everything else about them. Gus shuffled his feet. Look, I just delivered the passenger and the message like I was paid to. Ain't my business otherwise. He clearly wanted to be gone, away from the town's troubles and Jedediah's volatile temper. Right, Hayes said, folding the letter carefully. Thanks, Gus. You head on over to the stable. Get your horses seen to. Gus nodded gratefully and beat a hasty retreat. Hayes turned back to Jedediah, his expression troubled. This changes things, Jed. Changes nothing, Jedediah retorted. He's still a menace. Him and his fancy wife probably brought more sickness with her. Maybe, Hayes conceded, or maybe he really is just a doctor, a man with a family, a life somewhere else, a man who got stuck here, maybe. The sheriff looked uncertain, the neat narrative of blame complicated by these inconvenient facts. And if his wife has come to take him away, maybe that's the solution. Let them go. Be rid of the problem. Let them go. The words hit Emma like a physical blow. Lin leaving, returning to China, to a wife she never knew existed, to a life completely removed from Silver Creek. From her, the possibility opened a sudden, unexpected void within her. She hadn't realized until this moment how much his presence, his quiet defiance had come to mean, how much she had anchored her own fragile hopes for something different to his existence on the edge of town. You trust that letter? Jedediah scoffed. Probably forged. Looks real enough, Hayes insisted. Law firm in Philadelphia. It's verifiable. Point is, Jed, this woman, Mei Ling, she's got resources. Protection of a sort, not like the others down there. We can't just let the mob have their way, especially now. He looked Jedediah squarely in the eye. Need you to keep a lid on things, Jed. Keep your ears open. Pass the word, leave the Chinaman and his wife alone. Let them sort out their business. Maybe they'll just disappear and take the trouble with them. Jedediah remained silent, absorbing this, his face a thunderous mask. The idea of Lin simply leaving might appeal to his desire to be rid of the problem. But the complexity, the wife, the life back east, it offended his sense of order, his ingrained belief in the inherent inferiority and otherness of the Chinese. He finally gave a curt nod. Fine. I'll keep the peace on my street. But don't expect me to lift a finger for them if trouble finds them down there. They ain't my concern. He pulled the door open wider. Now get out. I'm closed. Hayes hesitated, opened his mouth as if to argue further, then seemed to think better of it. He nodded wearily and left, leaving Jedediah to bolt the door once more. Jedediah turned back to Emma, his eyes hard. "You hear that? Wife, fancy wife from back east, come to drag him back to whatever hole he crawled out of." His voice dripped with contempt. "So much for your noble healer. Just another lying cheat." He seemed to expect agreement, validation. But Emma felt numb, confused, were her mind reeling from the revelations. A wife, a family, a life far away. The secrets Lynn carried weren't just about medicine, they were about a whole existence she couldn't fathom. The connection she had felt, the shared silence, the given stone, what did they mean now in light of this? Was she just a fleeting distraction, an object of pity, or something else? The dream of a different life, glimpsed in his quiet strength, suddenly seemed impossibly remote, naive. He belonged to another world, another woman. The dust of Silver Creek felt thick in her throat, choking her. Yet, the memory of his eyes, the weight of the stone in her pocket, the reality of the care he'd shown, these things remained, stubbornly refusing to fit the cynical picture her father painted. The enigma of Dr. Lynn hadn't been solved. It had merely deepened, becoming entangled with secrets carried from the East, secrets that now held the power to change everything, perhaps even tear him away from Silver Creek forever. And the thought left Emma feeling unexpectedly, devastatingly hollow. Chapter 15. A life given, a debt denied. The revelation of Mei Ling's arrival and her identity as Lin's wife settled over the Golden Spur like another layer of dust, thick and suffocating. Jedediah retreated into a brooding, volatile silence, punctuated by muttered curses about deceitful heathens and the general untrustworthiness of anyone who wasn't Jedediah Thorne. He drank steadily, not with the oblivion-seeking desperation of previous nights, but with a simmering, resentful anger, fueling his sense of righteous indignation. He watched Emma with narrowed, suspicious eyes, occasionally making barbed comments about women who got fool notions or forgot their place, clearly linking her recent defiance with the unsettling news about Lin's wife. The fragile truce was dissolving under the acid of his renewed prejudice. Emma felt adrift, caught in the cross currents of her own confused emotions and her father's escalating hostility. Lynn had a wife, a sophisticated woman from back east, come to take him home. The knowledge echoed relentlessly, dismantling the tentative image she had begun to build of him, the connection she had started to feel. Had it all been in her imagination? Had she projected her own longing for something more onto the quiet stranger, mistaking his professional detachment or perhaps simple human decency for something deeper? The river stone in her pocket felt different now, not a symbol of shared endurance, perhaps, but a memento of her own naivety, a keepsake from a path abruptly closed off. Yet doubt lingered, the memory of his calm presence in the sick room, his focused care for Mary and Ingrid, the quiet intensity in his eyes when he spoke of patience and endurance. These things felt real, authentic. Could a man who had simply abandoned his family, as her father suggested, possess such quiet integrity? And Mei Ling, why come all this way, into the heart of danger and prejudice, if not out of genuine concern, genuine connection? The story felt incomplete, riddled with gaps her imagination rushed to fill, sometimes with suspicion, sometimes with a stubborn refusal to accept the cynical interpretation. Silver Creek, meanwhile, buzzed with the news. The arrival of Mei Ling provided a new focus for speculation. temporarily overshadowing even the fear of the fever. Tongues wagged behind cupped hands. Who was she really? Was she truly his wife? Why had she come now? Theories bloomed like poisonous flowers in the fertile ground of fear and ignorance. She was fleeing trouble back east. She was bringing instructions for some nefarious plot. She was as much a disease carrier as her husband. Few entertained the simple explanation offered by the lawyer's letter: a wife come to fetch her husband home to a dying father. Such mundane realities felt insufficient to explain the unsettling presence of this elegant, self-possessed Chinese woman in their midst. Despite the speculation, a tense quiet held. Her father's armed intervention, combined with the sheriff's grudging efforts, and perhaps the complicating factor of Mei Ling's apparent resources and connections, seemed to have dampened the mob's immediate fervor. Or perhaps the fever itself, continuing its relentless work, drained the town of the energy required for organized violence. More deaths were reported, one of the Cooper parents, old Mrs. Hemlock's neighbor. The grim tally rose, a constant morbid drumbeat beneath the surface of daily life. Emma found herself scanning the street constantly, hoping for what? A glimpse of Lin? Of Mei Ling? Some sign that contradicted her father's pronouncements. She saw nothing. The Chinese camp remained shuttered, silent, withdrawn. Lin did not reappear near the Peterson house. Had he taught Mei Ling his methods? Was she tending the sick now within their own small community? Or had they both retreated, preparing for departure, severing ties with the hostile town that surrounded them? The thought left a persistent ache, a sense of loss she couldn't rationalize. 2 days after Mei Ling's arrival, the fragile equilibrium shattered. It happened not with violence, but with a desperate plea that pierced straight through Jedediah Thorne's carefully constructed defenses. It began with a frantic rapping on the bolted saloon door. Not the tentative knock of the sheriff, but the panicked, unrestrained pounding of someone beyond reason. Jedediah grabbed his shotgun, stalking towards the door, his face thunderous. "Who is it?" he roared. "Jed, for God's sake, Jed, help me." The voice was raw, ragged with terror and exertion. Emma recognized it instantly, her blood running cold. Ben Miller. Jedediah hesitated, surprised. He clearly hadn't expected the deputy. He slid the bolt back cautiously, opening the door a crack. Ben practically fell inside, stumbling, gasping for breath, his face chalky white, streaked with sweat and grime, his uniform torn at the shoulder. He wasn't wearing his gun belt. "Ben, what in hell happened to you?" Jedediah demanded, lowering the shotgun slightly but keeping it ready. Ben leaned against the doorframe, struggling to speak, his chest heaving. It's my mother, Jed," he choked out, tears streaming down his face, mingling with the sweat. "She's got it, the fever. Came on fast, burning up, the cramps, just like the others." His voice broke on a sob. "She's bad, Jed, real bad." Jedediah's expression shifted, the anger momentarily replaced by a flicker of something else, shock, perhaps even concern. Ben's mother, Sarah Miller, was a quiet, respectable widow, known for her kindness and piety. She represented the decent folk Jedediah felt compelled to protect, the antithesis of the heathen element he despised. "Damn it, son," Jedediah muttered, awkwardly clapping Ben on the shoulder, a rare gesture of comfort. That's hard news." "I need help, Jed," Ben pleaded, clutching at Jedediah's arm, his desperation overriding everything else. "There's no doctor. Henderson's dead. The laudanum's gone. I don't know what to do. She's fading fast." He looked wildly around the saloon, his eyes falling on Emma. "Emma, please." Emma felt frozen, caught between pity for Ben's raw grief and the terrifying implication of his plea. What help could they offer? Whiskey? Sympathy? Neither would stop the fever's deadly progress. Then Ben's desperate gaze fixed on Jedediah again, his eyes holding a wild, improbable hope, fueled by utter desperation. "Jed, the Chinaman. Lynn?" Jedediah stiffened, his brief moment of sympathy vanishing, replaced by cold fury. "Don't you dare say his name in my place, boy." "No, listen," Ben pleaded, frantic now. "People are saying that the Petersons, they're alive. They say he helped them. Maybe he knows something. Maybe he's got medicine. Different medicine." Ben was echoing the very hope Emma had clung to, the desperate grasping at straws Sheriff Hayes had mentioned days earlier. Fear had finally eroded even Ben's ingrained prejudice. "Superstition, lies!" Jedediah spat, shaking off Ben's hand. "I told you he's a menace, a charlatan." "But what if you're wrong?" Ben cried, his voice cracking. "What if he's the only chance she's got? My mother, she's a good woman, Jed. She deserves a chance. Please, just ask him. You've got influence, and maybe he'd listen to you. Or force him. Make him help." The idea was ludicrous. Jedediah Thorne asking, let alone forcing, the Chinese doctor he despised to help anyone. Yet Ben, consumed by fear for his mother, clung to it. "Get out of my saloon, Miller," Jedediah said, his voice dangerously low, his hand tightening on the shotgun. "Get out before I throw you out. I'll not traffic with that filth, not for anyone." "But Jed, get out!" Jedediah roared, raising the shotgun slightly. Ben recoiled, tears streaming down his face, his desperate hope shattering against the granite wall of Jedediah's prejudice. He looked pleadingly at Emma one last time, his eyes begging for intervention, for some sign that she didn't share her father's cruel intransigence. Emma felt torn apart. She saw Ben's agony, knew the terror of watching a loved one succumb to the fever. She also believed, based on her own observations, that Lynn might be able to help, that his knowledge offered a slim chance where there was otherwise none. But her father, his refusal was absolute, violent. Intervening now would likely achieve nothing but incite his rage towards her. Yet how could she stand by? How could she watch Ben stumble back out into the street, back to his dying mother, knowing there was a potential source of help, however unconventional, just blocks away, rejected purely out of hatred? Before she could find her voice, before she could formulate any plea or argument, Ben seemed to crumble. The fight went out of him, replaced by utter despair. He stared at Jedediah with empty eyes, then turned and stumbled back out the door, leaving it swinging open behind him, a broken man returning to a hopeless vigil. Jedediah slammed the door shut and bolted it, his face flushed with anger, his breathing heavy. He turned on Emma, his eyes blazing. You see the poison that heathen spreads got decent folk like young Miller addled, thinking superstition can save them, makes them forget who their enemies are." "Pa," Emma began, her voice trembling, "maybe Ben is right. Maybe Dr. Lynn does know something. The Petersons—" "I don't want to hear another word about the Petersons, Jedediah bellowed, slamming the shotgun butt down hard on the floor. "That's coincidence, luck. Or maybe the Chinaman's playing favorites like Hayes said. He ain't saving anyone out of goodness. He's trouble, Emma, pure and simple." "And I forbid you," he pointed a shaking finger at her. "I absolutely forbid you to have anything more to do with him or that camp. You understand me? Stay away, or so help me God, you'll find yourself locked in your room until this whole thing goes over." His face was contorted with rage, his eyes burning with an intensity that bordered on madness. This was beyond prejudice now. It felt personal, obsessive. Perhaps her own defiance, her perceived interest in Lynn, had fueled his hatred, making Lynn the focus of all his fear and frustration. Emma stared back at him, horrified but also strangely resolute. His threat, his absolute refusal to consider reason, his denial of even the possibility of help for Sarah Miller, a woman he knew and ostensibly respected, crystallized something within her. This wasn't just about prejudice anymore. It was about cruelty. It was about pride so inflated it preferred death to the possibility of being wrong, of accepting help from a despised source. A life given, a debt denied. The phrase echoed in her mind. Lynn had perhaps given Mary and Ingrid Peterson their lives back, and now Sarah Miller's life hung in the balance. And her father, in his hatred, was denying Lynn the chance to even try, denying Ben the right to even ask. It was obscene. She wouldn't argue with him now. It was useless, dangerous. But as she looked into her father's furious, unyielding eyes, a decision settled within her, cold and hard as the river stone in her pocket. He could forbid her. He could threaten her. He could lock her in her room. But he couldn't control her thoughts, her conscience. And somehow, someday, she would find a way to defy him again. Because standing by, doing nothing while people suffered, while potential help was denied out of sheer blind hatred, there was a price she was no longer willing to pay. The debt denied to Sarah Miller felt like a debt Emma herself now owed, a debt she would find a way to repay, regardless of the cost. The lines were drawn, not just in the dust of Silver Creek, but within the very heart of the Golden Spur, within her own soul, and she knew, with chilling certainty, on which side she stood. Chapter 16. The Price of a Forbidden Touch. The air in the Golden Spur grew thick and noxious in the wake of Jedediah's ultimatum, poisoned not just by stale whiskey and fear, but by the suffocating weight of his absolute, unyielding decree. He watched Emma like a hawk, his eyes narrowed with suspicion, tracking her every move within the confines of the saloon. He kept the shotgun close at hand, a constant, menacing reminder of his authority. His rage simmering just beneath the surface, he bolted the back door from the inside, pocketing the key, effectively turning the saloon into a prison, with himself as the jailer. Emma was trapped, confined not just by walls and locks, but by the invisible cage of his obsessive control and simmering fury. Days bled into one another, marked by the grim rhythm of the fever outside and the tense silence within. More deaths were reported sporadic now, as if the initial wave had crested, but still relentless, claiming victims weakened by hunger, fear, and lack of care. Sarah Miller, Ben's mother, clung to life, but barely. Word came via hushed whispers, overheard, when Jedediah reluctantly cracked the door for the sheriff's brief. Grim updates Ben was beside himself, refusing to leave her side, looking more like a ghost than a man. Each report felt like a fresh stab of guilt to Emma, a reminder of the help denied, the chance refused due to her father's intractable hatred. Emma existed in a state of suspended animation, performing her chores with robotic efficiency, her mind a whirl of conflicting emotions, guilt over Ben and his mother, anger at her father's cruelty, lingering confusion, and a persistent, illogical ache over Lynn's apparent departure from her life, complicated by the knowledge of his wife, Mei Ling. She hadn't seen either of them since that night in the Peterson house. Had they left Silver Creek already? Embarked on their journey back east, back to China, leaving the plague-ridden town and its prejudices behind. The thought brought a pang of desolation, a sense of abandonment that felt disproportionate, unreasonable. Why should his presence or absence matter so much? He was a stranger, an enigma, married, belonging to another world. Yet his quiet strength, his unexpected kindness, the shared moments of silence and danger had carved a space within her, a space that now felt disturbingly empty. She clung to the river stone, touching it secretly in her pocket, drawing a fragile strength from its smooth, enduring coolness. Patience, endurance. The words were a mantra, a lifeline in the suffocating atmosphere of the saloon. She endured her father's glowering silence, his occasional barbed comments, his suffocating vigilance. She practiced patience, waiting for, she didn't know what, an opportunity, a change, a breaking point. Her father, denied the outlet of blaming Lynn for every new misfortune now that the man was presumably keeping to his camp or preparing to leave, seemed to turn his frustration inward and outward onto Emma. His control tightened. He questioned her constantly, where she was going within the saloon, what she was doing, why she looked pale or preoccupied. He rationed the food supplies with obsessive care, counted the whiskey bottles as if suspecting theft, his paranoia growing like a mold in the damp confinement of their fear. It was becoming unbearable, a slow suffocation of spirit. One afternoon, nearly a week after Mei Ling's arrival, Emma stood polishing glasses behind the bar, her reflection staring back from the murky mirror, pale, weary, trapped. Her father sat at his usual table, nursing a whiskey, staring out at the street. Though there was little to see but dust and emptiness, the silence stretched, thick with unspoken resentments. Suddenly, a movement outside caught Emma's eye. Not the furtive scurry of a townsfolk braving the street, but a figure walking with calm, deliberate purpose. Emma's heart leapt into her throat, a wild surge of something hope, fear, recognition. It was Lynn. He wasn't heading towards the saloon, nor the center of town. He was walking down the opposite side of the street, carrying his familiar woven basket, heading towards the residential area, perhaps towards the Peterson house again, or maybe even, impossibly, towards the Miller house. He moved with the same quiet dignity, the same focused intensity, seemingly oblivious to the potential danger, the lingering hostility. Emma froze, her hand hovering over a glass, her breath caught. He hadn't left. He was still here, still working apparently, still risking himself. The relief that washed over her was immediate, potent, quickly followed by a jolt of fear as she saw her father stiffen, his gaze fixed on Lynn's figure across the street. "There he is," Jedediah growled, his voice low and guttural, his knuckles whitening as he gripped his whiskey glass. "The devil himself, bold as brass, strolling down the street like he owns it." Emma held her breath, praying Lynn wouldn't look their way, praying her father wouldn't do anything rash. Lynn continued walking, his gaze straight ahead, disappearing from their line of sight as he passed the corner building. Jedediah slammed his glass down, pushing himself to his feet. "That does it," he snarled. "His fancy wife might have Hayes spooked, but she don't scare me. He ain't welcome on this street. He ain't welcome in this town." He started towards the front door, reaching for the bolt. "Pa, no," Emma cried out, abandoning her pretense of indifference, driven by an instinctive fear for Lynn. "What are you doing?" "Going to deliver a message," Jedediah retorted, his eyes blazing with renewed fury. "A message he'll understand. Stay out of Silver Creek. Crawl back to whatever hole you came from, him and his whore of a wife. He fumbled with the bolt, his hands shaking with rage. Emma knew, with chilling certainty, that if he confronted Lynn in this state, violence was inevitable. Her father, fueled by whiskey and righteous hatred, armed with his shotgun and his certainty, against Lynn, armed only with his basket and his quiet defiance, the outcome would be brutal, fatal. She couldn't let it happen. Not after Lynn had helped the Petersons. Not after he had shown her kindness, given her the stone. Not after her father had already denied Sarah Miller his potential help. The injustice was too stark, too unbearable. Impulsively, recklessly, driven by a force stronger than her fear of her father's wrath, Emma moved. She didn't try to reason with him. She knew that was futile. Instead, she acted. As he slid the bolt back, she darted forward and slammed her hand flat against the door, holding it shut. "Don't, Pa," she pleaded, her voice trembling but firm, her body pressed against the wood, blocking his exit. Jedediah froze, staring at her hand, then up at her face, his expression a mixture of disbelief and incandescent rage. "Get out of my way, Emma," he hissed, his voice dangerously quiet. "No," she said, shaking her head, meeting his furious gaze, terrified but resolute. "You can't do this. It isn't right. He hasn't done anything to you. He helped people. He exists," Jedediah roared, his control snapping. "That's enough. He defies me, and you defend him?" He raised his hand, large and calloused, trembling with fury. For a terrifying second, Emma thought he would strike her. She flinched instinctively, but held her ground, her eyes locked on his. He didn't hit her. Instead, his hand dropped. A different kind of fury, colder, more calculating, entered his eyes. "So," he breathed, his voice dripping with venom. "It is him, isn't it? All this defiant, sneaking around. You've been seeing him, haven't you? Letting that thing touch you?" The accusation was vile, born of his own twisted prejudice and possessiveness, but it struck a chord of fear deep within Emma. He saw her defense of Lynn not as a plea for justice, but as a personal betrayal, a sign of intimacy with the enemy. "No, Pa, it's not like that," she began, but he cut her off. "Don't lie to me," he snarled, grabbing her arm, his grip like iron, yanking her away from the door. Pain shot up her arm, but it was the violation, the raw fury in his eyes that terrified her more. He dragged her, stumbling towards the bar. "You choose him over your own father, over your own kind." He shoved her roughly against the bar counter, knocking over glasses that shattered on the floor behind her. His face was inches from hers, contorted with rage, his breath hot and foul with whiskey. "You've made your choice, girl. Siding with the filth, maybe you belong with them." His eyes fell on her apron pocket, the one where she kept the river stone. Before she could react, he plunged his hand into it, his fingers closing around the smooth, cool object. He ripped it out, holding it up between them, his eyes blazing with triumphant accusation. "What's this?" he hissed, recognizing it instantly, perhaps from some brief glimpse before, or simply intuiting its significance. "A little keepsake? A token from your heathen lover?" "Pa, give it back," Emma cried, reaching for it, desperate to retrieve the small symbol of Lynn's trust, of her own fragile hope. He snatched it away, his lips curling into a sneer. "So, it is from him. Proof." He held the stone aloft, examining it with contempt. "Just a worthless rock. Like him, like his medicine, like his promises." And then, with a sudden, violent motion, driven by a rage that seemed to consume his reason, He drew back his arm and hurled the small, smooth river stone with all his might against the stone hearth of the cold fireplace across the room. The impact was sharp, sickening. The stone, which had endured centuries in a riverbed far away, which Lynn had carried as a reminder of patience and endurance, struck the hearth edge and shattered, not into dust, but into three distinct, jagged pieces that skittered across the floorboards and lay still, broken. Emma stared at the fragmented stone, a cry catching in her throat. It felt like a physical blow, like something essential inside her had been fractured, along with the stone. It wasn't just a rock. It was a symbol, a connection, a fragile piece of trust, deliberately, violently destroyed. Jedediah watched her reaction, a grim, chilling satisfaction spreading across his face. He had found her vulnerability, her secret allegiance, and crushed it. "There," he said, his voice hoarse but filled with cold finality. "That's what his kind deserves. That's what happens when you forget who you are, Emma, when you touch filth." He released her arm abruptly, stepping back, breathing heavily, the peak of his rage momentarily spent, leaving behind a cold, hard certainty. "Now you listen to me," he said, his voice low, menacing. "You are forbidden to leave this saloon. You are forbidden to speak his name. You will do your chores, you will keep quiet, and you will remember your place. One more step out of line, one more word of defiance, and I will lock you in your room like a child. Do you understand?" Emma couldn't speak. She stared at the broken pieces of the stone lying on the floor, then slowly raised her eyes to meet her father's cold, hard gaze. The love she had once felt for him, buried deep beneath layers of fear and resentment, felt like it had shattered along with the stone. All that remained was a hollow ache, a profound sense of loss, and a chilling understanding of the true price of defiance, the cost of even a forbidden, symbolic touch. He hadn't just broken a stone, he had broken the last fragile thread connecting them, leaving her truly alone, imprisoned not just by walls, but by the ruins of what she had once called family. The silence that fell wasn't a truce, it was the quiet after a final, devastating blow. Chapter 17. Brief Shelter in a Cruel Land. The Golden Spur became a tomb. The silence within its walls was no longer tense or watchful, but heavy, dead, like the air after a burial. Jedediah Thorne moved through the dim space like a ghost, haunting his own domain, his earlier explosive rage replaced by a cold, simmering resentment that felt somehow more dangerous. He barely spoke to Emma, his eyes either avoiding her completely or resting on her with a look of flat, unforgiving judgment. He kept the shotgun always within reach, a silent symbol of his absolute authority, his victory. The back door remained bolted, the key firmly in his pocket. He had won. He had crushed her small rebellion, shattered its symbol, and reasserted his control. Emma felt like a ghost herself, moving through the motions of her meaningless chores, polishing glasses for non-existent customers, wiping down counters layered only with dust and despair. The vibrant anger, the spark of defiance that had led her to confront her father, had guttered out, leaving behind a cold, hollow ache. She felt brittle, breakable, like the shattered pieces of the river stone she hadn't dared to retrieve from the floor near the hearth. They lay there, small, jagged accusations, testament to her father's cruelty and her own profound loss. Loss. It was a word that echoed in the emptiness inside her. Loss of freedom, certainly. Loss of the fragile connection she'd felt with Lynn. Loss of the naive dream that compassion or reason could penetrate her father's hardened prejudice. But the deepest loss was the final, irreparable severing of the bond with her father himself. Looking at him now, seeing the coldness in his eyes, the utter lack of remorse for his violence, she realized the man she had once loved, the father she had clung to in the harshness of Silver Creek, was truly gone, consumed by his own bitterness and fear. What remained was a jailer, a tyrant, ruling over a dusty kingdom of one. Days blurred into a monotonous cycle of confinement and silent hostility. The fever outside seemed to be waning, claiming fewer victims, but the town remained subdued, scarred, suspicious. Sheriff Hayes occasionally came by, conferring briefly with Jedediah at the bolted door, his reports curt, his manner subdued. He never mentioned Ben Miller or his mother, and Jedediah never asked. It was as if that desperate plea, that moment of raw human need, had been erased from acceptable memory. Emma felt utterly isolated. Ben's rejection, however understandable, had cut her off from one potential source of support. Her father's hostility walled her in, and Lynn was gone. She had to assume he and Mei Ling had taken Hayes's implicit advice, gathered their belongings, and begun their long journey east, leaving Silver Creek and its troubles behind. The thought was a constant dull ache. Had he thought of her at all before leaving? Had the shattered stone symbolized the end of any fleeting connection in his mind too? Or had she merely been an insignificant footnote in his brief troubled sojourn in this cruel land? She would likely never know. One afternoon, perhaps a week or more after the stone-shattering incident, time had lost its sharp edges in the monotony of her confinement. Emma was sweeping the floor near the front windows, listlessly pushing dust from one spot to another. Her father was dozing in his chair behind the bar, lulled by the afternoon heat and a considerable amount of whiskey consumed after his midday meal. The street outside was deserted, shimmering in the relentless sun. Suddenly, a small movement near the edge of town caught her eye. A figure emerged from the dusty track, leading towards the now silent Chinese camp. Small, hesitant, looking around nervously before scurrying across the street towards the residential area. Emma's heart gave a small jump. It was Anna Peterson. The child looked thin, pale, still bearing the marks of her ordeal, but she moved with purpose, clutching something wrapped in cloth close to her chest. She glanced towards the saloon, her eyes wide with what looked like fear, before hurrying on, disappearing down the side street where her own house and the Miller house stood. Seeing Anna, alive and apparently recovering, sent a complex wave of emotions through Emma. Relief, first and foremost. Lynn's care, his medicine, had worked. The Peterson women were tangible proof of his skill, his dedication. But relief was quickly followed by a fresh wave of guilt and anger. Sarah Miller might have recovered too, if her father hadn't stood in the way, and Lynn himself, the healer, had been driven away, his contribution unacknowledged, his name likely still cursed by most of the town. What was Anna doing? Where was she going with such furtive determination? Emma watched the corner where the child had disappeared, a question forming in her mind. Was she running an errand for her mother, or was this something else? The saloon remained quiet. Her father snored softly behind the bar. The street was empty. An impulse, born of weeks of suffocating confinement and lingering guilt, seized Emma. It was reckless, dangerous. Her father could wake at any moment. The back door was locked, but the front door, the bolt, was slid shut. But Jedediah hadn't taken to locking it with a key during the day, relying on his presence and the shotgun to deter intruders. Her heart hammered against her ribs. If he caught her, his threat to lock her in her room was not idle. His rage, though currently dormant, felt like a slumbering beast easily provoked. Yet the sight of Anna, the unanswered questions, the desperate need to breathe air that wasn't thick with resentment and stale whiskey, it was too strong. Moving with infinite care, her bare feet making no sound on the dusty floorboards, Emma crept towards the front door. Her hand trembled as she reached for the heavy iron bolt. Slowly, painstakingly, she eased it back, the metal scraping faintly against its housing. Each fraction of an inch felt like a mile. Finally, it was open. She paused, listening intently. Her father still snored. Taking a deep breath, she pulled the door open just enough to slip through and eased it shut behind her, leaving it unlatched. Freedom. Even the simple act of standing on the dusty boardwalk under the vast, indifferent sky felt intoxicating after weeks of confinement. The air, though hot and dry, felt clean, alive. But she couldn't linger. She glanced back at the saloon windows, praying her father remained asleep, then turned and hurried down the street, keeping close to the buildings, heading in the direction Anna had taken. She needed to know where the child was going, what she was carrying. She reached the corner and peered cautiously down the side street. Anna was further down, standing hesitantly outside the small, neat house belonging to Sarah Miller. The curtains were drawn, the house silent, radiating an aura of sickness and despair. Anna looked around again, then seemed to gather her courage, scurried up the 2 steps onto the porch, placed the cloth-wrapped bundle carefully on the top step near the door, knocked twice, very softly, then turned and fled back the way she came, disappearing around the opposite corner before Emma could react. An offering. Just like Lynn's basket left on the Peterson porch weeks ago, history repeating itself but with the roles reversed. A child saved by the outcast healer, now bringing some small comfort food, medicine, a clean cloth, to the house of the man who represented the town's authority, the house where help had been explicitly denied. Emma felt a lump form in her throat. The quiet courage of the child, the simple act of human decency defying the town's fear and her own father's cruelty was profoundly moving. It was a small candle lit against the overwhelming darkness. She waited until Anna was long gone, then slowly approached the Miller house. The silence was unnerving. Was Sarah Miller still alive? Was Ben inside, keeping his lonely vigil? The bundle Anna had left sat innocently on the top step. Emma hesitated. Should she knock, announce herself, offer help? Ben's angry, hurt face flashed in her mind. He wouldn't welcome her. He likely blamed her, in part, for her father's refusal for her association with Lynn. Yet, she couldn't just walk away. She crept closer, her gaze falling on the bundle. The cloth was rough homespun, but clean. Tucked under the flap, almost hidden, was a small sprig of dried herbs, the same pungent, eucalyptus-like herb she recognized from Lynn's basket, the one whose scent had filled the Peterson sick room. Lynn, he was still here, or at least his influence was. Perhaps he hadn't been able to come himself, fearing confrontation, but he had sent help via the smallest, most courageous messenger. He hadn't abandoned them entirely. He hadn't forgotten. The knowledge sent a warm flood of relief, gratitude, and something more complex and more personal. Through Emma, he hadn't left, he had endured. He was still working quietly, indirectly from the shadows, offering shelter where he could in this cruel land. Suddenly, the front door of the Miller house creaked open. Ben stood there, looking like a man sleepwalking through a nightmare. His face was gaunt, unshaven, his eyes hollowed out, red-rimmed from lack of sleep and weeping. He stared blankly at the bundle on the step. Then his gaze lifted and found Emma standing just beyond the porch. His expression didn't register surprise or even anger, only a profound, soul-deep weariness. "Emma," he rasped, his voice barely audible. "Ben," she whispered, I saw Anna leave this." She gestured towards the bundle. Ben looked down at it again, then slowly bent and picked it up. He unwrapped the cloth. Inside were a few small, lumpy objects, potato cakes, still slightly warm and nestled beside them. Several small twists of paper containing powdered herbs, along with the dried sprig Emma had noticed. Simple food, medicine, offered by a child likely prepared by the hands of the man his town, and Emma's father, had condemned. He stared at the contents for a long moment, his throat working. Then he looked up at Emma, his eyes swimming with unshed tears, confusion warring with desperation. From him?" he whispered, unable to voice the name. Emma nodded silently. Ben clutched the bundle tighter, his knuckles white. He looked back towards the darkened interior of the house, where his mother lay dying. He looked at the simple offering in his hands, food, herbs offered by the shunned healer. He looked back at Emma, his expression lost, adrift. The foundations of his world law, decency, prejudice had crumbled, leaving him exposed, helpless. "I don't know what to do," he breathed, his voice breaking. "She's so weak. The sheriff, your father, they say there's nothing." He choked on a sob, turning away, unable to meet her gaze, ashamed of his tears, his helplessness. Emma stepped onto the porch, impulsively reaching out, resting a hand gently on his arm. He flinched, but didn't pull away. His despair was so raw, so absolute, it transcended their earlier conflict, transcended the town's divisions. It was simply human grief, stark and terrible. "Let me help, Ben," she said softly. "Let me stay with her for a while. You need rest. You need to eat." She nodded towards the potato cakes. Maybe this will help her too." She gestured towards the herbs, the unspoken hope hanging between them. Ben stared at her, then at the bundle, then back at her. He seemed incapable of making a decision, paralyzed by grief and conflicting beliefs, but the sheer exhaustion in his eyes, the desperate need for respite, seemed to outweigh everything else. Slowly, numbly, he nodded. He stepped back, allowing her to enter the small, neat house, which now smelled overwhelmingly of sickness and despair. It was dark inside, the curtains drawn tight against the light, against hope. Sarah Miller lay still in the bed in the main room, her breathing terrifyingly shallow, her face waxen. Ben sank onto a chair by the bedside, burying his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. Emma didn't hesitate. She went to the kitchen, found the stove, kindled a small fire. She put water on to boil, unwrapped the twists of paper Anna had brought, recognizing the herbs Lynn had used for the Petersons. She measured them carefully into a cup, following the memory of his instructions. She found a small bowl, broke up one of the potato cakes, adding boiled water to make a thin gruel. Practical tasks, grounding actions in the face of overwhelming grief. She brought the steaming cup of herbal tea to Ben. He looked up, startled, then took it numbly, sipping at it automatically. She then approached the bedside, gently rousing Sarah, trying to spoon a little of the warm gruel between her lips. Sarah swallowed weakly, her eyes fluttering open for a second but registering nothing. Emma sat beside the bed, bathing Sarah's forehead with cool water, just as Lynn had taught her. Ben watched her, his expression unreadable, lost in his own private hell. The house was quiet, save for Sarah's faint breathing and Ben's occasional choked sob. This small house, filled with grief and the scent of Lynn's herbs, became an unexpected sanctuary. Here, away from her father's suffocating presence, away from the town's judgment, Emma felt a sense of purpose return. She wasn't just defying her father, she was actively choosing compassion, offering care where it had been denied. She was tending to the sick, using the knowledge passed on by the outcast, bridging the divides in a small, practical way. It was a brief shelter, she knew. Temporary, fraught with risk. Her father would discover her absence eventually. Ben's grief might turn back into suspicion. The town still simmered outside. But for these few hours in the quiet dimness of the Miller house, tending to the dying mother of the man who had proposed a different life, using the methods of the man who represented a forbidden path, Emma found a fragile peace. She was no longer just reacting, no longer just enduring. She was acting, choosing, offering a small measure of shelter herself in this cruel, unforgiving land. And the river stone in her pocket felt once again like a promise. Chapter 18. When Fear Turns to Fury. The fragile peace within the Miller house held through the long, quiet afternoon, a bubble of shared grief and tentative care existing in defiance of the town's harsh realities. Emma moved between the kitchen and Sarah Miller's bedside, administering the herbal infusions, offering sips of water, bathing the sick woman's face with cool cloths. Sarah remained unresponsive, her life hanging by the slenderest of threads, but her breathing seemed fractionally easier, less ragged. Whether it was Lynn's remedies, Emma's care, or simply the disease running its course, it was impossible to say. But the small change offered a sliver of hope, however irrational. Ben sat mostly silent in the chair beside the bed. His initial storm of grief subsided into a state of numb exhaustion. He watched Emma with hollow eyes, accepting the cups of tea she offered, occasionally murmuring a thank you, but otherwise lost in his vigil. The anger and suspicion he'd shown earlier seemed to have burned away, leaving only weariness and a dawning, reluctant acknowledgement of Emma's presence, her help. The potato cakes Anna had brought remained untouched beside him. Emma felt suspended in this quiet intimacy of crisis. The world outside her father's rage, the town's judgment, the uncertain future seemed distant, muffled. Here, focused on the immediate needs of Sarah, on the practical application of Lynn's methods, she felt a sense of clarity, of purpose that had been missing for weeks. This felt right, necessary, regardless of the consequences. The river stone in her pocket felt warm, solid, a confirmation rather than a burden. As dusk began to paint the sky outside the drawn curtains in shades of purple and gray, a subtle shift occurred. Sarah Miller stirred, her eyelids fluttering. A low moan escaped her lips. Ben was instantly alert, leaning forward, hope warring with fear in his eyes. "Ma," he whispered, his voice trembling. "Ma, can you hear me?" Sarah's eyes opened, hazy at first, then slowly focusing not on Ben, but on Emma, who stood near the foot of the bed. A flicker of recognition, weak but definite, crossed her features. "Emma?" she breathed, her voice a dry rustle. "I'm here, Sarah," Emma said softly, moving closer. "Rest easy." Sarah's gaze drifted towards Ben, confusion clouding her eyes. "Ben, so tired." Her breathing hitched, followed by a rattling cough that shook her frail body. Panic flared in Ben's eyes. "Ma!" He reached for her hand, clutching it tightly. Sarah's breathing grew more labored, shallower. The brief moment of lucidity faded. replaced by the unmistakable signs of final struggle. Emma knew, with a sinking heart, that the herbs, the care, had come too late. The fever, denied any earlier intervention, had done its fatal work. She placed a hand on Ben's shoulder. He looked up at her, his eyes wild with dawning horror, silently pleading for her to do something, anything. But there was nothing more to be done. They could only bear witness, offer what little comfort they could, as Sarah Miller slipped away. The end came quietly, peacefully, a few minutes later. A final, gentle sigh, and then stillness. The only sound in the room was Ben's ragged, heartbroken sob tearing through the silence. Emma stood beside him, her own eyes stinging, her hand resting on his shaking shoulder, sharing his grief in a way that transcended their complicated history, their town's divisions. In the face of death, there was only shared humanity, shared loss. How long they stayed like that, Ben weeping uncontrollably, Emma offering silent support. She didn't know. The lamp cast long, flickering shadows, deepening the sense of sorrow and finality. Eventually, Ben's sobs subsided into shuddering gasps. He raised his head, his face ravaged by grief, and looked towards his mother's still form, then back at Emma, his eyes holding a terrible emptiness. She's gone, he whispered, the word stark, final. I'm so sorry, Ben, Emma murmured, her voice thick. He didn't seem to hear her. He continued to stare at his mother. Then his gaze fell on the small, uneaten potato cakes wrapped in cloth on the bedside table, on the empty cup that had held the herbal tea. A change came over his face. The emptiness began to fill, not with resignation, but with something else, something ugly. Grief, raw and unprocessed, began to curdle, seeking an object, a target. It didn't work, he said, his voice low, hardening. He gestured towards the cup, the herbs. His poison. It didn't work. Maybe it made her worse. Emma recoiled, shocked by the sudden shift, the return of suspicion, now twisted by grief into outright accusation. Ben, no, you can't know that. She was so sick. He killed her. Ben lurched to his feet, his eyes blazing, the hollow grief replaced by a wild, irrational fury. That Chinaman, he did this, pretending to help, giving her poison. Maybe it was his curse all along. Your father was right. Ben, stop it, Emma cried, horrified. He tried to help. Anna brought those... Anna? Ben spat the name. A child, what does she know? He used her, just like he used you. He glared at Emma, his grief twisting into a venomous accusation directed at her as well. You brought his poison in here. You helped him. You're as much to blame as he is. The injustice of it, the sheer irrationality born of pain, stunned Emma into silence. She saw then how fear, amplified by grief, could turn toxic, how easily blame could shift to the most vulnerable, the most different. Ben, the decent man, the earnest deputy, was consumed by the same poison that infected the rest of the town, his personal loss fueling the fire of collective hatred. I need to tell the sheriff, Ben stammered, his eyes darting around the room as if seeking confirmation for his newfound terrible certainty. He needs to know. What Lynn did, we need to make him pay. He started towards the door, stumbling, fueled by a desperate need to lash out to find retribution for his unbearable loss. Ben, wait! Emma grabbed his arm, trying to stop him, trying to reason with him. Think! This isn't right. You're grieving. You're not thinking clearly. He shook her off violently, his face contorted. Get away from me, he yelled. You sided with him. You're tainted. He lunged for the door, fumbling with the latch, driven by his grief-stricken fury. Emma watched him go, her heart sinking like a stone. He was beyond reason. He would go to the sheriff, spread his poisoned certainty, add fuel to the smoldering embers of the town's resentment. And this time the accusation wouldn't be vague rumor. It would be personal, specific, coming from the grieving son of a respected woman, the town's own deputy. Lynn's precarious safety, and perhaps her own, had just evaporated. She stood alone in the house of the dead, the silence pressing in, amplifying the echo of Ben's furious accusations. She had tried to help, tried to bridge the divide, offered shelter, and it had all backfired, twisted by grief and fear into something monstrous. Suddenly she remembered her father. She had been gone for hours. He would be awake. He would have discovered her absence. His rage, when she returned, would be immense. And now, Ben Miller, armed with his grief-fueled accusation, would likely seek out not just the sheriff, but Jedediah Thorne himself, seeking validation, perhaps even alliance, in his quest for vengeance against the Chinese doctor. Panic seized her. She couldn't go back to the saloon, not now. Her father's reaction, especially if Ben got to him first, was terrifying to contemplate. But where could she go? The Miller house felt like a tomb. The street outside, where Ben was now spreading his toxic grief, felt hostile, dangerous. She thought of the Peterson house, Mary and Anna. They represented the counter-narrative, the proof of Lynn's healing. But seeking refuge there felt like endangering them further. And Lynn? Where was he? Still at his camp? He needed to be warned. Ben's accusation, carrying the weight of his position and his loss, could easily reignite the mob mentality, more lethally this time. Her choices narrowed rapidly. Returning to the saloon meant facing her father's predictable fury, possibly being locked away, rendered powerless. Staying hidden felt cowardly, useless. The only path that felt remotely active, remotely aligned with the conviction that had grown within her, was the most dangerous one. Find Lynn. Warn him. Stand with him if necessary. It was a terrifying prospect. Deliberately seeking out the town's pariah, placing herself firmly outside the boundaries of safety and convention, aligning herself with the target of the town's rekindled fury. It meant potentially facing the mob alongside him. It meant irrevocably severing ties with her father, with the life she had known. She looked down at the river stone, still clutched in her hand, endurance, patience, and perhaps courage. The courage to act on her convictions, even at great personal cost. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Emma made her decision. She wouldn't go back to the saloon. Not yet. She slipped out the back door of the Miller house, melting into the deepening twilight shadows of the alleyway once more. But this time, her destination wasn't a sick room or the false sanctuary of the Golden Spur. She turned towards the edge of town, towards the cluster of shacks where Lynn lived, towards the man who represented both profound danger and the only semblance of integrity she had found in Silver Creek. Fear had turned to fury in Ben Miller. Perhaps now fear could turn to courage in Emma Thorne. The price might be high, possibly fatal, but the cost of inaction felt infinitely higher. She moved quickly through the shadows, a lone figure heading towards an uncertain confrontation, driven by a desperate hope and the weight of a broken stone. Chapter 19. Accusation under a copper sky. The twilight deepened rapidly, the sky shifting from bruised purple to a strange metallic copper hue. As Emma hurried through the familiar maze of back alleys and dusty lots, the air was unnaturally still, heavy, carrying the scent of impending change, not just the coming night, but something more ominous, like the calm before a violent desert storm. Ben Miller's grief-stricken fury felt like a tangible presence behind her, radiating outwards, poisoning the fragile peace, seeking its target. She imagined him bursting into the sheriff's office, or worse, confronting her father, his raw pain validating Jedediah's deepest prejudices, igniting the fuse that led directly to Lynn's doorstep. She had to reach him first. She had to warn him. The thought propelled her forward, overriding the fear that clawed at her, the fear of the dark alleys, of running into remnants of the mob, of what she might find at the Chinese camp, and most of all, fear of what this irreversible step meant for her own future. There was no going back now. Leaving the Miller house, turning towards Lynn instead of the saloon, was a definitive choice, a crossing of a line drawn not just by her father, but by the entire town. As she neared the edge of town, the cluster of rough-hewn shacks and tents that constituted the Chinese settlement came into view. Silhouetted against the strange copper sky, smoke curled from a single chimney, a thin, vulnerable thread. Unlike the shuttered, fearful silence of Main Street, here there were subtle signs of life, the murmur of low voices speaking in a language she didn't understand, the clink of metal, the smell of unfamiliar cooking spices mingling with wood smoke. It felt like a separate world, existing parallel to Silver Creek, yet utterly apart, walled off by invisible barriers of language, custom, and ingrained hostility. Emma hesitated at the edge of the settlement, suddenly unsure. How would she find Lynn? Would they even let her approach? She was Jed Thorne's daughter, part of the town that scorned and threatened them. Why would they trust her? Why wouldn't they see her arrival as a threat, a precursor to the violence Ben Miller was likely inciting even now? She clutched the river stone in her pocket, its 3 jagged pieces scraping against each other, a broken talisman offering uncertain protection. Endurance. She took a deep breath and stepped out of the shadows, walking slowly, deliberately, towards the largest shack, the one where she'd seen Lynn disappear before, the one with the smoking chimney. Her appearance caused an immediate ripple. Conversation ceased. Figures paused in their tasks, turning to stare at her, their faces wary, guarded, impassive masks that revealed nothing of their thoughts. The silence that fell was different from the fear-filled silence of Main Street. It was watchful, ancient, weighted with the memory of countless slights, enduring hostility. Emma felt intensely aware of her otherness, her intrusion into this closed community. She stopped a few yards from the main shack, unsure how to proceed. Should she call out Lynn's name? Ask for him? Before she could decide, the door of the shack opened, and Mei Ling stepped out. Lynn's wife. She stood framed in the doorway, bathed in the warm lamplight spilling from within. She wore simple, dark Chinese trousers and tunic now, her hair coiled neatly at the nape of her neck. Yet she still possessed that air of quiet elegance and self-possession Emma remembered. Her dark eyes, intelligent and searching, fixed on Emma, taking in her dusty, disheveled appearance, the tension in her posture. There was no surprise in Mei Ling's expression, only a calm, appraising stillness that reminded Emma uncannily of Lynn himself. "Miss Thorne," Mei Ling said, her voice soft, her English as precise and fluent as her husband's, an unexpected visit. "Is there trouble?" Emma swallowed, finding her voice. "Yes, I need to speak with Dr. Lin. It's urgent." Mei Ling's gaze sharpened slightly. She glanced briefly at the other figures watching silently from the periphery, then back at Emma. My husband is tending to one of our own who is unwell, but perhaps I can help? Her tone was polite, formal, yet held an undercurrent of authority. This was her place, her husband, her community. It's about the town, Emma stammered, glancing nervously back towards the direction of Main Street. Ben Miller, his mother just died. He blames Dr. Lynn. He's gone for the sheriff, maybe my father. He's saying terrible things, accusing Lynn of poisoning her. I think they might come here. Mei Ling absorbed this information without any outward sign of alarm, though a subtle tightening around her eyes betrayed the seriousness of the news. I see, she said quietly. Grief makes men dangerous, especially when fear has already poisoned their minds. She echoed Lynn's sentiment, the words carrying the weight of shared experience. She turned and spoke rapidly in Chinese to someone inside the shack. A moment later, Lynn appeared beside her in the doorway. He looked weary, his face drawn, but his eyes were clear, focused, meeting Emma's gaze with that familiar, unnerving calm. He wore the same simple tunic, sleeves rolled up, his hands stained faintly with herbs. Emma Thorne, he said, his voice low, acknowledging her presence, holding no recrimination for her intrusion. Lynn! Emma rushed, the words tumbling out. Ben Miller's mother is dead. He's blaming you. He's gone to raise the alarm, saying you poisoned her. They might come here. The mob. They might try again. Lynn listened impassively, his expression unchanging, though Emma thought she saw a flicker of deep weariness, perhaps resignation in his eyes. He had expected this, perhaps, known that any death, any misfortune, would inevitably be laid at his door. Thank you for the warning, he said simply, his gaze holding hers for a moment, acknowledging the risk she had taken to bring it. Mei Ling spoke to him again in Chinese, her tone urgent, but controlled. He replied quietly, then turned back to Emma. My wife believes it is time we prepared for departure, he said, his voice devoid of inflection. Our presence here invites conflict. Perhaps Deputy Miller's grief provides the final excuse the town requires. Departure? Leaving? The words hit Emma again, harder this time now that they were spoken directly, calmly, as a practical necessity. He was really going, leaving her to face her father, the town, the wreckage of her choices alone. A wave of desolation, sharp and cold, washed over her. But before she could react, before the full impact of his words could settle, new sounds reached them from the direction of town. Shouts, angry shouts, closer this time, more organized than the drunken roar of the previous mob. And bootsteps, many bootsteps pounding heavily on the dusty ground, approaching fast. Lin and Mei Ling exchanged a look, grim, understanding. The other Chinese figures in the small camp melted back towards their shacks, their movements quick, silent, practiced, like rabbits sensing a wolf. There was no panic, only a swift, instinctive retreat. They are here, Lin stated quietly, his hand moving almost unconsciously to the pouch at his belt, where Emma knew he kept the pieces of the shattered river stone. He looked at Mei Ling, a silent communication passing between them. Then his gaze found Emma again, lingering for a second. He gestured sharply towards the side of the shack, into the deepest shadows. Stay hidden. Do not interfere. It was a command, spoken with quiet authority. Then he turned, standing beside his wife in the doorway, facing the oncoming threat, two solitary figures braced against the coming storm. Emma scrambled back into the shadows, pressing herself against the rough wood of the shack, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might crack her ribs. She peered around the corner, watching as the first figures emerged from the twilight gloom at the edge of the settlement. It wasn't a disorganized mob this time. It was a grim, purposeful delegation. Sheriff Hayes led the way, his face pale and set, his shotgun held loosely but ready. Beside him walked Ben Miller, his face a mask of grief-stricken fury, his eyes burning with righteous certainty. And behind them, his presence radiating cold menace, walked Jedediah Thorne, his own shotgun held at the ready, his eyes fixed on Lynn with raw hatred. Following them were a handful of other townsmen, miners, ranchers, men whose faces Emma recognized, their expressions grim, determined, united in their fear and suspicion. They weren't drunk this time. They were sober, resolute, and arguably more dangerous for it. They stopped a few yards from the shack, forming a semicircle, trapping Lynn and Mei Ling in the doorway's small pool of light under the strange, oppressive copper sky. Lynn, Sheriff Hayes began, his voice strained, trying for officialdom, but undercut by nervousness. There's been an accusation? Lynn remained silent, waiting, his stillness a stark contrast to the agitated energy of the townsman. Mei Ling stood beside him, her posture erect, her expression unreadable but radiating a quiet defiance. "My mother," Ben Miller choked out, stepping forward, his voice thick with tears and rage. "Sarah Miller! She's dead and he killed her!" He pointed a trembling finger directly at Lynn. "He came sneaking around, gave her his heathen potions, poisoned her." A low murmur ran through the small group of townsmen, a sound of anger, of confirmation of their deepest fears. "Now hold on, Ben," Hayes said weakly, trying to maintain control. "We don't know that for sure." "I know it," Ben insisted, his voice rising hysterically. "He was there. Ask Emma Thorne. She saw him. She brought his poison to my mother." He swung around, his wild eyes searching the shadows, expecting perhaps to find Emma cowering nearby. When he didn't see her immediately, his gaze fixed back on Lynn. "Where is she? What have you done with her?" Jedediah Thorne stepped forward then, pushing past the sheriff, his face contorted with fury, his eyes locked onto Lynn, ignoring Mei Ling completely. "Where is my daughter, Chinaman?" he snarled, raising his shotgun slightly. "Did you lure her down here? Did you put your filthy hands on her?" The accusation hung in the heavy air, ugly, dripping with prejudice and possessive rage. It shifted the focus from Ben's grief to Jedediah's perceived violation, a threat he understood and reacted to with primal violence. Lynn met Jedediah's glare without flinching. His voice, when he spoke, was dangerously quiet, devoid of fear. "Your daughter is safe, Mr. Thorne. Safer, perhaps, than she would be under your roof." The subtle barb, the implication of Jedediah's own volatile behavior, hit its mark. Jedediah's face flushed darker. "You admit she was here?" Jedediah demanded, taking another step forward, the shotgun now leveled directly at Lynn's chest. "She came seeking knowledge," Lynn replied calmly, "unlike others who seek only to blame." "Liar!" Ben screamed, lunging forward, but Hayes grabbed his arm, holding him back. "Enough!" Hayes shouted, trying to regain control. "Lynn, there's been a death, Sarah Miller. Ben claims you gave her medicine. Is this true?" Lynn inclined his head slightly. "I offered what knowledge I have, as I did for the Petersons, as I would have done for Mrs. Miller earlier, had I been permitted." The subtle accusation against Jedediah was clear, though unspoken. "And she died," Ben sobbed. "Your medicine killed her." "My medicine seeks to aid the body's own healing," Lynn stated evenly. "It cannot reverse death when the sickness has already taken too deep a hold. Grief seeks blame, Deputy Miller, but blame will not bring your mother back. His calm rationality seemed only to infuriate Ben further. You... Jedediah cut him off, his focus solely on Lynn, on the perceived insult, the defiance. You admit you were near my daughter. You admit you practiced your devilry. That's enough for me. He cocked the shotgun, the double click echoing ominously under the copper sky. Say your prayers, Chinaman. Your time in Silver Creek is over. Mei Ling gasped, taking an involuntary step in front of her husband, her eyes flashing fire. Lin gently but firmly moved her aside, placing himself squarely in the line of fire, his gaze locked with Jedediah's. He didn't flinch, didn't plead. He simply stood, a figure of quiet, unyielding resistance against the overwhelming tide of hatred. Emma watched from the shadows, her heart frozen in terror. This was it, the moment of brutal, senseless violence she had feared. Her father, consumed by rage and prejudice, was about to commit murder, sanctioned by the town's fear and the sheriff's impotence. She had to do something, anything. Before Jedediah could pull the trigger, before the sheriff could make another feeble protest, Emma acted, driven by a desperation that eclipsed her fear. She burst from the shadows, running towards the tense standoff, placing herself directly between her father's leveled shotgun and Lynn. "No!" she screamed, her voice raw, thin, but carrying in the sudden, shocked silence. "Stop! You can't do this!" Jedediah stared at her, momentarily stunned by her sudden appearance, her suicidal bravery. The townsman murmured in surprise. Ben gaped at her. Lynn's eyes widened almost imperceptibly, a flicker of alarm crossing his calm features for the first time. "Emma, get out of the way!" Jedediah roared, recovering quickly, his fury now mixed with disbelief at her ultimate betrayal. "No, Pa!" Emma cried, standing her ground, trembling but resolute, her eyes fixed on his. "He didn't kill Sarah Miller. The fever killed her. He tried to help, just like he helped the Petersons, just like he tried to help Ben when you turned him away." Her words, spoken clearly, defiantly, hung in the air, a direct accusation against her own father, a defense of the condemned man, spoken under the strange, judgmental light of the copper sky. The confrontation had reached its peak, the lines irrevocably drawn, and Emma stood squarely on the forbidden side, shielding the outcast with her own body, facing the fury she had dreaded, the consequences unknown, but terrifyingly imminent. Chapter 20. The Choice at the Crossroads. The silence following Emma's desperate cry was absolute, profound. All movement ceased. The townsman stood frozen, staring. Sheriff Hayes gaped, his hand hovering uselessly near his pistol. Ben Miller's grief-stricken fury seemed momentarily suspended, replaced by stunned disbelief. Mei Ling watched from the doorway, her expression unreadable but intensely focused. Lynn, just behind Emma, remained utterly still, yet she could feel his presence, a quiet, unwavering point in the maelstrom. All eyes were on Emma, standing defiant, a fragile shield between her father's consuming rage and its target. Jedediah Thorne lowered the shotgun fractionally, not out of hesitation, but out of sheer, sputtering disbelief. His face, contorted with fury only moments before, now held a look of utter incomprehension, as if his own daughter had transformed into an alien creature before his eyes. "Emma," he breathed, the name a low growl. "What did you say?" "I said you can't do this, Pa," Emma repeated, her voice shaking but gaining strength. She refused to break eye contact, refused to show fear, though her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. He's not a murderer. He's a healer. He saved Mary Peterson. He saved Ingrid. He tried to help Sarah Miller, but it was too late. The fever killed her, not him. Lies! Ben Miller shrieked, finding his voice again, his grief resurfacing as rage. She's lying to protect him. She was with him. They plotted this. Quiet, Miller, Jedediah snapped, his furious gaze still locked on Emma. The accusation that Lynn had killed Sarah Miller seemed almost secondary now to the profound personal betrayal he felt from his own daughter. Emma, you step aside. Now, this ain't your concern. It is my concern, Emma cried, tears stinging her eyes but her voice holding firm. It's everyone's concern. You want to kill a man because you're scared? Because you need someone to blame? Because he's different? Is that the law in Silver Creek now? Fear and hatred? Her words struck a chord, not perhaps of conscience, but of challenge. She was questioning not just his actions, but his authority, his worldview, in front of the entire delegation. His face darkened further, the veins standing out on his temples. You choose him over your own blood? Jedediah hissed, his voice dangerously soft. Over your own kind? After everything I've done for you, given you, protected you. Protection, Emma echoed, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. You call locking me up protection? You call denying help to a dying woman protection? You call trying to murder an innocent man protection? That's not protection, Pa. That's tyranny. That's fear ruling you. A collective gasp went through the small group of townsmen. No one spoke to Jedediah Thorne like that. No one dared. His temper was legendary, his retribution swift and brutal. Jedediah raised the shotgun again, the barrel trembling slightly with the force of his contained rage. One last chance, Emma. Step aside or you'll share his fate. The threat hung heavy, absolute, under the eerie copper sky. Emma stared down the barrel of the gun, saw the utter conviction in her father's eyes, the willingness to follow through. He meant it. In his rage, in his sense of betrayal, he was capable of destroying anything that stood in his way, even his own daughter. This was the crossroads, the final choice. Step aside, save herself, condemn Lynn to certain death, and retreat back into the suffocating safety of her father's world, forever diminished, forever haunted by her cowardice. Or stand firm, embrace the consequences, defend the principle of justice, however futilely, and face whatever came next, alongside the man she barely knew, but had come to respect, perhaps even care for. She felt Lynn shift slightly behind her, perhaps preparing to push her aside to face the inevitable himself. But before he could move, Emma spoke, her voice clear and steady, ringing out in the tense silence. No, Pa. The words were quiet, but held the force of an explosion. She didn't flinch, didn't look away from the shotgun's dark eye. If you kill him, she continued, her voice gaining strength, fueled by a certainty that surprised even herself. You have to kill me too, because I won't stand by and watch you commit murder out of blind hatred. Jedediah stared at her, his face working, disbelief warring with a terrible dawning realization. She wasn't bluffing, she meant it. His own daughter, his flesh and blood, was willing to die rather than yield to his will, rather than betray her own conscience. The standoff stretched, unbearably taut. The townsmen shuffled nervously, exchanging uneasy glances. This wasn't the simple execution of a despised outsider they had come for. It had become something far more complicated, more personal, more dangerous. Sheriff Hayes looked pale, sweating, clearly wishing himself anywhere else. Even Ben Miller's fury seemed momentarily eclipsed by the shocking, unnatural spectacle of father threatening daughter. It was Mei Ling who broke the spell. She stepped forward from the doorway, moving gracefully, calmly, into the tense space beside Emma. She didn't look at Jedediah or the shotgun, but addressed the sheriff directly, her voice clear and carrying, devoid of fear. "Sheriff Hayes," she said, her tone formal, commanding. "My husband and I came to this town seeking passage east, not conflict. We have funds, documents, proof of our intentions." She produced a folded paper, perhaps the lawyer's letter, holding it out. "We wish only to leave Silver Creek peacefully. If Deputy Miller believes my husband caused his mother's death, let him present evidence, not accusations born of grief. Let the law you represent prevail, not mob rule or personal vendetta." Her words, her calm appeal to reason and process, shifted the dynamic. She wasn't pleading. She was asserting rights, invoking a world beyond Silver Creek's immediate passions, a world of lawyers and documents and verifiable facts. She reminded them implicitly that she and Lynn were not just isolated heathens, but individuals with connections, with potential recourse. Hayes seemed to grasp at this straw, eager for any alternative to the looming bloodshed. She's right, Jed," he stammered, finding a shred of his authority. "We can't just... This needs investigation, due process." "Process?" Jedediah scoffed, though his aim wavered slightly, distracted by Mei Ling's intervention, by the unexpected complication. "The process is vermin infest. You burn them out." "Not when they got lawyers back east, maybe," one of the townsmen muttered nervously from the back, voicing the unease Mei Ling had skillfully introduced. The idea of repercussions from the outside world, from powerful, unknown entities, was a new and unwelcome thought. Lynn spoke then, his voice quiet but cutting through the tension. He addressed Jedediah directly, ignoring the shotgun still aimed vaguely in his direction. "Mr. Thorne, you wish me gone from Silver Creek. My wife has come to ensure that happens. We require only safe passage to the stagecoach depot in Carson City. Grant us that, and you will be rid of my contamination." His tone was level, almost challenging, offering a pragmatic solution while subtly highlighting Jedediah's irrationality. Jedediah seemed caught off guard, wrong-footed. The situation was slipping away from his control. His daughter defied him. Lynn's wife invoked lawyers. Lynn himself calmly offered to leave. The simple narrative of righteous execution was becoming messy, complicated. His fury still burned, but the path to satisfying it was suddenly blocked, obscured. He looked from Lynn's calm face to Mei Ling's composed defiance, to Emma's unwavering stance, to the shifting unease among the men behind him. He saw his absolute authority challenged, his simple hatred complicated by unwanted facts and unexpected resistance. The certainty in his eyes began to flicker, replaced by confusion, frustration, and perhaps deep down a dawning awareness of the precipice he stood upon. Pulling that trigger now wouldn't be a simple act of cleansing, it would be murder. Witnessed, complicated, potentially carrying consequences far beyond Silver Creek. "So," Jedediah said slowly, lowering the shotgun inch by agonizing inch, though his grip remained tight, his eyes still hard. "You'll leave? Both of you? Now?" "As soon as arrangements can be made for safe travel," Mei Ling confirmed smoothly, stepping into the negotiation. "We require escort, Sheriff, to ensure we are not waylaid by grieving citizens." Her gaze flickered towards Ben Miller, who stood silently now, his fury seemingly exhausted, leaving only hollow grief. Hayes seized the opportunity for a peaceful resolution, however humiliating to Jedediah. Yes, yes, of course, an escort. I'll see to it myself, Deputy. He looked towards Ben, who didn't respond, lost in his own world. Hayes sighed. I'll arrange it tomorrow, first light. You'll have safe passage to Carson City. Jedediah stood silent, watching this arrangement being made over his head, his authority bypassed, his desire for vengeance thwarted. His face was a mask of impotent fury, but he didn't raise the shotgun again. He seemed to recognize dimly that he had lost. His daughter's defiance, Mei Ling's intervention, Lin's calm negotiation, they had collectively disarmed him more effectively than any weapon could have. He finally spat on the ground, a gesture of profound contempt. Fine, he growled, the word choked with resentment. Go, crawl back east, and if either of you, his venomous gaze swept over Lin and Mei Ling, ever set foot in Silver Creek again, I won't need a reason. He turned abruptly, shoving his way through the silent townsmen, stalking back towards Main Street without a backward glance, defeated but unbowed in his hatred. The townsmen hesitated, uncertain, then slowly began to disperse, muttering amongst themselves. Their purpose dissolved, leaving only the lingering awkwardness of the near violence. Ben Miller remained where he stood, staring blankly at the ground, lost in his grief. Sheriff Hayes awkwardly cleared his throat. Right then, Hayes said, addressing Lin and Mei Ling. Be ready at dawn. I'll have a wagon and an escort. He glanced nervously at Emma, still standing near Lin, then seemed to decide it was best left unsaid. He tipped his hat curtly and followed his retreating delegation, leaving the three of them, Emma, Lin, and Mei Ling, standing in the aftermath under the fading copper sky. The immediate crisis had passed. Violence had been averted, deflected by a combination of courage, calculation, and circumstance. Lin and Mei Ling were safe for now, granted passage away from Silver Creek. But as Emma looked from Lin's weary but composed face to Mei Ling's calmly triumphant one, she felt a profound sense of displacement. They were leaving. Their path led east, back to a life she couldn't imagine. And hers? Where did her path lead now? She had defied her father, alienated the town, burned her bridges back to the only life she had ever known. She stood at the crossroads, having made her choice, but the way forward remained shrouded in shadow, uncertain, and utterly, terrifyingly alone. The broken pieces of the river stone in her pocket felt both heavy and strangely light, the remnants of a connection severed, the beginning of an unknown journey. Chapter 21. Lines drawn in the dust. The aftermath of the confrontation hung heavy in the air, thicker than the settling dust, more oppressive than the fading copper light. The departure of Jedediah, the sheriff, and the disgruntled townsmen left behind a ringing silence, punctuated only by the distant, mournful howl of a coyote welcoming the true night. Ben Miller still stood slumped nearby, a figure carved from grief, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, before finally turning and shuffling away like an old man, disappearing back towards the house where his mother lay dead, taking his unresolved pain with him. Emma remained where she stood, trembling slightly now that the immediate danger had passed, the adrenaline ebbing away to leave her feeling cold, exposed, and profoundly alone. She had faced down her father, defied the town, chosen her side. The consequences loomed, vast and uncertain. Lin and Mei Ling stood near the doorway of the shack, the lamplight casting their features into sharp relief. They exchanged a few quiet words in Chinese, their tones low, serious. Then Lin turned towards Emma. His face was weary, etched with the strain of the long ordeal, but his eyes, when they met hers, held a complex mixture of gratitude, concern, and perhaps a hint of something deeper, something acknowledging the irrevocable step she had taken. "You should not have done that, Emma Thorne," he said, his voice quiet but carrying a note of gravity. "Your father, he is not a man who forgives easily. You placed yourself in great danger." "He was going to kill you," Emma whispered, the words catching in her throat. I couldn't just stand by." Mei Ling stepped forward, her expression softening slightly from its earlier formal composure. "What you did was courageous," she said, her voice holding a quiet strength that resonated with Lin's own. "Foolish, perhaps, given your father's temper, but undeniably brave. You likely saved my husband's life. For that, we owe you a debt." A debt. The word echoed strangely. Her father had denied a debt. Mei Ling acknowledged one. Emma shook her head, feeling tears well up again, tears of exhaustion, fear, and a bewildering sense of loss. It wasn't, I just, it wasn't right, what they were doing." Lin held her gaze, his dark eyes searching her face. "Nevertheless," he said softly, "a debt is owed." He paused, glancing back towards the silent town, then at the path leading away from the settlement. "But your presence here now, it compounds your danger. Your father will not let this rest. When he discovers you are not at the saloon." Emma knew he was right. Her brief sanctuary here was over. Returning to the Golden Spur was unthinkable, suicidal perhaps, but where else could she go? She had no money, no connections beyond Silver Creek, no destination. She was adrift, cut loose from all her moorings. "Where will you go?" Mei Ling asked gently, echoing Emma's own desperate silent question. I don't know," Emma admitted, the admission tasting like ash. She looked around at the small, impoverished settlement, at the wary faces occasionally peering from darkened doorways. This was Lin's world, Mei Ling's temporary refuge. It couldn't be hers. She didn't belong here any more than she now belonged back on Main Street. Lin and Mei Ling exchanged another look, a silent conversation passing between them. Emma felt like an awkward interruption, a complication in their own already fraught plans for departure. They were leaving at dawn, heading east, back to their own lives, their own world. Her problems were not their concern, despite the debt Mei Ling acknowledged. "You cannot stay in Silver Creek," Lin stated, his tone practical, analytical. "Not safely. Your father and the town, after tonight, they will see you as allied with us, an outcast." The word hung in the air, stark and true. Outcast. That's what she was now. "There is a stagecoach leaving for Carson City at dawn," Mei Ling said thoughtfully. "The one we are to take under the sheriff's escort. Perhaps," she hesitated, glancing at Lin. "Carson City?" Emma repeated numbly. It was a name, a place, but it held no promise, no connection for her, just another dusty town where she knew no one, had no prospects. And how would she pay for passage? As if reading her thoughts, Lin spoke again. "We have funds provided for our journey, enough for an additional passage." He said it simply, a statement of fact, not charity. "My wife is correct. Leaving Silver Creek is your only safe option now." Leave? With them? Travel east, away from everything she had ever known, casting her lot entirely with these two strangers bound for a different continent? The idea was staggering, terrifying in its implications. Yet, what was the alternative? Face her father's wrath? Try to survive alone in a town that now saw her as traitor? I I can't, Emma stammered, overwhelmed. I have nothing, no money, nowhere to go. You have courage, Mei Ling interrupted quietly but firmly. And you have integrity. In this land, those are worth more than money. We are indebted to you, Miss Thorne. Allowing you to face your father's fury alone after you risked your life for my husband would be dishonorable. Her gaze was direct, unwavering. Lin nodded in agreement. Carson City is a beginning. Larger than this place, perhaps opportunities exist there. Or passage further east if you choose. We can ensure your safe arrival. After that, he shrugged slightly, acknowledging the uncertainty. Your path will be your own, but Silver Creek is no longer your path. Emma looked from Lin's steady, serious face to Mei Ling's calm, intelligent one. They were offering her an escape, a chance. Not out of pity, it seemed, but out of a shared sense of justice, an acknowledged debt, a recognition of their intertwined fates in this harsh land. It was a gamble, stepping into the complete unknown, relying on the kindness of strangers whose own future was uncertain. But staying felt like a death sentence, a slow suffocation of spirit under her father's reign and the town's scorn. She thought of the saloon, the endless dust, the suffocating silence, her father's cold eyes. She thought of Ben Miller's decent proposal, the safe but stifling future it represented. She thought of the broken river stone, symbol of shattered connections, but also perhaps of resilience, of the possibility of piecing things back together in a new form. Endurance, patience, and now perhaps departure. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Emma made her second monumental choice of the night. All right, she whispered, the word barely audible, yet sealing her fate. Yes, thank you. I'll go with you. Relief flickered briefly in Lin's eyes, quickly masked. Mei Ling gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod of approval. Then we must be cautious, Mei Ling said briskly, her tone becoming practical. You cannot be seen leaving with us in the morning. It would only confirm your father's suspicions, perhaps incite more trouble. You must leave Silver Creek tonight. Now. Now? Emma echoed, startled. But where? How? There is a small abandoned miner's cabin, Lynn explained, about 2 miles east, just off the stage road. Used sometimes by travelers caught out after dark. It offers basic shelter. You can wait there. We will meet you shortly after dawn once we are clear of the town and the sheriff's escort. But how will I get there? Emma asked, glancing nervously back towards the town. Walking alone in the dark? I will guide you, Lynn stated simply. I know the paths, the shadows. It is safer than remaining here. Mei Ling nodded. Go quickly. Gather whatever small necessities you can carry. We will meet you at the cabin. Be watchful. Lin spoke a few more words to Mei Ling in Chinese, then turned back to Emma, gesturing for her to follow him back into the shadows at the edge of the settlement. Emma hesitated for only a second, casting a final look back at the small shack, at Mei Ling standing composed in the doorway, a figure of unexpected strength and grace. Then she turned and followed Lin into the darkness, leaving behind the only home she had ever known, stepping onto a path shrouded in uncertainty, guided only by the enigmatic man who had inadvertently redrawn the lines of her entire existence. They moved swiftly, silently, Lin navigating the darkness with an expertise that spoke of long familiarity with the terrain, with moving unseen. He avoided the main tracks, sticking to shallow gullies, rocky outcrops, the deep shadows cast by the sparse desert vegetation under the starlit sky. The copper glow had faded, replaced by the cold, clear light of the stars, scattered like diamond dust across the immense black vault overhead. The silence of the desert night pressed in, vast and ancient, dwarfing the petty hatreds of the town behind them. Emma struggled to keep up, her town-softened feet stumbling on the uneven ground, her breathing ragged. But Lynn moved with effortless grace, pausing occasionally to let her catch up, his hand sometimes reaching out instinctively to steady her on a particularly treacherous patch. His touch brief, impersonal, yet strangely grounding. They didn't speak, conserving their breath, focusing on speed and stealth. The further they moved from Silver Creek, the more the tension in Emma's shoulders began to ease, replaced by a profound weariness and the dawning reality of her situation. She was walking away from everything: her father, the saloon, the town, Ben Miller, the dusty routines, the suffocating expectations. It was terrifying, liberating, and utterly overwhelming. She thought about the life Lynn and Mei Ling were returning to: China, a place impossibly remote, wrapped in mystery, a dying father. What awaited them there? Why had Lynn left in the first place? Had he truly been stuck here, as the sheriff suggested, or had he chosen this exile for reasons of his own? The secrets he carried felt vast, unknowable. And Mei Ling, his wife, her elegance, her composure, her quiet authority, she seemed more than just a dutiful wife fetching her husband home. There were depths there, too, currents running beneath the calm surface. Emma realized she knew almost nothing about the people she had just entrusted her future to. After what felt like hours, though was likely closer to one, Lynn held up a hand, signaling a stop. They crouched behind a cluster of gnarled juniper bushes. Ahead, barely visible in the starlight, stood a small, dilapidated structure, the abandoned miner's cabin. It looked deserted, desolate, leaning slightly as if exhausted by its long vigil in the wilderness. "Wait here," Lynn murmured, his voice barely a breath of sound. He melted into the shadows, circling the cabin cautiously, checking for any signs of recent occupation, any lurking danger. After a few minutes, he reappeared, nodding silently. It was safe. He led her to the cabin door, which hung crookedly on leather hinges. Inside it was pitch dark, smelling of dust, dry rot, and pack rats. Moonlight filtering through cracks in the roof revealed a single small room, empty save for a crumbling stone hearth and debris left by time and neglect. "It is rough," Lynn said quietly, his voice echoing slightly in the confined space, "but it offers shelter from the wind, concealment from the road. Rest here, keep watch. We will come for you after sunrise." He turned to leave, his silhouette framed briefly against the starlit sky outside the doorway. "Lynn," Emma whispered, stopping him. He turned back, waiting. "Thank you for everything, for guiding me, for the chance." Her voice trailed off, inadequate. He inclined his head slightly. "The debt is complex, Emma Thorne. Perhaps we are now even, or perhaps such debts can never be truly balanced." He paused, his gaze lingering on her face in the dimness. "Endure the night. Dawn will come." Then he was gone, disappearing back into the silent desert landscape as soundlessly as he had moved through it, leaving Emma alone in the derelict cabin, the vast starry emptiness stretching outside, the uncertain dawn waiting just beyond the horizon. She sank onto the dusty floor, pulling her thin shawl tighter against the night chill. The broken pieces of the river stone clutched tight in her hand. Lines had been drawn in the dust of Silver Creek, lines she had crossed irrevocably. Now, only the uncertain path ahead remained. Chapter 22. Reckoning at Dawn. The night in the abandoned cabin stretched into an eternity, measured by the slow crawl of the stars across the sliver of sky visible through the decaying roof and the frantic, fearful beating of Emma's own heart. Sleep was impossible. The rough wooden floor offered no comfort. The silence of the desert pressed in, vast and unnerving, broken only by the scuttling of unseen creatures in the walls and the occasional mournful cry of a distant coyote. Every gust of wind rattling the loose boards of the cabin made her jump, imagining pursuit, discovery. She sat huddled against the crumbling stone hearth, clutching the broken pieces of the river stone, their jagged edges a painful reminder of the shattered remnants of her old life. Her mind raced, replaying the events of the last few days, the last few hours with agonizing clarity. Her father's face contorted with rage as he shattered the stone, Ben's grief twisting into accusatory fury, Lin and Mei Ling standing calm and resolute against the mob, her own voice, thin but defiant, shouting, "No!" into the face of her father's leveled shotgun. Had she been brave or merely foolish? Had she acted out of principle or out of some confused, unacknowledged feeling for Lin, a man who belonged to another woman, another world? The questions circled endlessly, offering no easy answers. All she knew for certain was that she couldn't have done differently. Standing by, remaining silent, would have been a betrayal worse than any consequence she now faced. She thought of her father, waking in the saloon, discovering her empty room, the unbolted door. His rage would be volcanic, terrifying. Would he come after her? Or would his pride, his possessiveness, curdle into cold indifference, cutting her off completely, erasing her from his life as easily as he had shattered the stone? The latter felt almost worse, a chilling finality to their fractured relationship. And Lin and Mei Ling, what awaited them in Carson City and beyond? A dying father in a land Emma couldn't even imagine. Would Lin find peace there, returning to the life he had left behind? Or were there other complications, other secrets hidden beneath their calm exteriors? Mei Ling's composure, her quiet authority, hinted at a strength, perhaps even an agenda, that went beyond simply fetching her husband home. Emma felt a pang of something akin to jealousy, quickly suppressed. Lin's life, his marriage, his future, they were not hers to question or desire. She was merely a piece of flotsam caught in their current, offered temporary passage, soon to be set adrift again in Carson City. The first hint of dawn arrived not as light, but as a subtle shift in the quality of the darkness, a lessening of the oppressive weight of the night. The stars began to fade, the eastern horizon softening from black to a deep, bruised purple. Emma scrambled to her feet, stiff and sore, peering anxiously through a crack in the cabin wall, towards the faint track that served as the stage road. Was it time? Would they come? Or had something gone wrong? Had the sheriff failed to provide the escort? Had her father interfered? The uncertainty gnawed at her. She strained her ears, listening for the telltale rumble of wagon wheels, the jingle of harness. Nothing. Only the vast pre-dawn silence of the desert. She paced the small confines of the cabin, twisting her apron in her hands, the jagged edges of the broken stone digging into her palm. Patience, endurance. The words felt like a mockery now. Then faintly, she heard it. The distant sound of horses, of wheels turning on the dusty track. Her heart leaped, a mixture of hope and apprehension flooding through her. She rushed to the crack in the wall, peering out. A single sturdy wagon lumbered into view, pulled by two horses moving at a steady pace away from the direction of Silver Creek. Sheriff Hayes sat hunched on the driver's seat, looking neither left nor right, his expression grim, dutiful. Beside him sat another man, a rancher Emma vaguely recognized, holding a rifle across his knees, the promised escort. In the back of the wagon, facing forward, sat Lin and Mei Ling. They sat close together, not touching, but conveying a sense of quiet unity. Mei Ling wore her dark traveling clothes and bonnet once more, her posture erect. Lin, beside her, scanned the surrounding landscape with watchful eyes. They carried only a few bundles and Lin's woven basket. They were safe. They were on their way. Relief washed over Emma, so intense it almost buckled her knees. As the wagon drew level with the barely visible turnoff leading to the cabin, Lin subtly touched the sheriff's arm, murmuring something. Hayes glanced towards the cabin, his expression unreadable, then pulled the horses to a halt, the wagon creaking to a stop on the road. The escort beside him shifted nervously, scanning the surrounding terrain, his rifle held ready. Lin slid gracefully from the back of the wagon. He glanced briefly towards the sheriff, then turned and walked directly towards the cabin, his steps unhurried but purposeful. Emma's heart hammered. This was it. Time to leave the shadows, step back into the light, however uncertain. She took a deep breath, pushed open the crooked cabin door, and stepped out into the pale dawn light, blinking against the sudden brightness. Lin stopped a few feet away, his dark eyes assessing her quickly. "Are you well?" he asked, his voice low. "Yes," Emma managed, though she felt far from well, exhausted, frightened, but resolute. "I'm ready." He nodded curtly. "Come then. We must not delay the sheriff." He turned, expecting her to follow. But as Emma took a step forward, another sound reached them, faint but distinct, carried on the still morning air from the direction of Silver Creek. Hoofbeats, a single rider approaching fast. Lin froze, his head snapping up, listening intently. Emma's blood ran cold. Her father. It had to be. He had discovered her gone, saddled his horse, and come after them, unwilling to let her escape, unwilling to let Lin leave unchallenged. Lin's eyes met hers, urgency replacing his usual calm. "Quickly," he hissed, grabbing her arm, pulling her towards the waiting wagon. But it was too late. The rider burst over a slight rise in the road behind them, silhouetted against the brightening eastern sky. Not Jedediah Thorne on his familiar bay, but a different figure, slumped low over the neck of a lathered horse, riding with desperate, frantic energy. As the figure drew closer, recognition hit Emma with the force of a physical blow. Ben Miller! He wasn't wearing his deputy's badge. His face was wild, smeared with dirt and tears, his eyes burning with a feverish light that looked terrifyingly like madness. He hauled his horse to a stumbling halt just yards from the wagon, nearly unseating himself. His gaze, frantic and unfocused, swept over the scene, the wagon, the sheriff, the escort, Mei Ling, Lin, and finally, Emma, standing beside Lin, her arm still held loosely in his grasp. "There!" Ben screamed, his voice cracking, raw with grief and fury. He pointed a shaking finger, not at Lin, but directly at Emma. "There she is, the traitor, the murderer's accomplice." Sheriff Hayes swore under his breath, reaching for his shotgun. The escort beside him leveled his rifle towards Ben. Lin instinctively pushed Emma slightly behind him, shielding her. "Miller, calm down," Hayes shouted, trying to take control. "What in God's name are you talking about?" "She helped him," Ben shrieked, oblivious to the weapons aimed at him, consumed by his crazed conviction. She brought his poison to my mother, stood there and watched her die. She's as guilty as he is. They plotted it together. He seemed utterly convinced, his grief having festered overnight into a poisonous paranoia that targeted not only the outsider, but the woman who had rejected him, the woman who had shown the outsider compassion. Ben, that's crazy talk, Hayes yelled, trying to reason with him. Emma was trying to help. Help him kill her? Ben spat, his wild eyes fixing on Emma with pure hatred. She chose him. She chose the heathen over her own kind, over me. She deserves to pay. They both deserve to pay. He suddenly spurred his exhausted horse forward, directly towards Emma and Lynn, pulling something from his belt as he came, not his official colt, which lay abandoned somewhere, but a small, wicked-looking derringer, clutched tight in his shaking hand. Time seemed to slow. The escort shouted a warning. Hayes fumbled with his shotgun. Mei Ling cried out Lin's name in Chinese. Lin shoved Emma harder, pushing her stumbling backwards towards the wagon, simultaneously turning to face Ben's mad charge, his body tensed, ready to react. But before Ben could reach them, before he could level the small, deadly pistol, another figure erupted onto the scene, seemingly from nowhere, riding hard from the direction of Silver Creek, intercepting Ben's path. Jedediah Thorne. He must have followed Ben, perhaps alerted by the sounds of his frantic departure, his own grim purpose reignited. He rode his powerful bay horse directly into the path of Ben's stumbling mount, forcing Ben to swerve violently. Jedediah didn't carry his shotgun this time, but his face was a mask of cold, controlled fury, his eyes fixed not on Lynn, but on Ben Miller, the man accusing his daughter. "Miller!" Jedediah roared, his voice cracking like a whip, cutting through Ben's crazed shouts. "You leave her alone, you hear me?" Ben, momentarily thrown off balance, stared at Jedediah, confusion warring with his madness. "She's a traitor, Thorne! Helped the Chinaman kill my ma! My daughter ain't no killer!" Jedediah snarled, his voice vibrating with possessive rage. Whatever Emma's transgressions, whatever betrayal he felt, she was still his. No one else, certainly not a grief-maddened deputy, would lay claim to judging or harming her. His unspoken law, Thorne looks after Thorne, asserted itself with primal force, overriding even his hatred for Lynn in this immediate, personal threat to his blood. "You lost your mind, boy. Go home, sleep it off." "No!" Ben screamed, raising the derringer, aiming wildly not at Lynn now, but at Jedediah, the man obstructing his path to vengeance. "You protect her? You're as bad as she is." He fired. The small pistol popped, startlingly loud in the dawn quiet. Jedediah cried out, clutching his shoulder, reeling in the saddle, shock and pain momentarily replacing the fury on his face. Ben, seeing his shot hit home, let out a wild, triumphant cry, preparing to fire again. But Lynn moved. While all eyes were on the confrontation between Ben and Jedediah, Lynn had reacted with lightning speed. He launched himself forward, not towards Ben, but low, tackling the already unbalanced deputy around the knees, sending both of them tumbling from Ben's horse into the thick dust of the road. The derringer flew from Ben's grasp, landing harmlessly several feet away. Ben landed hard, the air knocked out of him, his madness momentarily stunned by the physical impact. Lynn rolled clear, coming swiftly to his feet, breathing heavily but unharmed. It was over in seconds. Jedediah slumped in his saddle, clutching his bleeding shoulder, his face pale but his eyes blazing at Ben. Ben lay gasping in the dust, temporarily subdued. Sheriff Hayes and the escort rushed forward, finally spurred to action. disarming Ben completely, hauling him roughly to his feet. Emma stared, breathless, her heart pounding. Lynn had saved her father. The man her father had tried to kill, the man her father despised, had reacted instinctively, decisively, preventing Ben from firing a potentially fatal second shot. The irony was staggering, profound. Lynn ignored the commotion around Ben and the sheriff. He turned immediately towards Jedediah, his expression unreadable, assessing the wound. Jedediah glared back at him, clutching his shoulder, blood seeping between his fingers, pride warring with the undeniable fact of Lynn's intervention. "Looks like you owe the Chinaman your life, Thorne," Sheriff Hayes said grimly, securing Ben's arms behind his back. Ben had started struggling again, muttering incoherent curses, his eyes still wild. Jedediah didn't answer, just continued to glare at Lynn, his face pale with pain and conflicting emotions. Lynn took a step towards Jedediah's horse. "Let me see the wound," he said quietly, his voice calm, professional. Jedediah recoiled instinctively. "Get away from me, Chinaman," he snarled, though his voice lacked its earlier force. Lynn stopped, meeting Jedediah's hostile gaze evenly. "As you wish," he said softly. He turned away, walking back towards the wagon where Mei Ling waited, her face pale but composed. He climbed into the back, beside his wife, his movements economical, his demeanor betraying nothing of the near-fatal confrontation. The life saved, the complex tangle of debt and animosity. Sheriff Hayes looked from the bleeding Jedediah to the subdued Ben, then towards the wagon. "Right," he said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "Let's get this over with. Mount up, Thorne. We'll get you back to town, see to that shoulder. You," he nodded to the escort, "keep an eye on Miller here. He's going in the wagon, too, tied up." He looked towards Lynn and Mei Ling. "Let's move." The wagon creaked forward again, leaving Silver Creek behind. Jedediah, swaying slightly in his saddle but refusing any help, rode alongside, his face a mask of pain and stony resentment. Ben Miller, bound and gagged now, was bundled unceremoniously into the back of the wagon beside Lynn's basket, his wild eyes still glaring hatred. Emma stood alone in the dust, watching them go, her wounded, resentful father, the grief-maddened deputy, the stoic sheriff, the enigmatic healer, and his wife heading east towards an unknown future. The reckoning at dawn had been swift, brutal, unexpected. Lines drawn in the dust had been blurred, redrawn, stained with blood and complex unresolved debts. Lynn had saved the man who tried to kill him. Jedediah owed his life to the man he despised. Ben's grief had turned murderous, and Emma was left standing at the crossroads, having survived the immediate reckoning, but facing a future as vast, empty, and potentially dangerous as the desert, stretching before her under the indifferent morning sun. The dawn had come, but it brought no clarity, only the harsh light revealing the wreckage of the night, the choices made, and the long, uncertain road ahead. Epilogue, where the silver grass grows. The wind swept down from the snow-dusted peaks of the Sierra Nevada, carrying the clean, sharp scent of pine and distance. It stirred the dust on the boardwalks of Carson City, a finer, paler dust than the clinging red powder of Silver Creek, but dust nonetheless. Emma Thorne stood near the window of the small boarding house room she rented, watching the bustle of the territorial capital freight wagons rumbling past, men in suits conversing outside the courthouse, women with parasols navigating the sidewalks. It was a world away from the suffocating silence and raw fear of Silver Creek, yet loneliness could be just as pervasive amidst a crowd as in an empty saloon. A year, A full turn of the seasons had passed since that terrible reckoning at dawn, since she had watched the wagon carrying Lin, Mei Ling, and a bound Ben Miller disappear down the stage road, leaving her standing alone at the crossroads. A year of navigating a new life, pieced together from the fragments of the old. The journey from Silver Creek had been tense, fraught. Sheriff Hayes, grimly determined to fulfill his promise of safe passage, had maintained a vigilant watch, his shotgun rarely leaving his hands. Jedediah, slumped in his saddle, nursing his wounded shoulder and his wounded pride, had ridden behind the wagon in stony silence, refusing to acknowledge Lynn or Emma, his presence a heavy, ominous cloud. Ben Miller, tied and occasionally muttering incoherently in the back, had been a pitiable, unnerving reminder of grief curdled into madness. Lin and Mei Ling had remained composed, speaking little, their quiet solidarity a world unto itself. Emma had ridden in the wagon, perched awkwardly beside Mei Ling, acutely aware of the charged atmosphere, the unspoken histories, the uncertain futures. Mei Ling had offered polite, reserved conversation, inquiries about Emma's well-being that felt more like duty than warmth. Lin had been mostly silent, his gaze often distant, turned towards the eastern horizon, towards the life he was returning to. Any fragile connection Emma had felt with him seemed to have retreated behind a wall of formality and the undeniable presence of his wife. He had done his duty, warned her, guided her, offered passage. The debt, as he'd said, was complex, perhaps balanced now. There was nothing more. They had parted ways at the bustling stage depot in Carson City, Lin and Mei Ling, their passage secured, their faces set towards the long journey east. Lin had met Emma's gaze one last time, a flicker of something unreadable in his dark eyes, regret, acknowledgement, farewell. Before offering a slight formal bow, Mei Ling had pressed a small purse into Emma's hand containing more coins than Emma had ever held, at one time murmuring something about repayment, wishing her well with cool politeness. Then they had boarded the eastbound stagecoach, disappearing into its dusty interior, leaving Emma standing alone amidst the noise and chaos of the depot, the small purse heavy in her hand, the weight of her solitude heavier still. She hadn't looked back towards Silver Creek. There was nothing to look back to. Finding her footing in Carson City had been difficult. It was larger, louder, more impersonal than Silver Creek. She possessed few skills marketable in a town striving for respectability. Tending bar in rough saloons held no appeal, a reminder of the life she'd fled. For weeks she drifted, conserving the money Mei Ling had given her, staying in the cheapest boarding houses, searching for work, haunted by memories and uncertainty. The loneliness was profound, a hollow ache that echoed the emptiness left by her broken ties. Eventually she found work, not bartending, but assisting an elderly, frail seamstress named Mrs. Albright, no relation to the widow Albright of Silver Creek, though the name initially gave her a jolt, whose eyesight was failing. Emma's hand, calloused from saloon work, slowly learned the delicate art of stitching fine seams, mending lace, creating buttonholes. The work was quiet, meticulous, demanding a patience she hadn't known she possessed. It didn't pay much, barely enough to cover her modest room and board, but it was honest work, clean work. And in the quiet company of the kindly, half-blind seamstress, amidst the rustle of fabric and the scent of beeswax, Emma began, slowly, tentatively, to stitch together the frayed edges of her own life. She learned to appreciate the small routines, the quiet rhythms of her new existence. The morning walk to Mrs. Albright's small shop, the shared cups of weak tea, the painstaking focus required by the needle and thread. It was a life devoid of high drama, of passionate conflict, but also free from the constant, suffocating tension of the golden spur. The raw fear of the fever days, the weight of her father's disapproval. It was peaceful, a quiet, unassuming kind of peace she hadn't known existed. News from Silver Creek reached her rarely, indirectly, like echoes from a distant, troubled dream. A traveling merchant passing through Carson City, mentioning the town to Mrs. Albright. A faded notice in the Territorial Enterprise about mining claims. From these fragments, she pieced together a picture. The fever had eventually burned itself out, leaving Silver Creek depleted, scarred but enduring, as harsh places often do. The Golden Spur remained open, presided over by Jedediah Thorne. He had recovered from the gunshot wound to his shoulder, the physical scar likely less deep than the internal ones. By all accounts, he hadn't softened. If anything, he was harder, more isolated, more suspicious than ever, running his saloon with grim efficiency, trusting no one, rarely speaking of the daughter who had vanished. He had neither sought her out nor, it seemed, cast her off officially. He had simply erased her, locked that part of his life away like a bad debt. Emma felt a pang of sorrow hearing this, not for herself, but for him, for the man trapped within his own bitter fortress. He had chosen hatred over connection, control over love, and was living out the lonely consequences. Ben Miller's fate was sadder, stranger, declared mentally unsound, consumed by his grief and paranoid delusions. He hadn't stood trial for the shooting. Instead, he'd been quietly transported to an asylum, somewhere back east Stockton, perhaps. Vanished from Silver Creek, another casualty claimed not directly by the fever, but by the fear and madness it had unleashed. Emma felt a profound pity for him, for the decent man lost within the storm of unbearable loss. His proposal, once a symbol of stifling safety, now seemed like a desperate plea from a man already drowning. And Lin and Mei Ling? No word, of course. They had disappeared onto the eastbound stage, heading towards a different continent, a different destiny. Emma sometimes found herself wondering about them, especially late at night, when the quiet of her small room felt vast. Had they reached China safely? Was Lin's father still alive? What was the true nature of the bond between the quiet doctor and his elegant, composed wife? Were they happy? Had Lin found peace, returning to his roots? Or did he sometimes think of the harsh Nevada town, the fever, the woman who had stood between him and a shotgun blast? She would never know. Their paths had intersected briefly, violently, profoundly, and then diverged completely. He remained an enigma, a poignant memory, a symbol of a different kind of strength, a different path not taken, but whose influence lingered. She still carried the broken river stone, tucked away in a small wooden box beside her bed. One evening, driven by an impulse she didn't fully understand, she had taken the 3 jagged pieces out. Working patiently by lamplight, using a strong fish glue Mrs. Albright kept for repairs, she had painstakingly fitted the pieces back together. It wasn't a perfect mend. Fine, web-like cracks radiated from the points of impact, visible reminders of the violence that had shattered it. But the stone was whole again, its smooth contours restored, its weight familiar in her palm, whole but scarred, like her, like Silver Creek itself, like anyone who endured. She kept the mended stone on the windowsill, where the morning light caught it. It no longer felt like a symbol of loss or naivety, or a severed connection. It felt like a testament to endurance, to the possibility of healing even after being broken, to the strength found not in denying scars but in integrating them into a new wholeness. Water-shaped stone, given time. Lynn's words. Perhaps time and the steady flow of days was shaping her too. Her life in Carson City wasn't filled with grand passions or dramatic events. There was no sweeping romance waiting around the corner, no sudden fortune discovered. But there was quiet dignity in her work, independence in her small earnings, peace in her solitude. She learned to read, borrowing books from Mrs. Albright, losing herself in stories of other lives, other places, expanding the horizons once confined by the dusty street outside the Golden Spur. She sometimes walked out to the edge of town, looking towards the vast, silent expanse of the desert, towards the distant mountains, feeling not trapped, but humbled by the scale of the land, by the resilience of life clinging to its harsh edges. She discovered a quiet strength within herself, forged in the crucible of Silver Creek's fever days, a strength not built on defiance or anger, but on endurance, compassion, and the courage to choose integrity over safety. She had learned the price of speaking truth to power, the cost of defying convention, the weight of irreversible choices. But she had also learned that even in the cruelest land, acts of kindness could flicker, connections could form across divides, and healing, however slow, however scarred, was possible. Sometimes she saw Chinese faces in the streets of Carson City, merchants, laborers, laundrymen. They were more numerous here, more integrated into the town's fabric, though prejudice undoubtedly still existed. She didn't seek them out, didn't try to recapture the connection she'd felt with Lynn. That chapter was closed, but she met their eyes now not with the ingrained suspicion of Silver Creek, but with a quiet acknowledgement, a shared understanding, perhaps, of the complexities of navigating life as an outsider, of carrying secrets from the East or from the West. One clear autumn afternoon, Emma walked along the banks of the Carson River, just outside the city limits. The cottonwood trees lining the water were turning gold, their leaves shimmering in the crisp air. The river flowed steadily, persistently, over smooth stones worn down by centuries of its passage. She stopped, watching the current, the way the water yielded around obstacles, yet relentlessly shaped its path. She reached into her pocket and touched the mended stone, whole but scarred, enduring, like the river, like the mountains watching silently in the distance, like herself. The dust of Silver Creek would always be a part of her, ingrained in her memory, shaping her understanding of the world's harshness, its capacity for fear and hatred. But it no longer defined her. The dreams of connection, of compassion, of living with quiet integrity hadn't led her to a grand romance or a dramatic escape, but to this, a quiet life, earned through resilience marked by solitude, yet imbued with a gentle, enduring peace. A peace found not in avoiding the shadows, but in carrying their memory into the light. She turned away from the river, back towards the town, towards her small room, her quiet work, her solitary existence. The future remained uncertain, a path unfolding one step at a time. But as she walked, the late afternoon sun warm on her back, Emma Thorne felt not lost, but grounded, rooted in the choices she had made, the price she had paid, and the quiet strength she had discovered within herself, like a smooth, enduring stone, shaped by the relentless, patient flow of the river. Here, where the silver grass grew along the riverbank, catching the light, she had found her own brief, resilient shelter, and for now it was enough. Dawn would come again tomorrow. She would endure.